उसने हर हिंदुस्तानी का सिर ऊंचा कर दिया है। जिस प्रिसीजन के साथ, जिस सटीकता के साथ हमारी सेनाओं ने सीमा पार के आतंकवादी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त किया, वो अद्भुत है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दुनिया भर में आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई को नया विश्वास और उत्साह दिया है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य मिशन नहीं है, ये हमारे संकल्प, साहस और बदलते भारत की तस्वीर है। और इस तस्वीर ने पूरे देश को देशभक्ति के भावों से भर दिया है, तिरंगे में रंग दिया है। आपने देखा होगा, देश के कई शहरों में, गांवों में, छोटे छोटे कस्बों में तिरंगा यात्राएं निकाली गई। हजारों लोग हाथों में तिरंगा लेकर देश की सेना, उसके प्रति वंदन अभिनंदन करने निकल पड़े। कितने ही शहरों में सिविल डिफेंस वॉलंटियर बनने के लिए बड़ी संख्या में युवा एकजुट हो गए। और हमने देखा, चंडीगढ़ के वीडियो तो काफी वायरल हुए थे। सोशल मीडिया पर कविताएं लिखी जा रही थी, संकल्प गीत गाए जा रहे थे, छोटे छोटे बच्चे पेंटिंग्स बना रहे थे जिनमें बड़े संदेश छुपे थे। मैं अभी 3 दिन पहले बीकानेर गया था। वहां बच्चों ने मुझे ऐसी ही एक पेंटिंग भेंट की थी। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने देश के लोगों को इतना प्रभावित किया है कि कई परिवारों ने इसे अपने जीवन का हिस्सा बना लिया है। बिहार के कटिहार में, यूपी के कुशीनगर में और भी कई शहरों में उस दौरान जन्म लेने वाले बच्चों का नाम सिंदूर रखा गया है। साथियों, हमारे जवानों ने आतंक के अड्डों को तबाह किया। यह उनका अदम्य साहस था और उसमें शामिल थी भारत में बने हथियारों, उपकरणों और टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत। उसमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत का संकल्प भी था। हमारे इंजीनियर्स, हमारे तकनीशियन, हर किसी का पसीना इस विजय में शामिल है। इस अभियान के बाद पूरे देश में वोकल फॉर लोकल को लेकर एक नई ऊर्जा दिख रही है। कई बातें मन को छू जाती है। एक माँ बाप ने कहा, अब हम अपने बच्चों के लिए सिर्फ भारत में बने खिलौने ही लेंगे। देशभक्ति की शुरुआत बचपन से होगी। कुछ परिवारों ने शपथ ली है, हम अपनी अगली छुट्टियां देश के किसी खूबसूरत जगह में ही बिताएंगे। कई युवाओं ने मेड इन इंडिया का संकल्प लिया है, वो देश में ही शादी करेंगे। किसी ने ये भी कहा है, अब जो भी गिफ्ट देंगे वह किसी भारतीय शिल्पकार के हाथों से बना होगा। साथियों, यही तो है भारत की असली ताकत, जन मन का जुड़ाव, जन भागीदारी। मैं आप सबसे भी आग्रह करता हूं, आइए इस अवसर पर एक संकल्प लें। हम अपने जीवन में जहां भी संभव हो देश में बनी चीजों को प्राथमिकता देंगे। यह सिर्फ आर्थिक आत्मनिर्भरता की बात नहीं है, यह राष्ट्र के निर्माण में भागीदारी का भाव है। हमारा एक कदम भारत की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान बन सकता है। साथियों, बस से कहीं आना जाना कितनी सामान्य बात है, लेकिन मैं आपको एक ऐसे गांव के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं जहां पहली बार एक बस पहुंची। इस दिन का वहां के लोग वर्षों से इंतजार कर रहे थे और जब गांव में पहली बार बस पहुंची तो लोगों ने ढोल नगाड़े बजाकर उसका स्वागत किया। बस को देखकर लोगों की खुशी का ठिकाना नहीं था। गांव में पक्की सड़क थी, लोगों को जरूरत थी लेकिन पहले कभी यहां बस नहीं चल पाई थी। क्यों? क्योंकि ये गांव माओवादी हिंसा से प्रभावित था। यह जगह है महाराष्ट्र के गढ़चिरौली जिले में और इस गांव का नाम है काटेजरी। काटेजरी में आए इस परिवर्तन को आसपास के पूरे क्षेत्र में महसूस किया जा रहा है। अब यहां हालात तेजी से सामान्य हो रहे हैं। माओवाद के खिलाफ सामूहिक लड़ाई से अब ऐसे क्षेत्रों तक भी बुनियादी सुविधाएं पहुंचने लगी हैं। गांव के लोगों का कहना है कि बस के आने से उन लोगों का जीवन बहुत आसान हो जाएगा। साथियों, मन की बात में हम छत्तीसगढ़ में हुए बस्तर ओलंपिक और माओवाद प्रभावित क्षेत्रों में साइंस लैब पर चर्चा कर चुके हैं। यहां के बच्चों में साइंस का पैशन है। वो स्पोर्ट्स में भी कमाल कर रहे हैं। ऐसे प्रयासों से पता चलता है कि इन इलाकों में रहने वाले लोग कितने साहसी होते हैं। इन लोगों ने तमाम चुनौतियों के बीच अपने जीवन को बेहतर बनाने की राह चुनी है। मुझे यह जानकर भी बहुत खुशी हुई कि 10वीं और 12वीं की परीक्षाओं में दंतेवाड़ा जिले के नतीजे बहुत शानदार रहे हैं। करीब 95% रिजल्ट के साथ ये जिला 10वीं के नतीजों में टॉप पर रहा। वहीं 12वीं की परीक्षा में इस जिले ने छत्तीसगढ़ में 6ठा स्थान हासिल किया। सोचिए, जिस दंतेवाड़ा में कभी माओवाद चरम पर था, वहां आज शिक्षा का परचम लहरा रहा है। ऐसे बदलाव हम सभी को गर्व से भर देते हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अब मैं लायंस, शेरों से जुड़ी एक बड़ी अच्छी खबर आपको बताना चाहता हूं। पिछले केवल 5 वर्षों में गुजरात के गीर में शेरों की आबादी 674 से बढ़कर 891 हो गई है। 674 से 891। लायन सेंसस के बाद सामने आई शेरों की ये संख्या बहुत उत्साहित करने वाली है। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोग यह जानना चाह रहे होंगे कि आखिर ये एनिमल सेंसस होती कैसे है। ये एक्सरसाइज बहुत ही चुनौतीपूर्ण है। आपको यह जानकर हैरानी होगी कि लायन सेंसस 11 जिलों में 35,000 वर्ग किलोमीटर के दायरे में की गई थी। सेंसस के लिए टीमों ने राउंड द क्लॉक यानी 2400 घंटे इन क्षेत्रों की निगरानी की। इस पूरे अभियान में वेरिफिकेशन और क्रॉस वेरिफिकेशन दोनों किए गए। इससे पूरी बारीकी से शेरों की गिनती का काम पूरा हो सका। साथियों, एशियाटिक लायन की आबादी में बढ़ोतरी ये दिखाती है कि जब समाज में ओनरशिप का भाव मजबूत होता है तो कैसे शानदार नतीजे आते हैं। कुछ दशक पहले गीर में हालात बहुत चैलेंजिंग थे, लेकिन वहां के लोगों ने मिलकर बदलाव लाने का बीड़ा उठाया। वहां लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ ही ग्लोबल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को भी अपनाया गया। इसी दौरान गुजरात ऐसा पहला राज्य बना जहां बड़े पैमाने पर फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर के पद पर महिलाओं की तैनाती की गई। आज हम जो नतीजे देख रहे हैं उसमें इन सभी का योगदान है। वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन के लिए हमें ऐसे ही हमेशा जागरूक और सतर्क रहना होगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 2-3 दिन पहले ही मैं पहली राइजिंग नॉर्थ ईस्ट समिट में गया था। उससे पहले हमने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सामर्थ्य को समर्पित अष्टलक्ष्मी महोत्सव भी मनाया था। नॉर्थ ईस्ट की बात ही कुछ और है। वहां का सामर्थ्य, वहां का टैलेंट वाकई अद्भुत है। मुझे एक दिलचस्प कहानी पता चली है क्राफ्टेड फाइबर्स की। क्राफ्टेड फाइबर्स ये सिर्फ एक ब्रांड नहीं, सिक्किम की परंपरा, बुनाई की कला और आज के फैशन की सोच, तीनों का सुंदर संगम है। इसकी शुरुआत की डॉक्टर चेवांग नोरबू भूटिया ने। पैसे से वो वेटरनरी डॉक्टर है और दिल से सिक्किम की संस्कृति के सच्चे ब्रांड एम्बेसडर। उन्होंने सोचा क्यों न बुनाई को एक नया आयाम दिया जाए और इसी सोच से जन्म हुआ क्राफ्टेड फाइबर का। उन्होंने पारंपरिक बुनाई को मॉडर्न फैशन से जोड़ा और इसे बनाया एक सोशल एंटरप्राइज। अब उनके यहाँ केवल कपड़े नहीं बनते, उनके यहाँ जिंदगियां बुनी जाती है। वे लोकल लोगों को स्किल ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उन्हें आत्मनिर्भर बनाते हैं। गांवों के बुनकर, पशुपालक और सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप, इन सबको जोड़कर डॉक्टर भूटिया ने रोजगार के नए रास्ते बनाए हैं। आज स्थानीय महिलाएं और कारीगर अपने हुनर से अच्छी कमाई कर रहे हैं। क्राफ्टेड फाइबर्स के शॉल, स्टॉल, दस्ताने, मोजे सब लोकल हैंडलूम से बने होते हैं। इसमें जो ऊन का इस्तेमाल होता है वो सिक्किम के खरगोशों और भेड़ों से आता है। रंग भी पूरी तरह प्राकृतिक होते हैं, कोई केमिकल नहीं, सिर्फ प्रकृति की रंगत। डॉक्टर भूटिया ने सिक्किम की पारंपरिक बुनाई और संस्कृति को एक नई पहचान दी है। डॉक्टर भूटिया का काम हमें सिखाता है कि जब परंपरा को पैशन से जोड़ा जाए तो वो दुनिया को कितना लुभा सकती है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज मैं आपको एक ऐसे शानदार व्यक्ति के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं जो एक कलाकार भी हैं और जीती जागती प्रेरणा भी है। नाम है जीवन जोशी, उम्र 65 साल। अब सोचिए, जिनके नाम में ही जीवन हो वो कितनी जीवंतता से भरे होंगे। जीवन जी उत्तराखंड के हल्द्वानी में रहते हैं। बचपन में पोलियो ने उनके पैरों की ताकत छीन ली थी, लेकिन पोलियो उनके हौसलों को नहीं छीन पाया। उनके चलने की रफ्तार भले ही कुछ धीमी हो गई, लेकिन उनका मन कल्पना की हर उड़ान उड़ता रहा। इसी उड़ान में जीवन जी ने एक अनोखी कला को जन्म दिया। नाम रखा बगेट। इसमें वो चीड़ के पेड़ों से गिरने वाली सूखी छाल से सुंदर कलाकृतियां बनाते हैं। वो छाल जिसे लोग आमतौर पर बेकार समझते हैं, जीवन जी के हाथों में आते ही धरोहर बन जाती है। उनकी हर रचना में उत्तराखंड की मिट्टी की खुशबू होती है। कभी पहाड़ों के लोक वाद्य यंत्र, तो कभी लगता है जैसे पहाड़ों की आत्मा उस लकड़ी में समा गई हो। जीवन जी का काम सिर्फ कला नहीं, एक साधना है। उन्होंने इस कला में अपना पूरा जीवन समर्पित कर दिया है। जीवन जोशी जैसे कलाकार हमें याद दिलाते हैं कि परिस्थितियां चाहे जैसी भी हो, अगर इरादा मजबूत हो तो नामुमकिन कुछ नहीं। उनका नाम जीवन है और उन्होंने सच में दिखा दिया कि जीवन जीना क्या होता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज कई ऐसी महिलाएं हैं जो खेतों के साथ ही अब आसमान की ऊंचाइयों पर काम कर रही हैं। जी हां, आपने सही सुना। अब गांव की महिलाएं ड्रोन दीदी बनकर ड्रोन उड़ा रही हैं और उससे खेती में नई क्रांति ला रही है। साथियों, तेलंगाना के संगारेड्डी जिले में कुछ समय पहले तक जिन महिलाओं को दूसरों पर निर्भर रहना पड़ता था, आज वे ही महिलाएं ड्रोन से 50 एकड़ जमीन पर दवा के छिड़काव का काम पूरा कर रही है। सुबह 3 घंटे, शाम 2 घंटे और काम निपट गया। धूप की तपन नहीं, जहर जैसे केमिकल्स का खतरा नहीं। साथियों, गांव वालों ने भी इस परिवर्तन को दिल से स्वीकार किया है। अब ये महिलाएं ड्रोन ऑपरेटर नहीं, स्काई वॉरियर्स के नाम से जानी जाती है। ये महिलाएं हमें बता रही हैं, बदलाव तब आता है जब तकनीक और संकल्प एक साथ चलते हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस में अब 1 महीने से भी कम समय बचा है। ये अवसर याद दिलाता है कि अगर आप अब भी योग से दूर हैं, तो अब योग से जुड़े। योग आपका जीवन जीने का तरीका बदल देगा। साथियों, 21 जून 2015 में योग दिवस की शुरुआत के बाद से ही इसका आकर्षण लगातार बढ़ रहा है। इस बार भी योग दिवस को लेकर दुनिया भर में लोगों का जोश और उत्साह नजर आ रहा है। अलग अलग संस्थान अपनी तैयारियां साझा कर रहे हैं। बीते वर्षों की तस्वीरों ने बहुत प्रेरित किया है। हमने देखा है, अलग अलग देशों में किसी साल लोगों ने योग चेन बनाई, योग रिंग बनाई। ऐसी बहुत ही तस्वीरें हैं जहां एक साथ 4 जनरेशन मिलकर योग कर रही हैं। बहुत से लोगों ने अपने शहर की आइकॉनिक प्लेसेस को योग के लिए चुना। आप भी इस बार कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से योग दिवस मनाने के बारे में सोच सकते हैं। साथियों, आंध्र प्रदेश की सरकार ने योग आंध्र अभियान शुरू किया है। इसका उद्देश्य पूरे राज्य में योग संस्कृति को विकसित करना है। इस अभियान के तहत योग करने वाले 10 लाख लोगों का एक पूल बनाया जा रहा है। मुझे इस वर्ष विशाखापत्तनम में योग दिवस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे जानकर अच्छा लगा कि इस बार भी हमारे युवा साथी देश की विरासत से जुड़ी आइकॉनिक प्लेसेस पर योग करने वाले हैं। कई युवाओं ने नए रिकॉर्ड बनाने और योग चेन का हिस्सा बनने का संकल्प लिया है। हमारे कॉरपोरेट भी इसमें पीछे नहीं है। कुछ संस्थानों ने ऑफिस में ही योग अभ्यास के लिए अलग स्थान तय कर दिया है। कुछ स्टार्टअप्स ने अपने ऑफिस योग अवर्स तय कर दिए हैं। ऐसे भी लोग हैं जो गांवों में जाकर योग सिखाने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। हेल्थ और फिटनेस को लेकर लोगों की ये जागरूकता मुझे बहुत आनंद देती है। साथियों, योग दिवस के साथ साथ आयुर्वेद के क्षेत्र में भी कुछ ऐसा हुआ है जिसके बारे में जानकर आपको बहुत खुशी होगी। कल ही यानी 24 मई को WHO के डायरेक्टर जनरल और मेरे मित्र तुलसी भाई की मौजूदगी में एक MOU साइन किया गया है। इस एग्रीमेंट के साथ ही इंटरनेशनल क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ हेल्थ इंटरवेंशंस के तहत एक डेडिकेटेड ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन मॉड्यूल पर काम शुरू हो गया है। इस पहल से आयुष को पूरी दुनिया में वैज्ञानिक तरीके से अधिक लोगों तक पहुंचाने में मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, आपने स्कूलों में ब्लैक बोर्ड तो देखा होगा, लेकिन अब कुछ स्कूलों में शुगर बोर्ड भी लगाया जा रहा है। ब्लैक बोर्ड नहीं, शुगर बोर्ड। CBSE की इस अनोखी पहल का उद्देश्य है बच्चों को उनके शुगर इंटेक के प्रति जागरूक करना। कितनी चीनी लेनी चाहिए और कितनी चीनी खाई जा रही है, ये जानकर बच्चे खुद से ही हेल्दी विकल्प चुनने लगे हैं। ये एक अनोखा प्रयास है और इसका असर भी बड़ा पॉजिटिव होगा। बचपन से ही स्वस्थ जीवन शैली की आदतें डालने में ये काफी मददगार साबित हो सकता है। कई अभिभावकों ने इसे सराहा है और मेरा मानना है ऐसी पहल दफ्तरों, कैंटीनों और संस्थानों में भी होनी चाहिए। आखिरकार सेहत है तो सब कुछ है। फिट इंडिया ही स्ट्रांग इंडिया की नींव है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, स्वच्छ भारत की बात हो और मन की बात के श्रोता पीछे रहें, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है भला? मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सब अपने अपने स्तर पर इस अभियान को मजबूती दे रहे हैं। लेकिन आज मैं आपको एक ऐसी मिसाल के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं जहां स्वच्छता के संकल्प ने पहाड़ जैसी चुनौतियों को भी मात दे दी। आप सोचिए, कोई व्यक्ति बर्फीली पहाड़ियों पर चढ़ाई कर रहा हो, जहां सांस लेना मुश्किल हो, कदम कदम पर जान को खतरा हो, और फिर भी वो व्यक्ति वहां सफाई में जुटा हो। ऐसा ही कुछ किया है हमारी आईटीबीपी की टीमों के सदस्यों ने। ये टीम माउंट मकालू जैसे विश्व की सबसे कठिन चोटी पर चढ़ाई के लिए गई थी। पर साथियों, उन्होंने सिर्फ पर्वतारोहण नहीं किया, उन्होंने अपने लक्ष्य में एक मिशन और जोड़ा, स्वच्छता का। चोटी के पास जो कचरा पड़ा था, उन्होंने उसे हटाने का बीड़ा उठाया। आप कल्पना कीजिए, 150 किलो से ज्यादा नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट इस टीम के सदस्य अपने साथ नीचे लाए। इतनी ऊंचाई पर सफाई करना कोई आसान काम नहीं है, लेकिन यह दिखाता है कि जहां संकल्प होता है वहां रास्ते अपने आप बन जाते हैं। साथियों, इसी से जुड़ा एक और जरूरी विषय है पेपर वेस्ट और रिसाइकलिंग। हमारे घरों और दफ्तरों में हर दिन बहुत सारा पेपर वेस्ट निकलता है। शायद हम इसे सामान्य मानते हैं, लेकिन आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी, देश के लैंडफिल वेस्ट का लगभग 1/4 हिस्सा कागज से जुड़ा होता है। आज जरूरत है हर व्यक्ति इस दिशा में जरूर सोचे। मुझे जानकर अच्छा लगा कि भारत के कई स्टार्टअप्स इस सेक्टर में शानदार काम कर रहे हैं। विशाखापत्तनम, गुरुग्राम ऐसे कई शहरों में कई स्टार्टअप पेपर रिसाइकलिंग के इनोवेटिव तरीके अपना रहे हैं। कोई रिसाइकल पेपर से पैकेजिंग बोर्ड बना रहा है, कोई डिजिटल तरीकों से न्यूज़पेपर रिसाइकलिंग को आसान बना रहा है। जालना जैसे शहरों में कुछ स्टार्टअप 100% रिसाइकल मटेरियल से पैकेजिंग रोल और पेपर कोर बना रहे हैं। आप ये भी जानकर प्रेरित होंगे, 1 टन कागज की रिसाइकलिंग से 17 पेड़ कटने से बचते हैं और हजारों लीटर पानी की बचत होती है। अब सोचिए, जब पर्वतारोही इतने कठिन हालत में कचरा वापस ला सकते हैं, तो हमें भी अपने घर या दफ्तर में पेपर को अलग करके रिसाइकलिंग में अपना योगदान जरूर देना चाहिए। जब देश का हर नागरिक ये सोचेगा कि देश के लिए मैं क्या बेहतर कर सकता हूं, तभी मिलकर हम बड़ा परिवर्तन ला सकते हैं। साथियों, बीते दिनों खेलो इंडिया गेम्स की बड़ी धूम रही। खेलो इंडिया के दौरान बिहार के 5 शहरों ने मेजबानी की थी। वहां अलग अलग कैटेगरी के मैच हुए थे। पूरे भारत से वहां पहुंचे एथलीट्स की संख्या 5000 से भी ज्यादा थी। इन एथलीट्स ने बिहार की स्पोर्टिंग स्पिरिट की, बिहार के लोगों से मिली आत्मीयता की बड़ी तारीफ की है। साथियों, बिहार की धरती बहुत खास है। इस आयोजन में यहां कई यूनिक चीजें हुई हैं। खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स का ये पहला आयोजन था जो ओलंपिक चैनल के जरिए दुनिया भर में पहुंचा। पूरे विश्व के लोगों ने हमारे युवा खिलाड़ियों की प्रतिभा को देखा और सराहा। मैं सभी पदक विजेताओं, विशेषकर टॉप के 3 विनर्स महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा और राजस्थान को बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, इस बार खेलो इंडिया में कुल 26 रिकॉर्ड बने। वेट लिफ्टिंग स्पर्धाओं में महाराष्ट्र की अस्मिता धोने, ओडिशा के हर्षवर्धन साहू और उत्तर प्रदेश के तुषार चौधरी के शानदार प्रदर्शन ने सबका दिल जीत लिया। वहीं महाराष्ट्र के साईराज परदेशी ने तो 3 रिकॉर्ड बना डाले। एथलेटिक्स में उत्तर प्रदेश के कादिर खान और शेख जिशान और राजस्थान के हंसराज ने शानदार प्रदर्शन किया। इस बार बिहार ने भी 36 मेडल्स अपने नाम किए। साथियों, जो खेलता है वही खिलता है। यंग स्पोर्टिंग टैलेंट के लिए टूर्नामेंट बहुत मायने रखता है। इस तरह के आयोजन भारतीय खेलों के भविष्य को और संवारने वाले हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 20 मई को वर्ल्ड बी डे मनाया गया, यानी एक ऐसा दिन जो हमें याद दिलाता है कि शहद सिर्फ मिठास नहीं, बल्कि सेहत, स्वरोजगार और आत्मनिर्भरता की मिसाल भी है।
नहीं सर, दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है, एक नीचे है।
We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
The Institute of Directors held its landmark flagship event, the TriStar Group title partnered 2025 UAE Global Convention, held in Dubai and Abu Dhabi from the 22nd to the 25th of April 2025.
On behalf of the Institute of Directors India, it's my distinct pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the 2025 TriStar IOD UAE Global Convention, which also is incorporating the 32nd World Congress on Leadership for Business Excellence and Innovation.
The theme for this year's convention was Boards in a Rapidly Changing World, Innovative Strategies for Resilience and Sustainability, which brought together business leaders, policymakers and experts from across the world.
The urgency for innovative board strategies that has never been greater than today. Technologies like artificial intelligence and blockchain alongside the ongoing climate crisis, demand a basic rethinking of the governance frameworks that not only endure destruction, but also drive transformative change.
Commencing the proceedings for the day, the conference started off with the opening address by the President of the Institute of Directors.
Business must be empowered to help shape resilient economies while reinforcing trust among stakeholders. The global concerns for the economic growth in turbulent times, it calls for strong leadership.
The convention saw participation of over 500 distinguished delegates over the course of 4 days. This event serves as an enduring testament to IOD's global commitment to thought leadership, business excellence, and innovation.
With artificial intelligence, Gen AI, and quantum computing at the near horizon coming, boards will need to equip themselves into a rapidly changing world where the paradigms are very, very different from what has been seen in the last 100 years.
India, its airlines, its governments, its airport, is cognizant of the catalytic power of aviation to drive economic and social development, and that India has the same geographic opportunity as here in Dubai or other major hubs to carry people through, not just to. Air India can be an airline for the world, an airline that people choose to fly, not because they are Indian or because they are traveling to and from India, but because it's an airline that is great.
The keynote address was delivered by Mr. Eugene Main, founder and Group CEO TriStar Group UAE, which set a powerful tone for the entire conversation.
We need to build business that are not only prepared for the future, but designed to regenerate it. We also have to reevaluate what it really means to be successful and assume the responsibility to restore and rebuild, not just to reduce harm, but to actively create positive change.
The convention was organized under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Nayan bin Mubarak Al Nayan, Honorable Cabinet Minister and Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, Government of UAE. His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, India's ambassador to UAE, also graced the convention with his esteemed presence.
I thank the Institute of Directors India for organizing this important annual convention. I fully support the premise of this event that the well-established and continually expanding links between business, governments, and people of India and the United Arab Emirates are extremely important.
I would like to commend IOD's continuing efforts in promoting transparency, accountability, and equitability across boards, fostering good governance and sustainability.
I'm thankful for the organizing committee to have chosen this particular venue, Dubai, because if you see that futuristic approach which this city, which this country actually brings to the fore, 50 years back, what they were, you should actually go to the museum which has been kept here in the city.
Tonight I am reminded of the ancient maxim, where governance is enlightened, there prosperity flourishes. As twilight descends upon the Arabian Gulf and dawn breaks upon the Himalayas, our two civilizations meet at this pivotal moment in history, not merely as economic partners, but as co-authors of a new covenant for principled leadership in an age of disruption.
You must have the team spirit. Any institution, for that matter, will go only with the team. You are the leaders of the team. Please don't forget. But you are part of the team.
The ceremony also witnessed the conferring of the IOD Distinguished Fellowship Awards the year 2025 by His Highness to His Excellency Lieutenant General Muhammad Ahmad Al-Mari, Director General, General Directorate of Residency and Foreign Affairs, Dubai, and His Excellency Abdullah Ahmad Al Saleh, Under Secretary, Ministry of Economy of the UAE. The keynote sessions commenced with incisive and astute remarks on the ever-evolving role of boards in the rapidly changing world.
I think there are first 5 qualities that should be must in a leader, and if somebody wants to be a successful leader, driving the organization to a great height: honesty, sincerity, integrity, magnanimity, and sacrifice. If somebody has these 5 qualities, definitely he deserves to be a great leader. He can definitely drive the organization to a greater height.
As you know, the vision of the UAE, again, of the leadership, is to transform the UAE from an oil-based country into a knowledge-based country.
The ideology of a true leader is one who is able to create many leaders under him. And that is what the whole leadership is about, the fulcrum of leadership. And a vision, I believe, is something that is always a shared vision.
Honesty in any leadership is very, very vital. Initially, corruption or any kind of malpractice might look easy a way to grow, but it never sustains.
We can't really predict. We can't anticipate as of today because each day is teaching us a new lesson. So the only thing that can keep us going is the fact that we stay accountable, we stay resilient, we are constantly looking forward.
The new currency that we're talking about here is trust. And if there is no trust, strategic alliances will never happen.
We have to think of succession. Apart from just talking amongst the board members, we should engage with external stakeholders. Just not internal employees or group of the company, but we must talk to our suppliers, to our customers. Even the board members should get involved personally to see what is the image of the company outside, not inside.
See, organizations don't survive and grow because of the factors which are material in nature, is but the vital of the organization which makes it grow. The spirit of the organization is more important than the structure of the organization.
Just one saying from David Packard. He says, most of the organizations, they die out of indigestion rather than starvation. Because you are trying to produce way too much than what you should be handling. Focus your energy on few initiatives, but get it through and through, rather than trying to make too many things and not make progress.
Usually, what do we discuss in our boardrooms? Sales volumes, turnovers, profits, losses, compliances, sustainability, environmental impact, carbon footprints, carbon credits. What gets missed out often is the employee health, and related with that is the employee productivity.
Till now, the power of decision was with you as an individual, as a board member. Today, there is someone going to be sitting with you. The day is not far off when one of the seats in the boardrooms will be an AI bot sitting in there. It will listen to all your board meetings. It will listen to what you talk, what you do in the board meetings over the last 5 years or 6 years, and then it tell you that it will assess the productivity of each board member.
As a chairman of Iram Holdings, I always be with the people when they are in bad position or good positions. I try to make sure that my teams are the part of pillar of my company.
There's a lot to do in terms of change. And the chair is responsible for board dynamics and overall effectiveness of the board.
Creative leadership is not a trend, it's a transformational shift.
and in transformational shift in governance thinking. I think that's very important. And the most resilient and forward-looking institutions today are led by boards that are not just compliant, but they are curious.
The third award this morning is the automobile sector, Tata Motors Limited.
The highlight of the convention, the highly coveted presentation of the Golden Peacock Awards, where the leading voices of the industry came together to recognize the achievements of their peers in the fields of business excellence, quality, training, and innovative products and services.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working
ready for a very exciting day too. Welcome to IOD, welcome to Dubai. What we are doing here today in this time of change, it complements everything that's happening around us.
And now it's a proud moment as we are going to recognize our IOD Life members from Gulf and Middle East region. Half of them have made it this evening, and they are all the respected corporate leaders who have been torchbearers in this part of the world. So let's take a moment to salute the power of these three T's: Triranga, tolerance, and TriStar.
The day's proceedings ended with a special session facilitating the IOD Life members from Gulf and Middle East, highlighting IOD's remarkable journey over the years and its pivotal role in empowering boardrooms to shape the India of tomorrow. The prestigious honor were bestowed upon distinguished recipients by Bahraini Emirati royalty, Her Highness Sheikha Jawahar bint Khalifa Al Khalifa, founder and chairperson of Green Aventurine Holding and Future Aid.
Let's build a world where women and men lead side by side, where every voice matters, and where we turn our collective knowledge into something powerful enough to build a better, more compassionate, and more united future.
Boards are evolving also the standards which are in terms of the global benchmarks. And innovation, projection, and also the transparency, which is essential for these companies, is taking a new leaf.
Day 2 continued with insightful sessions featuring our distinguished speakers and case study presentations from award-winning organizations on business excellence, quality, training, and innovative products and services.
Leadership in the era of sanctions and trade barriers, developing supply chain models and market entry strategies is extremely important to navigate the protectionist policies and shifting regulatory regimes.
To benchmark and institutionalize this pursuit, we need structural frameworks for business excellence. Across the board, models such as EFQM Excellence Model and the Baldrige criteria have offered guidance. These models emphasize not only strategic alignment and customer orientation, but also innovation, learning, and results.
We don't generate profit, we generate surplus. It's just 0.5% of our turnover. The rest all plows back down to the primary agriculture cooperative society and to the farmers.
So when it comes to cybersecurity, you need to understand that it is a board issue, it's a governance issue, it is not just operational. So as a board, it's very crucial that you look at it from the perspective of how do I protect the company? How do I protect the shareholders? How do I ensure that the data is not going out? And how do I ensure that this is not impacting the overall reputation of the organization?
Keep some of your focus on procurement as a profit driver. To assist in reaching this goal, engineer cost optimization through innovation. Procurement isn't just about negotiating prices, it's about identifying value. AI-powered tools like those Evo provides analyze spending patterns to uncover hidden savings. For example, consolidating suppliers, sourcing new suppliers, and optimizing contracts.
What we see is when we go into companies and do AI transformations, everybody wants to do the glamorous POCs. Ooh, chatbot, ooh, this, ooh, that. They look very nice, everybody loves them. But one of the things that when we work with boards, we ask them very simply, is this improving the business? Is this increasing revenue, reducing costs? The good news about the new AI, particularly in the last 6 months to 1 year, you can do that.
One of our line items that's required in this vision document is actually impact. And I think that impact and that purpose combination with the profitability, actually what we've seen is it drives a culture where everyone is focused not just on delivering numbers, but ensuring ESG, ensuring that we are compliant. And more than anything, I think it drives a purpose not just for the company, but it actually drives a purpose for the team as well.
A forward-thinking board prioritizes sustainability as the cornerstone by aligning strategy with future market demands. This means anticipating mega trends such as climate action, digital disruption, shifting consumer values, and embedding these into business models.
Building on the engaging conversations from the first 2 days, the convention convened at the Consulate General of India, Dubai, to explore Indo-UAE investment and trade prospects, where the inaugural address was delivered by His Excellency Satish Kumar Sivan, IFS Consul General of India to Dubai. The final day took place in Abu Dhabi, where the Abu Dhabi School of Management hosted the Institute of Directors, IOD, for a meaningful discussion on emerging technologies, the transformative role in business investments, governance, and entrepreneurship. The event has established a lasting legacy as one of the premier platforms for dialogue on business trade and investments, fostering valuable cross-border learnings between the UAE and India. By bringing together leaders, policymakers, and innovators, it has reinforced the strategic partnership between the two nations and set a benchmark for future collaboration.
Proudly say, Dubai is not just a destination, it is our second home. So ladies and gentlemen, the future begins here. Thank you, Jai Hind, Shukran, Dhanyabad, Namaste.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us on the long form story. Starting tonight, every Saturday at 9 p.m., we at Republic TV and the Republic Media Network will bring you 3 major stories from the week. Shaped through field reporting, lived experiences, hard-earned facts, deep journalistic perspective, and editorial rigor. This show is not about opinion, it's about what's unfolding on the ground. The stories that deserve time, space, and depth. And on the long-form story tonight, we go inside Operation Black Forest. Raw footage of how India conducted the largest ever operation against Maoists, and for the first time on television, we have those pictures. We're getting you inside the lives of Pakistan's spies, the enemies within who were on Pakistan's payroll, raw reporting on who they are, where they came from, and the real story of Pakistan's internal war. The deadliest week for Pakistan as it faces over 100 attacks this week. Let's get started. In the heart of Chhattisgarh's Red Corridor, India's biggest and boldest anti-Maoist strike began on the 21st of April. Operation Black Forest continued alongside Operation Sindoor and went mostly unnoticed until this week. In 24 days, our CRPF bravehearts stormed the Kareguttalu Hills, the fortified headquarters of the Maoist commander Basavaraju. 31 Maoist terrorists have been killed this week alone. 450 IEDs defused. Jungle hideouts, bunkers, weapon factories destroyed. This wasn't just a counter-insurgency operation, it was a message. From daring cave assaults to ending a decades-long reign of terror, our long-form story tonight takes you deep into the mission that broke the Maoist spine. On the Western Front, well, our forces stood tall against the terror nation across the border.
देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी
जी भाना मरकज दे विच होए ने 4 सारा तबाह हो गई मरकज हाँ जी
Hitting enemy targets where it hurts. Under Operation Sindoor,
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है.
Our CRPF jawans were involved in one of the biggest operations in recent times.
to secure India internally. Operation Black Forest.
दिख रहा है सर।
Deep within the rugged terrains of South Chhattisgarh, Kuraguttaru Hill rose not just as a geographic landmark, but as the nerve center of Maoist insurgency. For decades, it served as the fortified headquarters of the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army's dreaded Battalion 1, a place where the DKSZC, TSC, and CRC converged under one command. The Karigutta Hills span the southwestern reaches of Bijapur district in South Bastar, Chhattisgarh.
Well, that's right. If you see, we are in Bijapur's Korigutta Hills area. Behind me, you can see the visuals of that hill area. I would like to request my VJ to pan and show you the visuals of that hills. Here you can see where two-phase operation was on till few days back. What we have seen that in Korigutta area, operation which was named as the Black Forest was organized by the CRPF in a joint operation with the Chhattisgarh police, in which massive success was basically obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
Extending into the remote borderlands of Telangana. For decades, these dense forests have concealed a shadow war. But on the night of April 21st, the CRPF launched one of India's most audacious missions, Operation Black Forest.
नहीं सर, कमांडोज आपकी रिपोर्टिंग के लिए हाजिर शिमाल। नहीं सर, मैं आज बहुत अच्छा महसूस कर रहा हूँ कि हमारे पुलिस के जो योद्धा हैं उनके साथ आज मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ। जैसा कि मैंने आगे भी कई बार बोला, अब वो समय आ गया है कि हमें अपने देश के सामने जितनी भी भिन्न प्रकार की आतंकवादी गतिविधियाँ हैं उनको समाप्त करना है।
Dismantling a Maoist stronghold in the heart of the jungle. Meticulously planned over several months, the CRPF, in coordination with the Special Task Force and District Reserve Guard, struck at the nerve center of Maoist operations. The Kariguttalu Hills, home to over 250 cave formations. What you're seeing are the very cave complexes used as hideouts by Maoist terrorist Basavaraju. While the nation was glued to Operation Sindoor, our forces silently executed India's most decisive anti-Maoist operation, destroying 52 Maoist dump sites, 152 bunkers and 12 hideouts.
उसको फिर जमा करने काम नहीं करेगा।
कहाँ जमा करेगा उसको? यहाँ पूरा करो, एक जन वीडियो करो, ठीक है?
It doesn't end there. Over 24 days, security forces neutralized 31 Maoists and dismantled 4 underground weapons factories.
मोटर की तरफ इस तरफ फेंक दो पहले। जो एरिया सैनिटाइज नहीं है उस एरिया में नहीं जाना है, समझ गए? इसके ऊपर डाल दो। और तुम्हारे कदम के 2 कदम आगे आईडी लगा हुआ है, उसका भी ध्यान देना। मुझे लगना उसको उसका बुझ जाएगा। वहाँ तक मैं पेट्रोल डाला।
Delivering a crippling blow to the Maoist insurgency.
मेरे को दिखाना फोटो खींच के इसके बाद कार्रवाई कर। यार बुलाओ फटाफट फोटो ले थाने। टीम को भी बुलाना होगा।
Navigating through 450 IEDs and surviving 15 explosions, the forces discovered weapon manufacturing units, producing IEDs and barrel grenade launchers deep within the jungle. Operation Black Forest was just the beginning. The elimination of Basavaraju, the highest ranking Maoist terrorist neutralized in over 3 decades, marks a major turning point in India's battle against left-wing extremism.
The southern belt, which is of the Bastar division, in that Bastar division where 7 districts include Kondagaon. If you talk about in Kondagaon, there was another operation which was being held few days back. So at this point in time, there are 3 different operations of our security forces which is going on. Here you can see behind me the Karuguta Hills area where the operation of our security forces is still on with the Maoists.
In 2010, 76 CRPF personnel were ambushed and killed in Dantewada, a dark chapter in India's counter-insurgency history. This week, that massacre was avenged. Chhattisgarh Special Forces neutralized the mastermind behind the Dantewada attack, closing a 14-year-long pursuit for justice. Operation Black Forest was not just a mission. It was a message, a declaration that the era of fear is over. In the heart of the Red Corridor, the forest is silent, but the silence now belongs to peace, not fear. This was not just a battle for territory. It was a battle for the soul of a nation, and the nation has spoken.
And joining me on the show this evening is Mr. P. Sundarraj. He's the IG of Bastar. First of all, Mr. Sundarraj, congratulations on Operation Black Forest. But I want to start by asking you, is the operation over?
Thank you very much for having me over the program. So last couple of months have been very decisive for not only Bastar region, for the entire LW affected regions in the country. The last 30 days, we have 2 major operations. One was along Chhattisgarh-Telangana interstate border area, the Operation Black Forest, which covered the Karagutulu hills of Bijapur district. During this operation, we have recovered more than 31 Naxal dead bodies in various encounters, and we have demolished various Naxal hideouts, particularly 4 Naxal indigenous factories, which they used to fabricate local IEDs, local BGL shells, and other weapons, which they used to arm the security forces. Not only the security forces, but also the native population. Many innocent civilians, they got killed because of the IEDs being planted by the Naxals. So this Koragutul Hill operations was a very decisive one. After that, in the Abujmat jungles, on 21st of May, we had another very crucial operation. During this operation, DRG teams, they neutralized CPI Maoist General Secretary, who is the #1 top Maoist cadre in the entire country. He carries more than 3 crores booty over his head, and he was instrumental in various hundreds and hundreds of violent incidents throughout the country. So our security forces, they could neutralize the top Maoist rank in the country, and with the end of Basavaraju, we are certain that this Maoist formation is coming to an end, and it has no future. And other Maoist cadres, they're fleeing away from their Maoist camps, and they're coming in large number to surrender before the state. And we are seeing an end to this 6-decade-old long Naxal menace.
Congratulations on eliminating Basavaraj, Mr. Sundarraj. But How many more Maoist cadres remain in this region? Because we had some numbers that came in earlier today. How many more Maoists remain?
The Maoist organization, it is breathing its last. If you see like the Maoist formation have like top cadres in the form of Central Committee members and Politburo members. Among these 20 Central Committee and Politburo members, the last 3 to 4 years, more than half of them, they have been neutralized in various exchange of fire, and they have been arrested. Few of them, they got surrendered. To name few of them, the CPM Maoist General Secretary Basavaraju, alias B.R. Dada, alias Ganganna, he has been neutralized by the security forces in the Abujamar jungle on 21st of May. And before that, in January 2025, another Central Committee member, Chalpadi, he got neutralized in Chhattisgarh, Garhwal district. Earlier, CPM Maoist Central Committee member Deepak Tel Tumde, his dead body has been recovered. And in the last couple of years, 4 Central Committee members, they died in Bastar region because of other various reasons, like those names included Ramanna, Ramkrishna, Haribhushan, Kadkam Sudarshan. And the number 2 in the Maoist formation, Prashant Bose, he got arrested in Jharkhand area along with his wife, Sheila Marandi, who herself is a Central Committee member. That way, like the last few years, like more than half of the Central Committee members, they have been either neutralized in various operations, or they have been arrested, or they have surrendered. So the Maoist formation is depleted in strength. In the lower level formation, hundreds and hundreds of Maoist cadres, they have fled away from the Maoist hideouts. They have surrendered before the state, not only in Bastar, in the other parts of the country also. Large number of Maoist cadres, they have come forward to shun violence and join the national mainstream. So this Maoist organization, they're shrinking both in the numbers as well as in the area of influence. So now only very handful of regular armed Maoist cadres are left in the LW affected areas of the country. And we are hopeful of bringing this menace to a logical end very soon than expected.
My final question to you, Mr. Sundar Raj. What is your message to those people, and there are some political parties who say, don't kill Maoists, talk to them? What is your response to these politicians?
Whatever action be taken in the anti-Naxal front, it is within the frame of the Constitution. It is within the frame of all the legal instructions, legal framework, the law of the country. So whenever we go out for an operation, that is our fundamental duty to protect the lives and properties of the native population. For that purpose, we go out for search operations. It is only when the Naxals, they fire upon the security forces or they target the security forces, then we retaliate in self-defense. So still, right now, Maoists have an option to shun violence and come forward, surrender before the state, then they can join the mainstream. But if they decide to carry arms in the jungle to target the security forces or to target innocent civilians, the last so many years, more than 2,000 innocent civilians, they got killed because of the CPM Maoist violent activities. More than 1,400 of our Jawans, they have made their supreme sacrifice because of the Naxal incidents. So someone decides to carry weapon, to carry ID in the jungle and target the security forces and the innocent civilians, then law will take its own course. But still, the Maoists have an option, whether it's a Central Committee member or it is a Divisional Committee member or even a militia cadre, the grassroots level functioning of the Maoist cadres, they have an option to come forward and surrender before the state. We never intend to harm anyone. If they come, we welcome them, we rehabilitate them, and we make them part of the mainstream for peace and progress of this region. So whatever action is being taken, it is well within the legal and constitutional framework. And I would like to mention the commitment of the security forces here, the DRG, Bastar fighters, STF, Central Paramilitary Forces like CRPF, BSF, ITBP, SSB, Cobra, Chhattisgarh Armed Force. They are all very committed to bring an end to this decades-long Naxal menace. And they are committed to give a new identity to Bastar region, a positive identity. Even the local native populations, they want a new and positive identity for the region. So we are hopeful of achieving this target. Both Government of India as well as the state government, they are very committed to bring in peace and prosperity to Bastar region. And we are hopeful of achieving this target very sooner than expected.
Mr. Sundar Raj, a big salute to all the forces who are behind this operation and who've been battling Maoist terrorists for so many decades now. Thank you, sir, for joining us and for your service. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the hard work of the security personnel like DRG, Bastar Fighter, SDF, and other all paramilitary forces who are committed for this cause, and their morale is right now very high. And I would like to appreciate the efforts of the native population also. They want an end to this Naxal menace, which is nothing but a mindless violent organization, a mindless violent group of cadres, and their numbers are counted, and we are very sure like within another few days we can see the end of this Naxal organization, and we can have a peaceful and prosperous Bastar very soon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and Jai Hind. Thank you very much. From the sacred ghats of Varanasi to the power corridors of Delhi, a silent betrayal has been unfolding. As our forces pummeled Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, one man roamed the heart of Bharat, quietly photographing temples, ghats, prayer sites. His name, Muhammad Tufail. His mission, espionage. He was allegedly recruited by Pakistan's ISI. He walked the streets while feeding coordinates to the enemy. But now his masquerade has ended. Republic unmasks the spy next door. A sari shop worker by day, a messenger of Ghazwa-e-Hind by design. Our long form takes you into the life of this Pakistani spy.
The center of political power since 50 BC, the capital of India, the seat of its government and the residence of the Supreme Commander of Bharat's forces. A sinister undercover traitor, bred and fed in this land, roams the streets of Varanasi and Delhi as Operation Sindoor pummels Pakistan. His job is to surreptitiously survey key landmarks where Indians gather to pray and then pass them on to his ISI handlers in Pakistan.
We are standing here inside the Jama Masjid. Jama Masjid has in total 8 gates. However, it invites visitors via 3 main gates. Gate number 1, gate number 2 and gate number 3. And we have entered inside the Jama Masjid using gate number 1. Now we talk about the security here. The security is fortress tight. Hundreds of CCTV cameras sweep the grounds. Police patrol the perimeter and metal detectors guard each entrance. Now, inside this Jama Masjid is a courtyard that can hold up to more than 25,000 worshippers who come here on a daily basis to offer their prayers. And this made one of the most vulnerable points to be pictured by Tufail. This is the way where you can get inside that courtyard. Tufail, a master of deception, posed as a devotee, his phone snapping critical vantage point, the 40-meter minarets offering panoramic views of Delhi's defences, the prayer halls, arched entrances revealing crowd flow. And these images shared with his Pakistani contacts could map the mosque's weak points for chaos.
This is a very serious matter, insidious to say the least, and must compliment the UP ATS for arresting Mohammad Tufail and others. When I say others, it will include Shahzad and Mohammad Harun as well. The incriminating material that has been recovered in a very short span of time. His communication with 600 plus people in Pakistan, and one of them happens to be the wife of an army officer. Then his collection of extremely sensitive material and also critical infrastructure. Among the sensitive, it will be the Gyan Bapi area, as also the Ram Ghat and the other sensitive areas like the Shashwamedh Ghat and the places of pilgrimage.
The Uttar Pradesh anti-terror squad picked Mohammad Tufail up from Varanasi's downtown Doshipura area.
एटीएस ने वाराणसी से तुफैल को गिरफ्तार किया है। दरअसल 2 दिन पहले वाराणसी में ये तुफैल का घर है। इस घर पर एटीएस की टीम पहुंचती है। उस दौरान तुफैल यहाँ मौजूद नहीं था। एटीएस की टीम उसके परिजनों से पूछताछ करती है। तुफैल के एक भाई ने हमें पूरी कहानी बताई। पूछताछ के दौरान भी तुफैल यहाँ मौजूद नहीं होता है, जिसके 2 दिन बाद तुफैल यहाँ वापस आता है और एटीएस की टीम उसे लेकर यहाँ से जाती है।
कल रात को हमें मालूम हुआ था कि उसकी गिरफ्तारी के बारे में, उसके पहले हमें मालूम नहीं था। ठीक है, उसके 2 दिन पहले एटीएस वाले आए थे, उसको उनके हवाले कर दिया गया था। वो बाहर था, घर पे नहीं था जब वो आए थे।
पहले एटीएस वाले आए थे, आप लोगों से बात करके गए थे? क्या बताया था एटीएस वाले?
बताया कुछ नहीं थे। बताया थे कि इनके जो है सोशल मीडिया पे कुछ लिंक मिल रहे हैं, तो उनकी जाँच करनी है। ठीक है, हम लोगों ने कहा ठीक है, आप ले जाइए, जाँच करिए। अगर ऐसा कुछ पाया जाता है तो जो कार्रवाई होगी वो कार्रवाई करिएगा।
What was Tufail's purpose behind these reconnaissance missions? A medieval utopia. Ghazwa-e-Hind, say the investigators.
The purpose in one line would be waging war against the state, espionage, and giving sensitive material to an enemy rogue state that is Pakistan. Make no mistake about it, Ghazwa-e-Hind happens to be the topmost priority of Mohammad Tufail. So I would say that he was connecting this material to enemy hand so that India could be bled by 1,000 cuts, as is their game plan, and also to have a feel of the vulnerable areas where they could possibly attack with maximum advantage.
अरे उनके घर के हमारे 4 मकान बाद ही हमारा मकान है। 10-15 साल से तो यहीं पे वो रहता है और मोहल्ले में मतलब हम लोगों के सामने तो कोई ऐसी बात नहीं होता था, लेकिन ये उसमें संगीन वो था, बराबर ही बाहरी लोग आते थे, बाहरी लोग ले जाते थे।
क्या वो लोग आते थे, क्या बातचीत किया करते थे आप लोग? तो बड़ों
ये सब तो भैया हम लोग के सामने तो वो बात करेंगे नहीं। कल से तो हम लोग एकदम सन्न रह गए कि बताइए हम लोग के घर के पास में ही ऐसा हो रहा है। अगर कहीं बाहर होता तो बात भी ये हुआ है, हम लोग के घर के एकदम जस्ट बगल में ही ऐसा हो रहा है।
अच्छा, कितना भीड़ आती थी उसके घर पर कि इक्का-दुक्का लोग आते थे?
हाँ, बराबर आती थी। 10 आदमी 20 आदमी बराबर आते थे।
मोदी जी सांसद हैं आपके, क्या उनसे कहिएगा सुरक्षा के लिए क्या अपेक्षा करिएगा?
एकदम यही कहेंगे कि भैया यहाँ के घर के दुश्मनों से बचाइए। यहाँ पे टोटल ज़्यादातर आदमी गजवा-ए-हिंद में लगे हुए हैं और उसको अंजाम देने के लिए एकदम ये लोग तुले हुए हैं।
45-year-old Tufail is a salesman in a small shop selling the famous Banarsi saris in Doshipura.
वाराणसी के उसी घर पर हम मौजूद हैं जहां तुफैल रहते हैं। तुफैल के ऊपर पाकिस्तान के लिए जासूसी का आरोप है। ये तुफैल का घर है। तो इस घर के बाहर ही ये एक बोर्ड लगा हुआ है जिस पर हिंद सिल्क क्रिएशंस लिखा हुआ है। ये वो दुकान है जिसमें तुफैल अपने भाइयों के संग रहा करते थे, अपने भाइयों के संग काम किया करते थे, साड़ियाँ बेचा करते थे। तुफैल की गतिविधियाँ हमेशा से संदिग्ध स्थानीय लोगों का कहना रही हैं। उनके परिजन भी कह रहे हैं कि वो हमेशा अपने मोबाइल में ही डूबे रहते थे, मोबाइल का इस्तेमाल करते थे, पर मोबाइल में वो किससे बात कर रहे थे ये तमाम जानकारी सामने कभी आई नहीं।
Tufail used to be in touch with a Pakistani army officer's wife on WhatsApp, passing on the key details and pictures of the places he was asked to recce. He wanted to avenge Babri Masjid, the UP police says.
A supposed feeling of being persecuted. What Babri Masjid is history. Babri Masjid in itself, let us not go into a different debate. But the Supreme Court has given a verdict on the entire matter. And as law-abiding Indians, it's everybody's job to respect whatever the finding and the judgment has been given by the Honorable Supreme Court. And anyone who feels otherwise has no place in India or who does not respect the Constitution of India. Those who feel Ghazwa Hind as the first priority have no place in India.
इसकी बैकग्राउंड स्टोरी की अगर बात करें तो तमाम स्थानीय लोगों का ऐसा कहना है कि वो ज्यादा लोगों से बातचीत नहीं करता था, अपने फोन में ही मशगूल रहता था। परिजन भी ऐसा कह रहे हैं कि वो फोन ही चलाया करता था। फोन में वो किससे क्या बात करता था ये जानकारी परिजनों को भी नहीं है, स्थानीय लोगों को भी नहीं है। उसके फोन से तमाम ऐसे विजुअल्स मिले हैं जिसमें गजवाए हिंद से जुड़ी जानकारियां शेयर की जा रही हैं। तमाम पाकिस्तान से जुड़े हैंडलर्स के वो संपर्क में है। पाकिस्तान के इन हैंडलर्स से वो जानकारी लेकर स्थानीय वाराणसी के तमाम व्हाट्सएप ग्रुपों पे उन जानकारियों को फॉरवर्ड करने का काम वो किया करता था। इसके अलावा एटीएस ने जो जानकारी दी है उसके पास कॉन्टेक्ट्स तमाम पाकिस्तान से जुड़े हुए लोगों के हैं। इसके अलावा वो पाकिस्तान के कुछ महिलाओं से भी संपर्क में है जिनके डायरेक्ट कनेक्शन वहाँ की सेना के जुड़े लोगों से है।
About 4 kilometers from Doshipura, some of Varanasi's ghats were also Tufai's targets. Known to many as the Khirkiya Ghat of old, in 2019, Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched its renovation. Today, tourists from across the country and the world watch dawn break over Varanasi from here. Tufail is now being interrogated by Uttar Pradesh's ATS.
So this catch of Mohammed Tufail is a major catch, and I would certainly say that a very deep probe would be required. With 14 days of police remand, I would feel that yes, the sister agencies could come together and have a structured interrogation and follow-up.
Was Tufail a lone ranger? From the number of Pakistani spies that the police and agencies are netting every day, it seems like a very intricate syndicate of Mir Jafars from across India. Irrespective of language, religion, they were selling national interest off for a few pennies.
And Republic will keep unmasking these traitors and bringing them before you, the viewer. Watch out for our coverage all of next week. Let me introduce Vikram Singh, former UP DGP, joining us on the show this evening. Mr. Singh, how many such spies live among us in your experience?
Very difficult question to answer. I would say that immediately after Operation Sindoor, 14 arrests from 4 states. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You can add a couple of zeros beyond that and much, much more than that. It is something that has happened when there was absolutely proactive efforts made by the intelligence agencies right across the country. And as in your opening remarks said, cutting across all language and community barriers, it cuts across all faiths. And we have people, we will go into that later. But yes, the number of people who have been arrested for espionage is indeed shocking, to say the least. But as the probe progresses, you can rest assured that an incisive probe would lead to further arrests, recoveries, and sensational recoveries. You can see that this man, Mohammed Tufail himself, 45-year-old, and looks to be a simpleton, but he's anything but simple. He is very much a snake in the grass, and 600 contacts in Pakistan, and then having contacts indirectly with their wives to the army officers, and then capturing, you know what? Capturing those specific areas, Rajghat, Gyanbapi area, the masjid area, and such sensitive areas, the critical infrastructure, the same areas that were targeted by Jyoti Malhotra also. It is not that they were, therefore the dots seem to be adding up together to give you a complete picture. All these were handled and targeted and given the task to pick up sensitive areas so that during the time of need, the sleeper cells could be activated and then these vulnerable areas could be attacked. Therefore, the insidious plot has been uncovered and the snakes in the grass have been not only been identified, but defanged, to say the least. Now that these people are in police custody, a 14-day police remand subjected to lie detector test, follow-up, and also a close forensic analysis of their gadgets and also the forensic examination of their bank accounts, their receipts, their expenditure, and the travel details would reveal so much that I think the intelligence agencies will have to have worked round the clock and put their best foot forward to uncover the insidious designs of the likes of Danish, the Pakistan embassy, and the deep state that ISI is.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us on the show this evening. And on to our third story on the show. It's a story that pro-Pakistan, that are mostly pro-Pakistan Western media, has ignored. But this development could redraw Pakistan's map. Tonight, we take you deep inside Pakistan's war within, where forgotten and exploited regions have declared an all-out war against the Pakistani state. They're armed with conviction, modern weaponry, chilling precision. The Baloch rebels are striking harder and louder than ever before, and they're being joined by many more within Pakistan. Hijacked trains, IED ambushes, coordinated raids, all caught on camera. This is no longer a silent struggle, it's a war unfolding in real time, and it's not just Balochistan. From Sindh to the Torkham border, the fault lines have widened in the last 1 week. What you're about to see is unfiltered, and it's unfolding in real time. Our long-form story on Pakistan's deadliest week.
वैनो द जंग नना दा जो अंदोनो हालत से बसुने की नने सख्त फैसला इफोई तमिंगटिए ऐनो नना वरनाक दा गिड़ा की तैयार मसुनो और ऐनो नना वरना दा समझेंगे ठीक है नने बगैर दा फैसला आतेन मुनाइनिंग के पेनी चुका सरसफ उड़ा तूब का दारगा पतूब के ज़रूरत है और तूब के गुआंक नवान दे अबरो पुजी मरोशी बलोच वरनात का ई अंदा फैसला कुतंगा कि आवती सरुसा परवान कना दुश्मन सर रवा ई दी हालत ये वजह जोड़ भी थी मर्शी के हस्ते अगर पिसे वती बच्चा देम दिया गया अमा अंदा या पिसे वती बच्चा यला दिया गया रवा गया वती दूध से चुका यला दिया गया पवती काजा रवा गया कुर्बान भी गया ये कुर्बानी पदी तक कि अमा मकसद हस्ते अमा मकसद के हस्ते बाज मुकद्दस है अमा मकसद जुआनिया सरपत भी है और अमा मकसद हिफाजत करनगी है अमा मकसद आपा जोत करनगी है.
Their future snatched, their children abducted, their women murdered. Balochistan's uprising against Pakistan is in a decisive stage.
कुर्बान माले कुर्बान मार कुर्बान मार देख लो नहीं मारेंगे रेलाई देख की संगत में कुमेरा इसे कुर्बान होना और रेलाई देख की संगत में कुमेरा के जन्म देगा ये क्लियर है बीच में से तमु के बामु आपको कह दाद दाख फौजी इधर से तो पद करता हूं ये इनको छोड़ तो पद करता हूं फौजियों ये शेंग वो ये शेंग पद करता हूं
Tactics have changed. The Baloch rebels are better armed, more technologically equipped. Edgy videos like this one of the Jafar Express attack, 34 minutes 15 seconds, published in their entirety in the last 1 week. The aim is to strike fear in the Pakistan army.
दुनिया के अंदर बलोच के सच को दबा दिया जा रहा है कि बलोच उस स्टेट तक पहुंच चुका है कि अपनी दुश्मन को पहचान चुका है कि दुश्मन मेरी कौन है. दुश्मन और सिर्फ GHQ रावलपिंडी और पंजाब है.
As India struck 12 air bases in Pakistan on the 9th of May in Operation Sindoor, Baloch rebels had taken control of highways, AK-47s in their hand, the flag of a free Balochistan around their shoulders as they made strategic gains in Panjgur.
When it
comes to the Baloch, the Punjabi Muslim army has a visceral hatred for the Baloch. And that hatred is reciprocated by the Baloch with the Punjabi Muslim. Because the Baloch sees the Punjabi Muslim as an exploiter, as somebody who's a crook, as somebody who has tortured them, somebody who has grabbed their resources, all of that. So it's that visceral hatred which they share for the Punjabi Muslim, I think is reciprocated from both sides, right? So you need to look at how the Pakistani Punjabi Muslim army looks at the Taliban and how they look at the Baloch. Now, the same army looks at the Sindhi somewhat differently. The Sindhi they see as somebody who can very easily be bullied.
14 Pakistani soldiers were eliminated in this strike alone. Reduced to target practice for raining atrocities on the people of Balochistan. This attack was carried out on the 15th of May. Meticulously planned to target a Pakistan armoured vehicle. From planting of the IED to the execution, the Baloch rebels have it on tape. Balochistan accounts for 64% of Pakistan's landmass. It's a gold mine for rare earth minerals. China has an interest in this region, and that's why anyone who speaks against the exploitation simply disappears.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं फातिमा बलोच। कल रात 2:30 बजे मेरे भाई अहमद बलोच को उठा के ले गए। हमारे घर के सामने 40-50 गाड़ियां खड़े हुए थे और 40-50 बंदे थे। जब हम लोग वहाँ पर गए, हम लोगों ने देखा कि क्या हो रहा है। मेरे अम्मी रो रही थी। अम्मी ने मेरे भाई को अपने गले लगा कर पकड़ा हुआ था कि मेरे बेटे ने क्या गुनाह किया है, क्या उसको लेकर जा रहे हो। फिर उसने बोला ये लोग सर नहीं मानेंगे।
800 kilometers away in Sindhu Desh, there's an uprising. A Pakistan minister's home has been torched. Pakistan army tanks have rolled onto the streets.
So yes, there is a Sindhu Desh movement. It's not a very big movement, at least from what is available in the public domain. What we can make out is it's not a huge movement, but what they have started doing is that recently when the BRAS, the Baloch Raji Sanghi Muchi, when these guys set up the brass, they announced that there were 5 groups which were part of this brass thing, which was going to unleash a new wave of attacks in Pakistan. That included the Sindhu Desh movement. So in a sense, they are making common cause with the Baloch. It's a small movement, but they're making common cause, and that kind of gives them a kind of a force multiplier effect.
ये ॾिसो दोस्तों, ही पुलिस सरेआम शेलिंग करी रही आहे ऐं ही शहीद मर पियो आहे जंहिं ते पुलिस सरेआम शेलिंग करे पई। ही तव्हां ॾिसी सघो था सरेआम पुलिस जा अटियाला केतिरी पुलिस आयल आहे। ही तव्हां ॾिसी सघो था केतिरी पुलिस आयल आहे। ही ॾिसो केतिरी पुलिस आयल आहे। ही तव्हां ॾिसी सघो था। और ते अचो ये तो आने से सको था आई सारे आम आंसू गैस आई शेलिंग कई हुई है
1,400 kilometers from Sindh, there's an uneasy calm at the Torkham border at the Durand line. The ceasefire here has lasted 2 months so far, and Pakistan is sending the Afghans back.
जहां मैं खड़ा हूँ ये तोरखम प्लेस से जो ड्यूरल लाइन के नज़दीक जो अफगानिस्तान पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर है पाकिस्तान से हज़ारों अफगान रिफ्यूजी माजिद हर रोज़ ज़बरदस्ती निकलता है और ये लोग जब पोर्ट हो रहा है तो तोरखम गेट से इधर आता है जहाँ मैं खड़ा हूँ ये रिफ्यूजी कैंप है जो तालिबान गवर्नमेंट ने महाजिरीन और रिफ्यूजीज के लिए बनाया उनकी फैमिली के लिए यहाँ सारे वो चीज़ें जो लोगों से हेल्प करता है अस्पताल इधर है और खाने पीने का इंतजाम इधर हो रहा है हज़ारों जो अर्जेंट खैमा लगा हुआ है ये आप जो तस्वीर में देख रहे हैं सब ये अफगान रिफ्यूजीज के लिए लेकिन ये रिफ्यूजीज से जब हमारा बात हुई इन्होंने कहा कि इनको ज़बरदस्ती निकलवाए इनका सारी चीज़ें पाकिस्तान में रह गए इनका घर का सब सामान पाकिस्तान में रह गए इनका जो दुकानें शॉप्स वगैरह ये सब चीज़ें उधर रह गए और ये लोग ज़बरदस्ती अफगानिस्तान निकलवाए
Some estimate that nearly 3 million Afghans have returned since 2023. Pakistan simply doesn't trust them.
ये जलालाबाद सिरका तोरखम बाजार ड्यूरल लाइन पे वो जगह है जो अफगान तालिबान ने रिफ्यूजी के लिए कैंप बनाया हुआ है अभी मैं ये बॉर्डर लाइन पे हूँ 2-3 किलोमीटर आगे बॉर्डर लाइन है और इधर ये जो आप देख रहे हैं जो हज़ारों की तादाद में अफगान माजरीन जो ज़बरदस्ती पाकिस्तान से निकलता है तो ये लोग ये कैंप में रहता है इधर इनके लिए खैमा लगा हुआ है ये लोग खाने पीने के बड़ा मुश्किल में और ये लोग अपनी फैमिली के साथ सबका चीज़ें को छोड़ कर आए इनके सामान के घर के सामान इनका फ़ोन इनका जेवरात भी रह गया है लेकिन ये लोग को ज़बरदस्ती निकलवाया है और ये लोग अभी इधर ये इस कैंप में रहता है
As Afghanistan keeps the Durand line warm, Iran is watching closely. India is prepared on the eastern border. Balochistan is fighting to the finish. Sindhu Desh is rising. It's game on.
Tilak Devasher, former member National Security Advisory Board, joining us on the long form story this evening. Mr. Devasher, do you think Pakistan can survive this? Over 100 attacks as per reports in 7 days alone.
Good evening. It's a very difficult question to answer because it is as yet, hypothetical. The Pakistan army, if can militarily survive, all these groups, whether it's the TTP, whether it's the BLA or the Sindhu Desh Revolutionary Army, militarily, the Pakistan army can outgun them. Militarily, the Pakistan army has got access to artillery as well as air power, which these groups don't have. They have now got much better small arms, but they do not have the wherewithal of armies, artillery, and air power. But the point is not military alone. You see, any country, the unity of any country, is based basically on the trust that the people have in the federation, have in the government. In 3 out of 4 provinces in Pakistan, which is the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, and Sindh, that trust has been greatly eroded. It is almost totally eroded in Balochistan. It's eroded to a great deal in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and it is eroding in Sindh too. So I think if you rephrase your question differently, militarily, Pakistan army can outgun these groups, but politically, they may not be able to do so.
How difficult will it be for Pakistan's internal security situation?
Certainly, they've taken a hit. I mean, everybody has been looked at the 4 days exchanges and how India secured a decisive victory in the air. So it is a big setback for Pakistan's prestige, and it will embolden all these groups that, Pakistan Army is vulnerable. It's not all that big a professional force that they made it out to be. And we can certainly get the better of the Pakistan Army on the ground ourselves. So it's going to be, plus the demoralizing effect on the Pakistan Army itself, on these exchanges with India. So I think this is going to be an important factor going ahead.
Mr. Tilak Devasher, thank you for joining us on the long-form story this evening. That's it on this Saturday edition of the long-form story. Headlines continue here on Republic TV. Thanks for watching.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just carry the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines.
On Prime Time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism.
Delighted to be part of this nationalist collective. It is being part of consciousness. It is not like being a member, paying subscription and things like that. That you are part of the larger idea of India, Indian consciousness, and you register yourself in some way. It can be through a next platform which you can create, by which millions should join this movement. So there is a huge scope for it, and Republic has the wherewithal and the infrastructure to do it, and the idea which Arnab expounded is very powerful. It aligns with the philosophy of Republic, so I am happy to be part of this.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts.
From Operation Sindoor to Operation Black Forest, we decode how Indian forces are wiping out terror. The first visit since Operation Sindoor. Why Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, is heading to Moscow. Also, we help you understand the star performer of Operation Sindoor, India's indigenous air defense system, the Akash Tir. And also ground reports from the LOC and border. All that and more on Forces First with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, a very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The Prime Minister is holding a day-long meeting with all the NDA Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers. We'll get you what's on focus in that particular meeting after a quick check on the headlines. A day after Niti Aayog meeting, Prime Minister Modi holds a key meeting with Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers of states led by NDA.
सिंदूर के दौरान हमारी सेनाओं ने जो पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसने हर हिंदुस्तानी का सिर ऊंचा कर दिया है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his first Mann Ki Baat address post-Operation Sindoor lauded our security forces for destroying Pakistan's terror bases.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. COVID-19 cases continue to rise across India. 2 deaths reported in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Patients with comorbidities under extra care. Won't be silenced by terrorism. All-party delegation takes forward India's message of zero tolerance against terror. First up, viewers, a day after the crucial Niti Aayog meeting, another key meeting is currently underway. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding a day-long conclave with NDA Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers. Operation Sindoor and good governance are on agenda, and the top leaders will also deliberate upon the forthcoming events like the first anniversary of Modi government in its third term, a decade of International Yoga Day, and the 50th anniversary of emergency. These are the topics that are currently being discussed during the day-long meeting with the Prime Minister. Riyanka is joining us live. Riyanka, we get to understand that there are several items on the list of agenda today. First will be a decade of International Yoga Day, then the 50th anniversary of emergency, and also the first anniversary of Modi 3.0. Tell us about what's happening.
Well, Deepak, a very, very crucial meeting between the Prime Minister as well as the Chief Ministers of nearly 20 states and 18 Deputy Chief Ministers who are currently at this particular meeting, which is being held in the national capital. And not just the Chief Ministers, but BJP top brass, including Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, as well as BJP President JP Nadda, are all in attendance in this particular meeting. Like I earlier mentioned also, the major focus of this meeting is good governance, and also if we talk about the resolutions that include, talking about Operation Sindoor, this is one of the briefs that is being given to the Chief Ministers as well as the states, Deputy Chief Ministers from the side of the Prime Minister about the success of Operation Sindoor, as well as how the state as well as the centre can together come forward and work against these security concerns, these security issues. On the other hand, if we talk about the other agenda of this meeting is also caste census. That is something also which is being talked about in this particular meeting, as we understand. And we also understand that there are other important moves when it comes to the NDA government. You know that it is a completion of 1 year, the third term of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cabinet, the NDA-led government, and that is also one of the key agendas talked on that. In fact, when the meeting had started at around 11 a.m.
When the meeting had started at around 11 a.m., we saw that Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat was also played out, and all the leaders were together listening into the Prime Minister's monthly radio show. So this conclave becomes very, very important. Also looking into the fact that there was a Niti Aayog meeting which was held in yesterday. So we are eyeing several developments when it comes to the Prime Minister holding this particular meeting with the chief ministers as well as the deputy chief ministers, and it is a collaboration between the state and the centre regarding several issues of governance, regarding issues of security, as well as other pertinent moves that have been made, which is why a coordination between the centre and the state is very, very important, and that is being done through this particular meeting.
That's right, Priyanka, and good governance also is a very important aspect of the double-engine government. And during the Niti Aayog meeting, the Prime Minister said that if India needs to realize its Viksit Bharat dream, then every state and union territory must contribute it by increasing their growth trajectory as well. So that is also one of the key topics that were discussed. And Bihar Chief Minister was also in attendance. And probably the strategy for upcoming polls were also discussed. Now let's tell you about another milestone that India has achieved, viewers, because Niti Aayog CEO BVR Subramaniam said that India has become the 4th largest economy in the world, overtaking Japan. And briefing reporters after the 10th Governing Council meeting of the Niti Aayog, Subramaniam said that overall geopolitical and economic environment is very, very favorable for India. And within no time, India will become the 3rd largest economy. Listen in.
The reason for the PM giving this call last time is that India is at a turning point. It's at a takeoff stage. And this is at the cusp of a change in our growth trajectory. And given that we have solved a lot of issues regarding basic services, access to basic services, and having reduced extreme poverty to less than 5% almost, I think the country is at a takeoff stage where it can grow very, very rapidly, as has been done by many countries in the past. So this was the context. Given this, as well as the demographic dividend that India is actually blessed with for the next 20-25 years, that we can grow rapidly, the Prime Minister gave a call that all states to prepare a vision document at their level. And this is already visible in the growth of India. We are the 4th largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the 3rd largest economy. And in this, the reason for the Prime Minister giving this call is this is a long haul and we have to do it for about 25 years. States are fundamental. Be it industrial development, be it services, be it agriculture, be it human capital, everything has to be done in states. And if you do not have visions for states individually, it's like actually having a bullock cart with only one, bull, not two. It will not run. So if the vehicle has to move forward, you need both center and states to work in tandem. And the good thing is, as we come here, almost 17 states have prepared and released or are on the verge of releasing their visions. 5 of them have released visions: Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat and Punjab. And I know that the other 12 ongoing will come out by August actually. June itself we'll see 3 or 4 coming out. Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, on the verge of releasing. They're all looking for dates. Actually, so I think this flood of activity was triggered by last time. And this time, because there were other states which had not yet begun work or in very, very early stages, in the Viksit Raj for Vikasit Bharat, we have the background note gives a large detailed explanation of how do you go around preparing a vision document for a state. And the vision document is not a daydream.
Viewers, now in a powerful conversation that's turning heads, Smita Parekh highlights India's silent crisis, that is men's mental health. Why do men suffer silently? What are the cultural barriers that prevent them from opening up, and how can we begin to break the stigma surrounding men's mental health in India? Let's listen in to find out more.
There's a silent crisis in our society, the mental issues of men. Republic Positive influencer Smita Parikh highlights the causes of stress, anxiety and depression in men.
नमस्कार, मैं स्मिता पारिक आपके सामने लेकर आई हूं अपना नया पॉडकास्ट। और इस पॉडकास्ट में एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट लेकर आई हूं जिसके बारे में हम आमतौर पर अखबार की सुर्खियों में, मीडिया में, अपने दोस्तों या रिश्तेदारों से सुनते तो हैं और कई बार हम इसका सामना खुद भी करते हैं। यकीन मानिएगा, हम कई बार खुद भी विटनेस करते हैं। थोड़ी देर चर्चा होती है लेकिन उसे इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया जाता। और देखिए ना, आज इस सब्जेक्ट के बारे में बात करने के लिए मैं एक महिला ही तो सामने आई हूँ, किसी पुरुष ने इस सब्जेक्ट का आगाह नहीं किया। आप सोच रहे होंगे ऐसा क्या सब्जेक्ट है कि पुरुषों की इसके बारे में बात करनी चाहिए, लेकिन पुरुष बात कहाँ करते हैं? या तो हमारा सामाजिक ढर्रा ही ऐसा है कि पुरुष अपने इश्यूज के बारे में खुलकर बात नहीं करते, अपने मेंटल और इमोशनल और पर्सनल इश्यूज के बारे में तो बिल्कुल भी बात नहीं करते। आखिर क्या वजह है इसकी? क्या आपको पता है कि पुरुषों की मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर भारत में एक साइलेंट क्राइसिस चल रहा है? जी हाँ, आमतौर पर वैवाहिक जीवन के कलेश से या परिवार की जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से पुरुष इतना ज्यादा भाव विभोर हो जाते हैं और फिर उन जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से बहुत सारी मानसिक परिस्थितियों से उन्हें गुजरना पड़ता है। और ऐसे हालात में वो किसी प्रोफेशनल काउंसलर की भी मदद नहीं लेते। और यही वजह होती है कि बहुत सारे पुरुष डिप्रेशन, मानसिक तनाव, एंजाइटी इत्यादि का सामना करते हैं। आज के हालात में 76% मेन मेंटल स्ट्रेस की वजह से सुसाइडल फील करते हैं। क्या वजह है इसकी? मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता, पुरुष रोते नहीं है, आदमी कमजोर नहीं होते। ये सारे जुमले फिल्मों ने जरूर हमें सिखाए, लेकिन इसकी वजह से क्या हमारा पुरुष कुछ ज्यादा ही भार ढो रहा है, या फिर वैवाहिक जिंदगी से दूर जाना चाहता है, वैवाहिक जीवन को एक कलेश या बर्डन समझने लगा है, या फिर बढ़ते हुए डिवोर्स केसेस? जी हाँ, शादी करो, 1 साल के बाद या कुछ महीनों के बाद डिवोर्स लो और एक तगड़ा एलिमनी लो और मेंटेनेंस लेकर अपनी बाकी की जिंदगी आराम से गुजारो। ये कुछ महिलाएं कर रही हैं, जो कि बिल्कुल ही गलत है। और यही वजह है शायद कि एक युवा पुरुष आमतौर पर विवाह के बंधन से दूर जाना चाहता है। अतुल सुभाष का केस हम सब से छुपा हुआ नहीं है, और ऐसे कितने ही सारे विक्टिम्स हैं और उनके परिवार, उनके दोस्त हैं जिन्होंने देखा, जिन्होंने विटनेस किया है कि किस हालात में पुरुष आज जी रहा है। क्या आपको लगता है कि हमारी कानून व्यवस्था भी कुछ हद तक जिम्मेदार है, या वो अर्बन महिलाएं जिन्होंने इस कानून को ट्वीक कर लिया, वो जानती है कि कानून चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए महिलाओं के हक में ही बात करेगा? तो आइए ना, एक ऐसा सेफ एनवायरनमेंट तैयार करते हैं, एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करते हैं कि पुरुष भी बात करेंगे, पुरुष भी ट्रस्ट करेंगे अपनी बहुत ही इंटरनल इमोशंस और भावनाओं को व्यक्त करने के लिए। क्योंकि भावनाओं को व्यक्त करना और भावुक होना कमजोरी की निशानी नहीं है, बल्कि इंसानियत की निशानी है। एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी वेरी स्ट्रांगली बिलीव men have emotions too.
Moving on, viewers, in a crackdown on illegal immigrants, Delhi police has arrested 9 Bangladeshi nationals and they were residing in India without any documentation. The arrests were made in Wazirpur JJ Colony, a known hotspot in the national capital, where the suspects were found to be residing illegally, and the operation, which was executed with precision, also uncovered a very disturbing piece of evidence, that is a smartphone with the banned IMO app, which is believed to be facilitating illegal communication. Now remember, viewers, IMO app was among those 23 apps that were banned in 2023 because of the kind of communications that were witnessed, which facilitated terrorism as well. And now authorities are investigating the extent of the operations of these 9 individuals and whether these individuals were involved in any larger network. And the latest crackdown highlights the escalating concerns over illegal immigration. Piyush is joining me live from the national capital. Piyush, tell us about these 9 individuals who were picked up by the Delhi police and also about the IMO app that was found in their smartphones.
So yes, Deepak, this is a major breakthrough that has been achieved by the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit, in which they have got hold of 9 Bangladeshis who were residing illegally in the city. Now, this crackdown is being a part of a long operation that has been carried out by Delhi Police, in which hundreds of Bangladeshi citizens who have been residing illegally in the city have been got hold of, and they are being now deported back to the country. Or in fact, the process has at least started of them being deported back to their country. However, an interesting pattern that has been revealed in this operation is that how a banned IMO app was being put in one of the smartphones of one of the Bangladeshi citizens that have been taken hold of by the Delhi Police. And this thereby reveals a very dangerous pattern of how some of these Bangladeshi citizens who have been residing illegally in national capital are using such banned apps. And who knows, in a way, they are also being in touch with those people who are detrimental to the national security of the country. So yes, this is indeed a very dangerous pattern that has been revealed by the Delhi Police, and it's going to be now very interesting to see that following this revelation, what form of investigation is the Delhi Police going to take as far as this revelation is concerned, and will there be some more people who are going to be arrested who are using this banned app, and is it going to result in more illegally Bangladeshi residents residing illegally in the city being arrested and being deported back to the country? It's going to be interesting to see in the days to come. Back to the studio.
Right, Piyush, thank you for joining me with those details. What's even more shocking is that, viewers, the IMO app, which has been banned by the government, is still available on Google Play stores and app stores. They still thrive. We'll have to wait and watch whether or not Centre will take action on this. But what we know so far is that 9 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested and detained by the Delhi police. Now it's time for us to get you up to speed with the other top stories from across the nation in Bharat in 2 minutes. After Delhi was hit by a heavy thunderstorm late last night, which continued till the early hours of today, the Delhi airport diverted 49 flights, and these flights were diverted between 11:30 p.m. last night and 4 a.m. this morning, but services have been restored to normal at the moment. Many areas in Delhi were affected by the heavy downpour, including Daulan Kuaa. Traffic was congested and vehicles were seen moving at a snail's pace this morning. The intense rainfall also caused severe waterlogging in parts of the national capital. Some locations that experienced waterlogging were the Subroto Park area, the Nanakpura underpass, Shantipad, Chanakyapuri and Dwarka flyover. Rain has also caused waterlogging in areas of Mumbai as well as monsoon onsets in India. The Mumbai Expressway witnessed complete flooding. Four people died and 3 others suffered serious injuries after a car rammed into them. 7 individuals from a family were crossing the road when they were hit by a speeding car. The accident was witnessed at Kunjampatti near Usilampatti in Madurai district. As forces crush red terror, several villages are being electrified. Polampad, a village that was under the clutches of red terror, is now back to life after 4 decades. Sukma SP said that this will open doors for further development. The residents of Polampad also expressed happiness.
पहाड़ में बिजली आ गई है। बिजली आने से गांव का जो विकास का रास्ता खुल गया है और बच्चों की पढ़ाई के लिए और अन्य जो विकास काम के लिए वहाँ के लिए बिजली एक नया रास्ता खोली। लगभग 40 साल के बाद वहाँ बिजली पहुँची है और CRPF का कैंप वहाँ 2024 में लगा है। उसके बाद वहाँ बिजली आई है। यहाँ इस इलाके में बहुत सारे गाँव में बिजली थी, लेकिन नक्सलियों के द्वारा लगभग 30-40 साल पहले बहुत सारे गाँवों की जो बिजली है कैंप खुलने के बाद वहाँ बिजली और रास्ता और जो अन्य सुविधा है उसको वापस गाँव वालों को बधाई की जा रही है।
An explosion was witnessed at a firecracker manufacturing factory near Sivakasi city in Virudunagar district of Tamil Nadu. Fire tenders have been pressed in to douse the flames. Along with this, viewers, we are tracking more developments from across the nation, including what's happening between the centre and the all-party delegates. Let's get started. NCP SCP Supriya Sule, along with other members of the all-party delegation, were received by the Indian ambassador to Qatar, Vipul. He was spotted greeting the members with flowers. Former Minister for Information, Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, Anurag Thakur, was also seen arriving. A member of the all-party delegation, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, which is being led by BJP MP Baijan Panda, spoke regarding the meeting in Bahrain. He stated that the meeting which took place yesterday was attended by various MPs of Bahrain. He said that Bahrain was the first nation that condemned the Pahalgam terror attack and extended support to India. He shared that after meeting the MPs, he can say that all of Bahrain stands with India and always will. Chief ministers from all over the nation have made their way to the NDA Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers meeting by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is also part of the meeting, and he was greeted by Delhi CM Rekha Gupta upon his arrival. Soon after, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is also present for the meeting. Shifting our focus to what's happening across the world, viewers, US President Donald Trump addressed a gathering of over 1,000 graduating cadets, and Trump boasted of his administration's achievements and called the US Army the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. Listen in.
After assuming the president's office for the second time, Donald Trump used the first military commencement address to congratulate West Point cadets on their academic and physical accomplishments. Addressing the gathering of over 1,000 graduating cadets, Trump boasted of his administration's achievements and underscored a distinct America First ethos for the US military, which he called the greatest fighting force in the history of the world.
We have the hottest country in the world, and the whole world is talking about it. And that's an honor for all of us. Through every challenge and every battle, you'll stand strong, you'll work hard, you'll stay tough, and you will fight, 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 and win, win, win.
Trump noted that he won all 7 swing states in the November elections, arguing that those results gave him a great mandate and gave the right to do what he wants to do.
We had a great mandate, and it gives us the right to do what we want to do to make our country great again, and that's what we're going to do.
Trump concluded his speech by calling on the graduate cadets to never ever give up, and later mentioned about dealing with the issues involving Russia and China.
So I want to just congratulate you all. I'm going back now to deal with Russia, to deal with China. What's that all about? That's it. And to get you lots of victories. We're going to keep winning. This country is going to keep winning. And with you, the job is easy. I want to thank you all. Congratulations to the class of 2025. God bless you all.
Last time, Donald Trump gave the commencement address at the West Point in 2020 during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and urging the graduating candidates to never forget the soldiers who fought a war over slavery during his remarks. Trump's remarks came at a time when the United States was reckoning with its history on race after the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis.
This week on Get Me Right, after India's military response by way of Operation Sindoor, a major diplomatic offensive targeting 33 countries, most of which are either present or future UN Security Council members. A lowdown on how the geopolitics panned out as India set the new normal of offensive defense post-Pahalgam. Also, in times of overall American decline, the Roman Catholic Church gets its first American Pope in history. Does that address American identity crisis in any manner? Join me on your favorite deep dive show this weekend, only on Republic TV.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism.
Hi there, welcome friends to this special podcast for Republic Digital. And we have a very special guest, Israel's ambassador to New Delhi, Reuven Azar. And welcome, Ambassador.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for the invitation.
We are having this conversation in the backdrop of a horrific incident that happened in Washington, D.C. Our condolences to you. And, as victims of terror, both our nations connect in a manner that not many nations do, perhaps. How has Israel responded to this terror attack happening in Washington, D.C.?
Well, it's a shocking attack, Abhishek. I served in Washington. I lived personally in Washington for 7.5 years. The location of this assassination, this murderous attack, is at the heart of the U.S. Capitol. It's not very far from the headquarters of the FBI. So it's really surprising that such an event can happen in the heart of the beating heart of the U.S. Capitol. And it's also shocking because the two workers of our embassy, very young kids, one of them, Yaron Lishinsky, was a volunteer, actually a Christian American that came to Israel, volunteered to serve in the IDF, an ardent Zionist, a supporter of Israel. He was in very good contact with the Jewish community in the United States. And his girlfriend, also worker at the embassy, an American citizen. It's really, he was planning to be engaged, to be married in a week after. He already bought the
ring.
The ring. It's really devastating.
Yeah.
And the fact that terrorists use such methods of taking innocent life, it's completely unbearable, unacceptable.
Yeah. Ambassador Azhar, this horrific killing in DC has happened within a couple of days of a statement coming in from some UN official that the situation in Gaza is such that if aid does not reach there, 14,000 Palestinian kids might die over the next 48 hours. You think that statement sort of acted as a dog whistle to this radical who killed those two Israelis?
Well, I think that the disinformation is one of the sicknesses of our society. And the fact that you have UN officials and other officials of NGOs releasing such irresponsible statements is absolutely outrageous. The original report actually was saying that if Israel doesn't renew assistance, within a year, 14,000 kids might starve. Then somebody distorted it, saying that within 48 hours, which is ridiculous. Israel allowed 98,000 trucks of food to enter the Gaza Strip since the beginning of the war. That's enough calories for feeding the population even for a longer period than 18 months. And we monitor the situation very carefully. But time and again, you have people that are filled with hatred, that are spreading disinformation. You have biased reports coming from institutions that are supposed to be neutral, like the UN, that are people that are appointed there on the basis of their hatred towards Israel. And the results are devastating.
Yeah, but this seems like preposterous that a number which should have been associated with a year of starvation or malnutrition is turned to just two days, 48 hours.
And it's speculative. It's speculative because nobody would have said or would have estimated that Israel will not allow for a whole entire year to food enter the Gaza Strip. So this is actually, completely preposterous. It has only one goal: to prevent Israel from defending itself, from trying to end this war with a Hamas victory that would be devastating not only for Israel, but for the entire world. Because imagine, Abhishek, that you would continue to have a terrorist organization rebuilding itself after it committed those atrocious crimes of the 7th of October. This is completely unacceptable.
I'll come to Hamas in a bit, but Ambassador, this incident also comes in the backdrop of some very stringent positions being taken by nations like the United Kingdom, France, Canada. They have said that they will stop trade talks with Israel and that there would be sanctions. So which means that they are getting impatient with the fact that the war has gone on for so long. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that they are getting impatient because they have political pressures from within their own countries, for reasons I can elaborate, but I won't. What is important from our point of view is that we are going to exercise our right for self-defense because this, for us, is an existential issue. So no matter what kind of threats are going to be put on us, or all kind of moral judgments that are going to be made on us, this is not going to bring us to a different policy. We have a very clear policy. We want to bring hostages back and make sure that Hamas doesn't rearm and doesn't regroup. And as long as these countries continue threatening Israel instead of threatening Hamas, this will only prolong the war.
Right. But Ambassador, recently the Israeli cabinet decided that you will go all in again inside Gaza and try to completely take out the Hamas leadership. Is there some timeline? Because most of the top leadership, I believe, is already eliminated. I'm sure Israel knows there are more, and that's why the operations are on. But how long before we can say with some finality that, okay, fine, now Hamas leadership is gone and then we can bring back situation to normal?
Well, there is no timeline. We estimate that this effort may take a few more months, because what we have to achieve is a situation which disconnect Hamas from the humanitarian assistance and Hamas from power in the Gaza Strip. Next Sunday, Israel is going to establish a new regime of distribution of humanitarian aid. What is going to happen is that the Israel Defense Forces have prepared several platforms around the Gaza Strip in which our army is going to give the overall security, and private companies are going to distribute weekly rations for families in the Gaza Strip in a way that Hamas won't be able to steal it. Because what was happening so far, Abhishek, is that Hamas was stealing the humanitarian assistance that the international community was sending. And the result was that they were selling it to the population. Imagine, selling it, robbing it, selling it to the population, and then using those resources to keep their government running. So this is what we have to cut in order to weaken Hamas.
Right.
The second effort is a military effort to fight Hamas and clean up more areas in the Gaza Strip by not only raiding them, but raiding them and keep control over them.
Right.
Ultimately, what is going to happen is one of two options. One option is that Hamas accepts its defeat, releases the hostages, renounces power in the Gaza Strip, and then the war can end today. We
Right.
have no interest in continuing the war. If they refuse, Israel will have no choice but go all the way.
Right. And Ambassador, since we are talking about Hamas, a statement that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made yesterday in the aftermath of the Washington, D.C. incident, he said that, these nations do not understand. He was, of course, talking about France, United Kingdom, Canada, among others, that they do not understand that if Israel leaves Gaza, then Hamas takes it over. Radicals take it over. And it's not Palestine as a peaceful Palestine as these nations fancy. Then what's the way out? Because for how long can this go on?
Right. Look, they don't have any, I don't think that they have a serious logic or a serious endgame. What is happening is that they are growing impatient because they have radical elements within their own countries that are creating havoc inside their own countries. And we are seeing it, we see it with respect or irrespective of the situation in Gaza. Why are cars, thousands of cars, being torched every Christmas in Paris? Is it connected to the Gaza Strip? It's not connected to the Gaza Strip. So you have the radical element or the radical genie out of the bottle.
Right.
In France, in Britain, in all these places.
Right.
And that creates political pressure and creates impatience towards the situation in the Gaza Strip.
Right. And, since you mentioned about the radical elements in the Western societies, President Trump, for example, is doing a lot by way of executive orders and other decisions to try to tackle these elements in the United States, at least. Yesterday, for example, in this incident, the man who has, Elias Rodriguez, who has killed those two Israelis, he shouted, "Free Palestine." And so obviously the construct is very violent for which these forces are fighting for in Palestine. Are you failing to communicate this aspect to these Western leaders in some ways? Is it a communication failure on the part of Israel?
Well, first of all, we have challenges when it comes to communications because we are outnumbered significantly. We are the one and only Jewish state. We have limited means of communication. And you have many other countries, some of them Arab countries, Muslim countries, and even means that sympathize with the radicals, the Muslim brothers in places like Britain or France. So they have a huge voice, and it's very difficult to counterbalance them. But there is something else that is happening, Abhishek, that is that societies in those countries are growing very concerned from the fact that they are discovering the existence of such elements within their own countries. And I think that it's about time to deal with that, to deal with the problem of radicalism that at the end of the day leads to terror. It's very good that I think that President Trump has taken this up, especially when it comes to American universities. We've seen billions of dollars flowing from countries like Qatar into these universities, and money being spent not only by Qatar, even by Iran, in all kinds of NGOs that are organizing this radical activity that ends at the end of the day with anti-Semitic, because these organizations, they are not talking about peaceful coexistence. They are supporting the elements that want to eradicate the state of Israel. They are against the right of the Jewish nation for the state of their own. So we are talking about people that talk about annihilation. And therefore, they have to be tackled in a much more serious way. And I think more and more people in the West are realizing that.
And I think President Trump had his Middle East tour just last week, and he visited all these places, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Trump administration is talking to Iran also. You think that maybe Abraham Accords 2.0 could happen, and that President Trump's tour of Middle East could contribute to some normalization? You see that happening or no?
Well, first of all, what I see is that Abraham Accords 1.0 is alive and kicking, okay, despite this attempt by Iran and its proxies to bring it down. Second of all, what I see is that America that is promoting its relations with the Arab world completely disconnected from what's happening in the Gaza Strip. So the issue of the conflict is not undermining American interests in the region. Number three, what I see is that when Israel finishes the job in Gaza, we are going to wake up to a situation in our region in which Hezbollah is debilitated in a very serious way. Only today, Israel has taken action to enforce the terms of the ceasefire by firing at the attempts of Hezbollah to rearm in South Lebanon, something that we couldn't do before the war. You are seeing Israel maintaining positions in Syria in order to defend itself from possible infiltration of jihadists. You are seeing Iran that is debilitated and unable to continue to conduct these barrages of missiles against Israel. So we still have some problems. The Houthis that are firing at us from Yemen. You still have Hamas elements in the Gaza Strip, but unable to fire at the heart of Israel, unable to attack our villages. So we are very close to a victory in this war, but we have to be patient, we have to be consistent, we have to be persistent. And I think that if we succeed, yes, indeed, there are going to be prospects for Abraham Accords 2.0 because countries will feel confident and unintimidated by these radical elements.
When you say close, how close are we to eliminating or completely,
well, as I told you,
substantially debilitating Hamas?
This might take time. You know, it reminds me a little bit what happened during the Second Intifada. If you remember, Israel offered a very generous offer of a Palestinian state to the Palestinians. They refused, and they launched a terror campaign that killed more than 1,000 Israelis. It took us 3 years to finish that war. So this war may take time. But we are not going to hesitate. We have to be persistent because we know what it entails. We know what are the intentions of Hamas, not just because of intelligence, but because they are stating that they want to do October 7th again and again and again.
Fair enough. I would have loved to speak on what's happening in West Bank also, but maybe we'll keep it for later sometime because we are short on time. I want to come to the last leg of our conversation, which is, as I began by saying, just like Israel, India is also a victim of terror, and that's something which really connects the two nations at their heart. And like in the case of Washington, D.C., the assassin spoke about Free Palestine as some kind of ideology. We had our Pahalgam terror attack last month, and India responded with Operation Sindoor. And some people say, those watching counter-terror operations worldwide, that Operation Sindoor has a lot of hallmarks of Israeli operations in terms of hitting back at the origins of terror. How do you see Operation Sindoor, the way it has panned out?
I think that every country has the right to defend itself against terror. We are not going to enter into the modalities of that. This is absolutely under the sovereignty and decision-making process of the elected government of this country. I trust completely their judgment. I think that we can do much more internationally to fight terrorism, not just militarily, but by punishing those who sponsor terrorism, by sanctioning companies that are involved in the trafficking of weapons, by blocking content, radical content that is disseminated in the electronic media, in the social media. You know, I am shocked each time I go to a hotel in any country in the world. I open the television in the hotel. I see Al Jazeera Arabic. Okay?
Right.
Al Jazeera Arabic is a channel that supports terrorism, that supports groups like Hamas, that spreads radical ideology. Channels like that should be blocked.
Yeah.
And they are not being blocked. And I think that this is a challenge for us. We, as free societies, we want to be free. We want to continue allowing people to express themselves. But sometimes we have to put limits when it comes to saving lives. You know, I'll tell you a story. You know, in ancient times, the Jews invented the day of rest. That was the Sabbath.
The Sabbath, yeah.
That was invented 3,500 years ago. And during the period of the Greeks and the Romans, some of the Jews were saying, look, we cannot be engaged in war on the Sabbath because this is part of our values.
Yeah.
And many cities were devastated as a result of that because they would be attacked and people would escape instead of fighting back. Okay? So sometimes when you have a collision between a principle, something that you believe in, and saving lives, you have to create the right balance.
Right.
And therefore, following those incidents, the sages of the time determined that saving lives is more important than keeping the Sabbath.
Yeah.
Here I'm saying the same. Saving lives is more important than certain kinds of speech that breach the rules of humanity.
Right.
When you support terrorism on television or on social media, you should be blocked.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Ambassador, you know, this time when India hit back with Operation Sindoor after the Pahalgam terror attack, there was a very unfortunate equalization that we saw from the world community between the victim and the perpetrator. For example, you were talking about sanctions. We had IMF sanction $1 billion plus of loan to Pakistan. And there is clear evidence that during the last 35 years, whichever year there has been an IMF loan to Pakistan, there has been a corresponding increase in their defense budget. So they have been sort of siphoning off funds of these kind of platforms, agencies, into bolstering their defense, and some of the funds get siphoned off to terror activities also. As a victim of terror yourself, you think that world should come together to give up this hypocrisy and these double standards?
Well, first of all, I think that it's very important that people stop contextualizing terrorism and saying that terrorism happens because of this grievance or the other grievance. Terror is terror and should be taken out of the equation. It cannot be justified under any circumstances. That's number one. Number two, as I said before, yes, there are many things that we can do. The fact that the UN doesn't even have a definition for terrorism, that tells you about the degree of dysfunctionality that we are having in the international community. And of course, we can start with like-minded countries. So the fact that we have more countries that have designated Hamas, for example, Hezbollah, as a terrorist organization, so terrorist organizations in this area, that is important. We have to go to the next level. And as much as we succeed, we will isolate the terrorists and we'll have more chance to have us prevail and not them.
Right. Let's hope that the world listens to this time, and when the United Nations meets the General Assembly, they do something about the Comprehensive Convention on international terror which has been hanging for a while. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for having this conversation.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Keep coming back to it. Thanks, friends.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
Up to speed with the other top stories from across the nation in Bharat in 2 minutes after Delhi was hit by a heavy thunderstorm late last night, which continued till the early hours of today. The Delhi airport diverted 49 flights, and these flights were diverted between 11:30 p.m. last night and 4 a.m. this morning, but services have been restored to normal at the moment. Many areas in Delhi were affected by the heavy downpour, including Daulan Kuwa. Traffic was congested and vehicles were seen moving at a snail's pace this morning. Intense rainfall also caused severe waterlogging in parts of the national capital. Some locations that experienced waterlogging were the Subroto Park area, the Nanakpura underpass, Shantipath, Chanakyapuri and Dwarka flyover. Rain has also caused waterlogging in areas of Mumbai as well as monsoon onsets in India. The Mumbai Expressway witnessed complete flooding. Four people died and 3 others suffered serious injuries after a car rammed into them. 7 individuals from a family were crossing the road when they were hit by a speeding car. The accident was witnessed at Kunjampatti near Usilampatti in Madurai district. As forces crush red terror, several villages are being electrified. Polampad, a village that was under the clutches of red terror, is now back to life after 4 decades. Sukma SP said that this will open doors for further development. The residents of Polampad also expressed happiness.
बाढ़ में बिजली आ गई है। बिजली आने से गांव का जो विकास का रास्ता खुल गया है और बच्चों के पढ़ाई के लिए और अन्य जो विकास काम के लिए वहाँ के लिए बिजली एक नया रास्ता खोली। लगभग 40 साल के बाद वहाँ बिजली पहुँची है और CRPF का कैंप वहाँ 2024 में लगा है। उसके बाद वहाँ बिजली आई है। यहाँ इस इलाके में बहुत सारे गाँव में बिजली थी, लेकिन नक्सलियों के द्वारा लगभग 30-40 साल पहले बहुत सारे गाँवों की जो बिजली है कैंप खुलने के बाद वहाँ बिजली और रास्ता और जो अन्य सुविधा है उसको वापस गाँव वालों को प्रदान की जा रही है।
An explosion was witnessed at a firecracker manufacturing factory near Sivakasi city in Virudunagar district of Tamil Nadu. Fire tenders have been pressed in to douse the flames.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now. From Operation Sindoor to Operation Black Forest, we decode how Indian forces are wiping out terror. The first visit since Operation Sindoor. Why Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, is heading to Moscow. Also, we help you understand the star performer of Operation Sindoor, India's indigenous air defense system, the Akash Tir. And also ground reports from the LOC and border. All that and more on Forces First with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Yesterday, there was a Niti Aayog meeting which remarked that India has achieved a very, very crucial milestone as far as the economy is concerned. And today, the Prime Minister is holding a day-long brainstorming session with the NDA Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers. And what we understand is that a resolution hailing our armed forces have been adopted by the NDA. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. A day after Niti Aayog meeting, Prime Minister Modi holds a key meeting with Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers of state ruled by NDA.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान हमारी सेनाओं ने जो पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसने हर हिंदुस्तानी का सिर ऊंचा कर दिया है.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his first Mann Ki Baat address after Operation Sindoor has lauded our security forces for destroying Pakistan's terror bases.
As I speak, we are a $4 trillion economy as I speak, and this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. COVID-19 cases continue to surge across India. 2 deaths reported in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Patients with comorbidities under extra care. Won't be silenced by terrorism, says all-party delegation, and takes forward India's message of zero tolerance against terror and terror sponsors. First up, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding a day-long conclave with NDA Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers, and Operation Sindoor and good governance are on agenda. Now, we have an inside scoop from the meeting, and that is the NDA meet has passed a resolution lauding our armed forces in Operation Sindoor. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has hailed Operation Sindoor, saying that India gave a befitting reply, and the resolution proposed during the NDA meeting has now been accepted. It has now been passed in this particular huddle. And this resolution is praising the valor of our armed forces and the brave leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was proposed by Shiv Sena leader and Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. He said that our forces have shown courage and valor during Operation Sindoor, and we'll get more details on that particular resolution with Riyanka joining us live from the national capital. Riyanka, very good afternoon to you. We understand that a resolution lauding our armed forces has been passed in the NDA meeting. If you could give us more details about what the resolution highlights. We know that it's about the armed forces, but we need more details.
Well, we know that Operation Sindoor was already one of the key highlights of this particular conclave, which is between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and all the top leaders of the BJP, along with the Chief Ministers and the Deputy Chief Minister of the NDA ruled states. And now a resolution, a key resolution regarding Operation Sindoor has been passed by this particular conclave, and all the leaders who are in fact present in this conclave that has praised the valor of the Indian Armed Forces and the success of Operation Sindoor. In fact, this particular resolution was proposed by Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde, and he also went ahead and praised the forces, the Indian armed forces, as well as also said that India gave a befitting response to Pakistan. He also mentioned that this particular Operation Sindoor has somewhere brought in a lot of confidence amongst the people of a nation. The citizens in this country are full of confidence governance, and they have full faith in Prime Minister Narendra Modi for any untoward situation between India and Pakistan that may happen in the future. Now, on the other hand, we also understand that there are several other important issues that are, of course, a part of this particular conclave. If we talk about good governance, every chief minister or their deputies have been given 5 minutes to put forward their presentation. Many of the leaders have gone ahead and presented their strategic schemes that are used in that are probably placed in their particular states, and also the fact that how both the state as well as the center can come together and work on several issues targeting Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Right, Priyanka, what we understand is that there is another resolution which congratulates the central government for its decision to conduct caste enumeration. If you could shed light on that resolution as well.
Well, caste enumeration is also one of the key agendas of this particular conclave, and not just caste enumeration. It is also about the first anniversary of the Modi government in its third term, as well as good governance issues which are on the agenda, as I rightly mentioned. But, with the Prime Minister in his third term now talking very clearly, the agenda of the BJP being very clearly on the caste census and conduction of the caste census, as they continue to highlight their, motive about caste census. This is also something that is being proposed in this particular conclave at this point in time, is what we understand. And we are also yet to see more developments flow in regarding the caste enumeration section, as all the leaders continue to deliberate. As we know, it's day-long deliberations that is taking place. Almost half of the day is over for this particular meeting. We are yet to see more such details coming forward.
Right, Priyanka, thank you for giving us those details. Now let's move on, viewers, because in a completely baffling gaffe, Congress leader Alka Lamba's a bizarre gaffe on Operation Sindoor has now created a major controversy. She equated Operation Sindoor to Operation Blue Star. Yes, you heard that right. In a jaw-dropping moment, Lamba confused the two hugely significant and historically sensitive operations, one of which was linked to a military assault on the Golden Temple in 1984, and the other is a recent anti-terror operation that concluded just a week back. And if that wasn't enough to raise eyebrows, Lamba has now demanded a parliamentary session on it to discuss Operation Blue Stars, which she mistakenly referred to as Operation Sindoor, a slip-up that has left the political circles fuming. And this is a major controversy. Let's listen in.
संसद में देखेगा सर्वदलीय बैठक से प्रधानमंत्री जी आप लगातार भाग रहे हैं। हम वापस मांग कर रहे हैं, एक सर्वदलीय बैठक बुलाइए और उसकी अध्यक्षता आप करिए। हम मांग करते हैं कि ये समय की मांग है, जरूरत है कि संसद के दोनों सत्रों को शीघ्र बुलाकर ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार पर पूरी व्यापक देश को जानकारी सरकार के द्वारा दी जाए।
Viewers, meanwhile, the BJP has slammed the Congress leader over her shocking remarks. Let's listen in.
सेना का अपमान यही तो कांग्रेस की पहचान, करो पाकिस्तान का गुणगान, दो शरीर एक जान, कांग्रेस और पाकिस्तान। देखिए, आज फिर से सेना का अपमान किया। अलका लांबा ऑफिशियल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते वक्त ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार बता रही है। मतलब कि उन्हें बेसिक जानकारी नहीं है या जानबूझकर लगातार सेना पर यह हमला किया जा रहा है। कल हमने देखा कि राहुल गांधी ने पूंछ में पाकिस्तान के द्वारा जो नागरिकों को मारा गया, शेलिंग करके, गोलीबारी करके, उसको ट्रेजेडी बोला। टेरर को ट्रेजेडी बोलना, व्हाइट वॉशिंग करना, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ब्लू स्टार बोलना, ये कांग्रेस ने अपना असली चरित्र दिखा दिया है। ये सेना विरोधी है। ये सेना के प्रमुख को सड़क का गुंडा भी बोलते हैं। ये इनकी मानसिकता है।
Viewers, now after her shocking gaffe, Alka Lamba, the Congress leader, has refused to back down because in a fiery response, Lamba has stayed defiant, rejecting calls for an apology and instead turning the tables on the BJP. She has not apologized on her latest remark on Operation Sindoor. Rather, she pins the blame on the Saffron Party by saying that the BJP is making excuses to divert the public from real issues. And This is the latest defiance. The Congress leader has doubled down on her stance, asserting that the BJP is simply trying to shift the focus away from pressing concerns by making an issue out of her statement. Let's see and watch how the Congress leader has been defiant when asked to apologize or clarify. In fact, this controversy has raised the political temperatures, viewers, with the Congress now refusing to take responsibility and the BJP on the attack. The war of words continues, with Lamba's defiance also now on display. The BJP is sure to attack Alka Lamba for her defiance and her refusal to back down, because Lamba has not only not clarified, but she has also refused to apologize for equating Operation Sindoor to Operation Blue Star. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. This, as far as our economy is concerned, it's Niti Aayog CEO BVR Subramaniam confirming that India has become the fourth largest economy in the world after overtaking Japan. He was briefing the media after the 10th Governing Council meeting of the Niti Aayog, and Subramaniam said that overall geopolitical and economic environment is very, very favorable for India, and within no time, India will also go on to become the third largest economy. Listen in.
The reason for the PM giving this call last time is that India is at a turning point. It's at a takeoff stage. And this is at the cusp of a change in our growth trajectory. And given that we have solved a lot of issues regarding basic services, access to basic services, and having reduced extreme poverty to less than 5% almost, I think the country is at a takeoff stage where it can grow very, very rapidly, as has been done by many countries in the past. So this was the context. Given this, as well as the demographic dividend that India is actually blessed with for the next 20-25 years, that we can grow rapidly, the Prime Minister gave a call that all states to prepare a vision document at their level. And this is already visible in the growth of India. We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the third largest economy. And in this, the reason for the Prime Minister giving this call is this is a long haul and we have to do it for about 25 years. States are fundamental. Be it industrial development, be it services, be it agriculture, be it with human capital, everything has to be done in states. And if you do not have visions for states individually, it's like actually having a bullock cart with only one, bull, not two. It will not run. So if the vehicle has to move forward, you need both center and states to work in tandem. And the good thing is, as we come here, almost 17 states have prepared and released or are on the verge of releasing their visions. 5 of them have released visions: Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat and Punjab. And I know that the other 12 ongoing will come out by August actually. June itself we'll see 3 or 4 coming out. Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, on the verge of releasing. They're all looking for dates. Actually, so I think this flood of activity was triggered by last time. And this time, because there were other states which had not yet begun work or in very, very early stages, in the Viksit Raj for Vikasit Bharat, we have the background note gives a large detailed explanation of how do you go around preparing a vision document for a state. And the vision document is not a daydream.
Viewers, moving on in a powerful conversation that's turning heads, Smita Parekh, an influencer, has highlighted India's silent crisis, that is men's mental health. Why do men suffer silently? What are the cultural barriers that prevent them from speaking up? And how can we begin to break the stigma surrounding men's mental health in India? Here's more.
There's a silent crisis in our society, the mental issues of men. Republic Positive influencer Smita Parekh highlights the causes of stress, anxiety and depression in men.
नमस्कार, मैं स्मिता पारेख आपके सामने लेकर आई हूं अपना नया पॉडकास्ट।
और इस पॉडकास्ट में एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट लेकर आई हूँ जिसके बारे में हम आमतौर पर अखबार की सुर्खियों में, मीडिया में अपने दोस्तों या रिश्तेदारों से सुनते तो हैं और कई बार हम इसका सामना खुद भी करते हैं। यकीन मानिएगा, हम कई बार खुद भी विटनेस करते हैं। थोड़ी देर चर्चा होती है लेकिन उसे इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया जाता। और देखिए ना, आज इस सब्जेक्ट के बारे में बात करने के लिए मैं एक महिला ही तो सामने आई हूँ, किसी पुरुष ने इस सब्जेक्ट का आगाह नहीं किया। आप सोच रहे होंगे ऐसा क्या सब्जेक्ट है कि पुरुषों की इसके बारे में बात करनी चाहिए, लेकिन पुरुष बात कहाँ करते हैं? या तो हमारा सामाजिक ढर्रा ही ऐसा है कि पुरुष अपने इश्यूज के बारे में खुलकर बात नहीं करते, अपने मेंटल और इमोशनल और पर्सनल इश्यूज के बारे में तो बिल्कुल भी बात नहीं करते। आखिर क्या वजह है इसकी? क्या आपको पता है कि पुरुषों की मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर भारत में एक साइलेंट क्राइसिस चल रहा है? जी हाँ, आमतौर पर वैवाहिक जीवन के कलेश से या परिवार की जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से पुरुष इतना ज्यादा भाव विभोर हो जाते हैं और फिर उन जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से बहुत सारी मानसिक परिस्थितियों से उन्हें गुजरना पड़ता है। और ऐसे हालात में वो किसी प्रोफेशनल काउंसलर की भी मदद नहीं लेते। और यही वजह होती है कि बहुत सारे पुरुष डिप्रेशन, मानसिक तनाव, एंजाइटी इत्यादि का सामना करते हैं। आज के हालात में 76% मेन मेंटल स्ट्रेस की वजह से सुसाइडल फील करते हैं। क्या वजह है इसकी? मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता, पुरुष रोते नहीं है, आदमी कमजोर नहीं होते। ये सारे जुमले फिल्मों ने जरूर हमें सिखाए, लेकिन इसकी वजह से क्या हमारा पुरुष कुछ ज्यादा ही भार ढो रहा है या फिर वैवाहिक जिंदगी से दूर जाना चाहता है, वैवाहिक जीवन को एक कलेश या बर्डन समझने लगा है, या फिर बढ़ते हुए डिवोर्स केसेस? जी हाँ, शादी करो, 1 साल के बाद या कुछ महीनों के बाद डिवोर्स लो और एक तगड़ा एलिमनी लो और मेंटेनेंस लेकर अपनी बाकी की जिंदगी आराम से गुजारो। ये कुछ महिलाएं कर रही हैं, जो कि बिल्कुल ही गलत है। और यही वजह है शायद कि एक युवा पुरुष आमतौर पर विवाह के बंधन से दूर जाना चाहता है। अतुल सुभाष का केस हम सबसे छुपा हुआ नहीं है और ऐसे कितने ही सारे विक्टिम्स हैं और उनके परिवार, उनके दोस्त हैं जिन्होंने देखा, जिन्होंने विटनेस किया है कि किस हालात में पुरुष आज जी रहा है। क्या आपको लगता है कि हमारी कानून व्यवस्था भी कुछ हद तक जिम्मेदार है, या वो अर्बन महिलाएं जिन्होंने इस कानून को ट्वीक कर लिया और वो जानती हैं कि कानून चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए महिलाओं के हक में ही बात करेगा? तो आइए ना, एक ऐसा सेफ एनवायरनमेंट तैयार करते हैं, एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करते हैं कि पुरुष भी बात करेंगे, पुरुष भी ट्रस्ट करेंगे अपनी बहुत ही इंटरनल इमोशंस और भावनाओं को व्यक्त करने के लिए, क्योंकि भावनाओं को व्यक्त करना और भावुक होना कमजोरी की निशानी नहीं है, बल्कि इंसानियत की निशानी है। एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी वेरी स्ट्रांगली बिलीव men have emotions too.
Well, we have some big breaking news coming in. A stunning US intelligence report has exposed Pakistan's deepening military obsession, from border skirmishes to now ramping up nuclear arsenal. Islamabad is on a relentless war path, viewers. Over 2,500 have been killed by militants in just 1 year, and Pakistan grapples with rising terror, TTP strikes and Baloch insurgencies. But what's even more alarming is that Pakistan still sees India as an existential threat and is racing to build tactical nukes to offset India's military edge. And the report has also warned of China's deep involvement, nuclear tech, military exercises, WMD transfers, and even as Chinese nationals are being targeted by terror groups within Pakistan. And if that wasn't enough, viewers, 2024 also saw airstrikes between Pakistan and Iran and direct clashes with Taliban along the Afghan border. So this is a shocking US intelligence report that has said that Pakistan is modernizing its nuclear arsenal and maintaining the security of its nuclear assets and nuclear command and control centers. Pakistan almost certainly procures WMD applicable goods from foreign suppliers and intermediaries. And to give us more insights on this alarming report, we have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us live on this broadcast. A very good afternoon, Abhishek. You know, this region is now a powder keg and the fuse is burning really, really fast.
Well, indeed, Deepak, this is alarming, and it seems it is intended to raise alarm for the benefit of viewers. This is an annual report which is brought out by the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, of the United States Department of Defense. and overall works under the Pentagon, and it is a meticulous work of 45 pages. Now, this is essentially about risk assessment for the United States, and it talks about all the geographies. So far as we are concerned, the most interesting bit obviously is on Pakistan. It has a couple of paras on India also, but I'll come to that in a bit. So on Pakistan, the most concerning bit, of course, is, and rightly so, about Pakistan's continuing nuclear weapons upgradation program. Much of it Chinese supplied and China blessed. And so, for example, what is concerning is that the Pakistanis are working on what is called tactical nukes, essentially. These are battlefield nuclear weapons. And this is obviously aimed at everything that Pakistan does on its military side is obviously aimed at India. And so they are primarily, according to this report, recipient of China's economic and military largesse. We know, of course, from the recent standoff during Operation Sindoor, that from PL-15E missiles to their J-10 and J-17 fighter aircrafts and to their HQ-9 air defense shield, effectively entire war machine of Pakistan is of Chinese origin. So, I mean, there is no surprise there. But it goes on to say that foreign materials and technology supporting Pakistan's WMD program, which is the weapons of mass destruction or nuclear weapons program, are very likely acquired primarily from suppliers in China and sometimes are transshipped through Hong Kong, Singapore, Turkey, and the United Arab Emirates. So remember, the Chinese nuclear program was birthed by AQ Khan, Abdul Qadir Khan, by theft. And that thieving essentially is part of the DNA of Pakistani nuclear program, which even now continues as is being acknowledged by this report. Insofar as we are concerned, Deepak, India should raise this at multilateral platforms. And the fact that despite India making it clear that under the nuclear overhang, we are going to inflict costs on Pakistan. The fact that they are continuing to beef up their nuclear warheads, particularly in the tactical domain, which can really fall into rogue hands also. And the fact that Chinese are helping them is something which the world should take note of.
That's right, Abhishek, and we hope that the all-party delegations also pick this US intel report, because the all-party delegations are already briefing allied nations about the role Pakistan plays in sponsoring terrorism and also breeding terrorism and also sponsoring cross-border terror attacks. And this report is quite alarming indeed. Now let's move on, viewers, because Indian Coast Guard's daring rescue operation after foreign ship capsizes in the middle of the sea rescued the remaining members of the Liberian-flagged container ship MSC Elsa 3. Here's how the daring operations transpired.
Disaster struck off the Kochi coast as a Liberian-flagged container ship MSC Elsa 3 tilted dangerously, spilling containers into the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy and Coast Guard launched a high-stakes rescue mission. 9 crew members were rescued by the Singapore-based vessel Hanyi, while 12 others were recovered by the Coast Guard ship Anvesh. The remaining 3 were later rescued under hazardous conditions by the Indian Navy vessel INS Sujata. The 184-meter vessel, operated by the Mediterranean Shipping Company, was en route Winningham Port to Kochi. In the early hours of May 25th, the vessel capsized rapidly, reportedly due to flooding in one of the holds. The Liberian-flagged container ship began listing sharply on May 24th due to inclement weather. The situation deteriorated rapidly, forcing 21 of the 24 crew members to abandon the ship. All crew members now remain safe, and ICG is conducting an assessment of the situation and issuing an advisory to state authorities accordingly.
With that, viewers, we come to the end of this bulletin and we leave you with this video tweeted by Southwestern Command of the Indian Army, showcasing how our air defense system is not just securing our skies but also safeguarding our nation. Take a look.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just carry the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines.
Positive Influencer Show with me, Tanvi Sood. Over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to be bringing you some fantastic content across genres that our positive influencers have been working on. They've really been at it. Over the next 30 minutes is your dose of positivity. Let's get to it. Operation Sindoor is every Indian's pride. Positive influencer Shishir Arya takes you through an interesting angle. What do Indian scriptures tell us about India's ancient war philosophy? Here it is.
हित वचन नहीं तूने माना, मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना, तो ले मैं भी अब जाता हूं, अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूं, याचना नहीं अब रण होगा. What does ancient Indian wisdom and Ram, Krishna and Chanakya tell us about India's unique stance on war and conflict? These 5 lines that you heard from Damdhari Dinkar ji's famous poem Rashmi Rathi beautifully articulates Krishna's logic behind when Bharat goes to war. Of all the nations in the world, there is perhaps no other nation that has as unique a perspective on war and conflict than India does. While most countries go to war for either proving dominance or claiming land or even safeguarding survival, none of these ends are what matter to India. Dominance, land and survival aren't ends, but means to a much larger end. An end that benefits not just India, but the entire world. What is this end? What is so unique about India's perspective on war? When it comes to war and conflict, what does India stand for and why does India go to war? Let's learn through the rich lens of our Indian wisdom and ancient scriptures that inform us of where India comes from. The first reason we go to war is demonstrated by a wonderful story when Ram seeks passage to Lanka from the sea god. Sitting by the banks, he prays for 3 days non-stop. But when there is no response, Ram is forced to showcase his might and intimidate the sea god. As Tulsidas ji writes, Bhay binu hoye na priti. Because sometimes friendship only emanates from fear. India displays power never to prove egoistic superiority, but to take away the enemy's notion that our tolerance is a constraint emanating from weakness, where in fact it is self-restraint arising from genuine respect for humanity. The second reason we go to war is where Chanakya Niti informs us that Durbalyasa Balam Raja. Our tolerance should be perceived by our people as an ideal that unites us, not as a liability to carry, and to therefore fuel the faith of the collective in our stance to unite the country. Dand Niti mentioned in the Mahabharata Shanti Par by Bhishma is necessary. Punishment for foul deeds not just sets straight the wrongdoer, but also fuels conviction within the subjects about the strength of the values they stand for. The third reason, however, is one where India's cultural richness truly shines through. We believe in the ideal of Maha Upanishad's Vasudeva Kutumbakam. This is our soul. This is the principle we are safeguarding. The world is a family. We believe in Ekatmata, Karuna, oneness is the only pathway to everybody's peace and prosperity. But what do you do when a family member starts to prioritize themselves over the family? Here's what you do. As Chanakya says, you try to help them change through Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. Like a kid who has fallen into bad habits, you first speak to them softly, then try to persuade them. But when neither work, our culture tells us that you take to Dand. Or as Krishna says, once someone crosses the line, punishment is compassion. To salvage them from the bad habit, and everybody around them who they may negatively influence from their bad habit. Not just for their benefit, but for the benefit of everyone else, you punish them sometimes. To force them to fall in line with the spirit of Vasudev Kutumbakam, the dharma of the world being one family. Yes, India is the land of the Buddha. But sometimes to ensure that Buddha's ideals are protected, India is left with no choice but to become the land of Yuddha. We forgive our enemy, always. But forgiveness doesn't mean not fighting for the right cause. Forgiveness simply means we don't fight for safeguarding ego, spite or hatred. We fight for what's right. Or as the first 2 words of the Gita say, Dharma Kshetre Kurukshetra. War is only fought for protecting Dharma, the Dharma of humanity and oneness. Jai Hind.
Some say it takes grace to earn wisdom. Some say the Bhagavad Gita is just too complex, too deep for a little child. But wait, watch this 5-year-old. This positive influencer This sensation on the internet, Bhakt Bhagwat, he's breaking down for you the complexities of the Bhagavad Gita, its secrets, in the next video. Watch this.
हरे कृष्णा, मेरा नाम है भागवत दास ब्रह्मचारी। मेरी उम्र 5 साल की है और मेरा शरीर 5 साल का है और मैं श्री श्री गोवर्धन धाम में रहता हूँ और मैं गिव गीता गुरुकुल में पढ़ता हूँ। आज मैं आपको भगवत गीता के बारे में बहुत स्पेशली बात बताता हूँ। हर ज्ञान की उम्र बचपन ही है। जो ज्ञान हम बचपन में लेते हैं वो ज्ञान हमारे साथ पूरा जीवन रहता है। जैसे बच्चे भौतिक ज्ञान लेने के लिए बचपन से स्कूल जाते हैं, वैसे ही हमें भगवत गीता का ज्ञान भी बचपन से लेना चाहिए। मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल से समझाता हूँ। जैसे एक पौधा होता है, तो जब वो छोटा होता है तो हम उसे कहीं भी मोड़ सकते हैं और जब वो पौधा बड़ा हो जाता है तो उसे कहीं भी मोड़ नहीं सकते। तो भगवत गीता भी इसी तरह है। जब हम बचपन से भगवत गीता पढ़ेंगे तो बचपन से भगवत गीता हमारे जीवन को सही दिशा देगी। मैं आपको एक और बात बताता हूँ भगवत गीता के बारे में। कई लोग कहते हैं कि भगवत गीता बच्चों के लिए नहीं है, भगवत गीता तो बड़ों के लिए है। भगवत गीता बच्चों के लिए नहीं है, भगवत गीता तो बूढ़ों के लिए है। तो बच्चे भी अपने जीवन में खुश होना चाहते हैं और बड़े भी अपने जीवन में खुश होना चाहते हैं। तो कुछ कैसे होंगे? जब हम भगवत गीता पढ़ेंगे, क्योंकि भगवत गीता ही हमें खुश करा सकती है। तो हम इस टाइम छोटे से बड़े होने का वेट क्यों करें? अभी से भगवत गीता पढ़ लें और अभी से खुश हो जाएं। अब मैं आपको भगवत गीता के 7 क्वेश्चंस बताता हूँ। भगवत गीता कब बोली गई? भगवत गीता कहाँ बोली गई? भगवत गीता किसने बोली, किसको बोली और किसने लिखी? अब मैं आपको इसके आंसर्स बताता हूँ। देखिए, भगवत गीता 5000 साल पहले लगभग द्वापर युग में बोली गई। और कहाँ बोली गई? धर्म क्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे संवेतायुयुत्सवा माम का पांडवा सैवा किम अकुर्वत संजय। इसका अर्थ होता है कि भगवत गीता कुरुक्षेत्र में बोली गई। कुरुक्षेत्र में बोली गई। हाँ, और भगवत गीता किसने बोली? परम भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने बोली। और किसको बोली? परम धनुर्धर महाराज अर्जुन महाराज, इनको, जो भगवान श्री कृष्ण के बहुत बड़े भक्त थे। और भगवत गीता किसने लिखी और महाभारत किसने लिखी? वेद व्यास जी ने गणेश जी को बोली और गणेश जी ने उसको लिखी। और भगवत गीता किसने लिखी? भगवत गीता भी गणेश जी ने लिखी और महाभारत भी गणेश जी ने लिखी। तो ऐसा क्यों? ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि भगवत गीता महाभारत ग्रंथ का हिस्सा है।
Our next positive influencer has served in the mighty Indian Armed Forces. Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai. She served in Kashmir. Over the next video, which is post-Operation Sindoor, when the Indian Armed Forces delivered a bloody nose to the Pakistanis, Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai lists down the epic failures of the failed Marshal Asim Munir. Watch this.
A field marshal or a failed marshal? Let us be absolutely blunt. That only in Pakistan can a general with no victories, no glory and no accountability be promoted to a field marshal. And why not? After all, it is said that Pakistan is not a country with an army. It is an army that happens to have a country. General Asim Munir, now the second field marshal in Pakistan's history, follows in the footsteps of General Ayub Khan, a man who also awarded himself medals and then a presidency. At least General Ayub Khan waited until after a coup. Whereas, what is with General Munir? He is skipping all the drama and going straight to the uniform upgrade, minus all the merit. Let me make it clear to you all. This rank is supposed to be reserved for exceptional military achievement. And we all can see what exactly is General Munir's achievements. The Indian airstrike that took out 9 terror camps, killing over 100 terrorists. India's response so precise that General Munir disappeared from the public eye for 4 days and was reportedly hiding in a bunker. In the counter-strike, India targeted and destroyed 11 Pakistani military installations, including one in the Rawalpindi headquarters. Even Pakistan's air defense was rendered useless. And that is something even their own Prime Minister had to admit. And now that very general, the one who was in hiding during a national crisis, is being declared a field marshal. If that is not ironic enough, let me add, the DGMO equivalent of Pakistan reached out to India asking for peace. The army that talked tough called for a timeout. But we need to understand that the Sharif government's approval of General Munir's elevation shows exactly that who runs Pakistan. Not the people, not the government, but the army. Pakistan itself faced 784 terror attacks last year. Mind you, not from foreign enemies, but from homegrown, inbred terrorists who are now flying under the flag of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Provinces like Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are on the brink of separation. Their economy has absolutely cratered and their foreign diplomacy, well, it's absolutely dead on arrival. And yet, amidst all this chaos, what is the solution from the army? Promote the man in charge of the collapse, give him a new badge, and then put him on a new tank. Let us call what it is. He is not a field marshal, but a field Martian. Alien to facts, floating in his own fantasy world. A man failing on the field, but definitely winning the war of deception. Because in Pakistan, there is no discipline, no accountability, no justification, just a simple declaration. And maybe that is their goal. To not fix the truth, but just to rewrite in their own words. To lie to themselves, lie to the people, and lie to the world. But mind you, medals do not erase memory. And no matter how many stripes one may stitch onto that uniform, failure cannot be photoshopped into glory. General Asim Munir may now be Pakistan's field marshal, but history will always remember him as the commander of collapse.
From a positive influencer who has served on the front to a positive influencer who's made it her life's mission to impart teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. Roma Abhyankar is up next. Now, Operation Sindoor was not an act of revenge. It was an act of justice. It is an act of justice. Now, Roma Abhyankar takes that thought, traces it back to the Bhagavad Gita and tells you why this is India's Dharma Yudh.
There are moments in life and in the life of a nation when silence is no longer strength. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna's words to Arjun cut through the noise. When wrong rises, it must be confronted. Namaskar, my name is Roma Abhyankar. In the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, there is a powerful learning for us. Uphold what is right, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's hard. Let's expand on this a little further. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham. Here, Sri Krishna tells Arjun that whenever there is a decline in righteousness and an increase in unrighteousness, at that time I manifest on earth. Through this shloka, Sri Krishna's take on going to war was simple. What was unjust, unrighteous had to be remedied. He goes one step further and reiterates how necessary it is to stand up for one's own dharma. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkrutam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Shri Krishna's reasoning was straightforward: to protect the righteous, to annihilate the wicked, and to re-establish the principles of dharma, I appear on this earth age after age. What this means for us is to take a stand. If you feel that a particular situation is unwarranted or that you have been wronged, you have to remedy the situation. And in doing so, you are not to let your feelings dictate what action you must take. The countermeasure is driven by proper reasoning, with diligence, and with the objective to amend the situation. If you let your emotions, and these could be any, such as revenge, fear, displeasure, hatred, sadness, if you let these feelings define your behavior, you might end up creating more trouble for yourself. The recent turn of events have kept us on our toes. Many questions loom in our minds. The most obvious one being, is this the right thing to do? And what will happen next? Isn't this exactly what Arjun felt right before the Great War, the Mahabharata? In the context of our country, India, there was infiltration, and we needed to address it. To view strike or war from the angle of revenge is naive. Taking action from a place of emotion is not Sri Krishna's advice. Some steps are essential to establish righteousness. Your big takeaway? War or no war, to stand by what is right is a part of your dharma. To stand by your country, our forces, is our dharma. To protect our land, our people, that is also our dharma. It is what is expected from us. And fulfilling one's dharma is the only true way to live one's life. Dhanyavad.
Mental health is so important. And May is the Mental Health Awareness Month. Now, Astha Kothari, our positive influencer, will break down the theme this year. It is turning awareness into action. She tells you why understanding it is so important. Trust me, watching this will give you the headspace you need this weekend.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and the theme for 2025 is Community, Turning Awareness into Action. Imagine a world where our homes, schools, workplaces, colleges, and even our social environment were all safe spaces for us to open up with one another about our mental and emotional challenges. Sounds a little unrealistic, but it's absolutely possible. The entire idea behind this year's theme is to encourage us to take charge of the mental and emotional well-being of not just ourselves, but our loved ones as well. No, you don't need to be an expert or a practitioner in order to build this sense of community. You can begin with a step that is as small and simple as calling up your relative and checking up on them. Or calling up that friend of yours who's been avoiding social interactions lately and reassuring them that if they need to speak, you will listen. On the other hand, when we need help for our mental health, we often avoid confiding in our family or reaching out to people because we think it'll stress them out. This is when we need to reach out for help, even if it means going to a certified mental health practitioner. Whichever side you're on, whether you're looking to seek help for yourself or willing to extend it to someone else, what matters is that you turn your awareness into action. In the next video from this series, we will be breaking down the word mental health, and I will tell you a few tips that will help you to understand if you are in a mentally healthy state of mind or not. If you found value in this video, you can follow me on my platform Slow Down with Astha for more content on mental and emotional well-being.
Are you scratching that head about income tax returns? Is it last year repeat all over again? Well, don't, because up next is positive influencer Kanan Bell. He is a chartered accountant and he's taking you through it step by step with deadlines and detail. Watch this and don't hit that snooze button on your income tax returns this year.
It is that time of the year when you have to file your ITR. People typically believe that if their incomes are below 3 lakh rupees, they need not file an ITR. But that's not true. In some cases, you may even have to face jail time as per the provisions of Income Tax Act. But don't worry, we have got you covered. I'm your friend CA Kanan Behel, and in this video, we'll be telling you about who needs to file an ITR. If your total income before deductions exceed 3 lakh rupees, you're required to file. But that's not all. You also need to file if you have deposited over 1 crore rupees in current accounts, spent more than 2 lakhs on foreign travel for yourself or for someone else, or paid over 1 lakh rupees on electricity bills in a year. If you own or benefit from any foreign assets like a bank account or property abroad, you've got to file no matter what your income is. Individuals are required to file their ITRs by 31st July after the financial year end, unless they need to get an audit done. So, for the financial year ending 31st March 2025, you need to get your ITRs filed by 31st July 2025. Now here's the big question. Which ITR form should you file? Since your income may likely include salary, interest, and some property or capital gains, let's break it down. There are 4 main forms: ITR 1, 2, 3, and 4. But here's the catch. If your total income exceeds 50 lakhs, you must file either ITR 2 or 3. Why? Because these forms handle higher incomes and complex sources like capital gains or business income and require detailed disclosures. Let us understand when is ITR 1 applicable for you. If you have just salary income or interest income or long-term capital gains from equity mutual funds and listed equity shares of up to 1.25 lakh rupees and maybe one house property without requiring to set off losses, ITR 1 might work. But if you have losses from properties or capital gains like short-term capital gains or long-term capital gains exceeding 1.25 lakh rupees a year, or even business income, you'll likely need an ITR 2 or ITR 3. For example, ITR 2 is for salaried people having capital gains or foreign assets, while ITR 3 is for those with business or professional income. If you've got a small business with a turnover of up to 3 crores in case of a business and 75 lakhs in case of a profession under presumptive taxation, then ITR 4 is your go-to, but only if you don't have complex investments or losses. That's it for today. If you find this helpful, smash that like button and share it with your friends and family. Got questions about ideas or taxes? Drop them in the comments below and I'll do my best to answer. Until next time, keep following Republic and CA Kanan Behel on Twitter and LinkedIn. See you soon.
Before I sign off from this beautiful, spectacular Republic Media Network campus, if you think you have it in you to be on the Republic Positive Influencer program, then go drop that video. We're still screening applications from across the board. We just opened up the sustainability and environment category, so go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in or the WhatsApp number on your screen right now and drop your sample video. Our teams are screening around the clock and we'll get in touch with you. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again this evening with another fresh episode packed with positivity. Thanks so much for watching.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just tell you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
From Operation Sindoor to Operation Black Forest, we decode how Indian forces are wiping out terror. The first visit since Operation Sindoor. Why Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, is heading to Moscow. Also, we help you understand the star performer of Operation Sindoor, India's indigenous air defense system, the Akash Tir. And also ground reports from the LOC and border. All that and more on Forces First with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Summer
is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines: a day after Niti Aayog meeting, PM Modi holds a key meeting with chief ministers and deputy chief ministers of states led by NDA.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान हमारी सेनाओं ने जो पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसने हर हिंदुस्तानी का सिर ऊंचा कर दिया है।
Prime Minister Modi, in his first Mann Ki Baat address post-Operation Sindoor, lauded our security forces for destroying Pakistan's terror bases. Congress leader Alka Lamba, shocking gaffe, calls Operation Sindoor Operation Blue Star.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. Will not be silenced by terrorism. All party delegations take forward India's message of zero tolerance against terrorism. Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in at this Sunday. Breaking news coming in. Congress leader Alka Lamba's bizarre gaffe on Operation Sindoor. She has equated the Operations Sindoor and Operation Blue Star. She has mixed, I repeat, she has mixed Operation Sindoor and Operation Blue Star. Congress leader calls Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star and then asked for a parliamentary session on it. This is a huge update coming in right now, viewers, where the All India Mahila Congress President Alka Lamba is facing huge embarrassment after she has mistakenly termed Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star. And we also have that exact, I repeat, we also have that exact statement. So let's go ahead and play it out.
सर्वदलीय बैठक से प्रधानमंत्री जी आप लगातार भाग रहे हैं। हम वापस मांग कर रहे हैं, एक सर्वदलीय बैठक बुलाइए और उसकी अध्यक्षता आप करिए। हम मांग करते हैं कि ये समय की मांग है, जरूरत है कि संसद के दोनों सत्रों को शीघ्र बुलाकर ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार पर पूरी व्यापक देश को जानकारी सरकार के द्वारा दी जाए।
Meanwhile, the BJP slams Congress leader Alka Lamba over her shocking remark. Let's listen in, viewers.
सेना का अपमान यही तो कांग्रेस की पहचान, करो पाकिस्तान का गुणगान, दो शरीर एक जान, कांग्रेस और पाकिस्तान। देखिए, आज फिर से सेना का अपमान किया। अलका लांबा ऑफिशियल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते वक्त ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार बता रही है। मतलब कि उन्हें बेसिक जानकारी नहीं है या जानबूझकर लगातार सेना पर यह हमला किया जा रहा है। कल हमने देखा कि राहुल गांधी ने पूंछ में पाकिस्तान के द्वारा जो नागरिकों को मारा गया, शेलिंग करके, गोलीबारी करके, उसको ट्रेजेडी बोला। टेरर को ट्रेजेडी बोलना, व्हाइट वॉशिंग करना, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ब्लू स्टार बोलना, ये कांग्रेस ने अपना असली चरित्र दिखा दिया है। ये सेना विरोधी है। ये सेना के प्रमुख को सड़क का गुंडा भी बोलते हैं। ये इनकी मानसिकता है।
And viewers, now after the shocking statement, Congress leader Alka Lamba stays defiant. She has not even apologized on her latest remark on Operation Sindoor, rather puts the blame on the BJP instead. And she says the BJP is making excuses to divert public from the real issues. Okay, so this is a big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV, that after Alka Lamba made a huge gaffe during a press briefing where she mixed Operation Sindoor with Operation Blue Star, she remains defiant. The Congress leader remains defiant and has even gone ahead and said that the BJP is making excuses to divert public from real issues. So these are some of the back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. So let's get you a little bit of a background to what is happening, where Alka Lamba, it was a big embarrassment for her because she referred to Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star during a press conference on the Pahalgam terror attack. And she's also right now staying defiant and going ahead and putting the entire blame on the BJP. So these are some top updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And we're also coming to know that the BJP has hit back at Alka Lamba for that huge embarrassment. All right. Let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some breaking updates coming in. Big revelation. I repeat, big revelation coming in the alleged Pakistani spy Jyoti Malhotra case. YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra was in constant touch with Pakistan's famous YouTuber Zishan Hussain. She was working with the Pakistani YouTuber, and she was also, viewers, and this is what we are learning right now, she was also in touch with other Pakistani YouTubers. So both of these YouTubers, viewers, praised, I repeat, praised Pakistan on their YouTube pages. So this is coming out, viewers, because remember, the investigation is continuing. I repeat, the investigation is continuing in this case. So it's a huge revelation coming to light regarding Jyoti Malhotra. Jyoti Malhotra, that is right, the YouTuber and travel vlogger from Hisar who was arrested on charges of espionage by the intelligence agencies and security forces. And data investigation showing that Jyoti Malhotra was in regular touch with Zishan. Who is Zishan? Zishan is a well-known YouTuber from Pakistan, viewers. And she was working with the Pakistani YouTuber. She was in touch with other Pakistani YouTubers. Both of these YouTubers, viewers, praised Pakistan on their YouTube pages. Okay, we have with us, I repeat, we have with us Riyanka, who's on the ground getting us this update for us. Okay, yes, I'm coming to you, Riyanka. It looks like that Jyoti Malhotra was in touch with more YouTubers from Pakistan, and they were trying to run some kind of a propaganda together, Riyanka. If you could take our viewers through what the investigation is leading to.
Well, Shivangi, firstly, we know that Jyoti Malhotra is already in an extended remand for till the 26th, which is tomorrow. On the other hand, we also know that the forensic report has already come, and as per sources, we understand that the data has been retrieved from Jyoti Malhotra's phones, which were seized, as well as from the laptop also. And on the other hand, from the data which has been received from her phone, we understand that she was in touch with other YouTubers, especially one of the names coming in is of Zishan. Zishan is one of the famous YouTubers in Pakistan, and we understand, as per the data and the sources, that Jyoti Malhotra was in very close coordination with Zishan. In fact, when she went to Pakistan, she had messaged Zishan at that point in time, and both of them in their YouTube channels have tried to put up a very positive image of Pakistan. In fact, both of them had met in a Hindu temple in Pakistan. What we also understand, Jyoti was working very closely with Zishan to create a better narrative and a better image of Pakistani YouTubers as well. Both of them tried to show how much care is taken of ancient temples and Hindu temples in Pakistan, although we see that there is already several instances of atrocities on Hindus that we have witnessed in Pakistan. But majorly, what we understand that they were trying to create a better image of Pakistan. So more details are being ascertained. And lastly, Shivangi, it is being ascertained whether Jyoti has given in any information, secret information, to Zishan via all this communication.
That is right. Yes, Riyanka. I have to move ahead right now because we're getting some pictures. Stay on with us, Riyanka, because we're getting some pictures right now. NDA CM's conclave in New Delhi concludes. So let's go to those pictures which are coming in right now, viewers. And we can tell you that this is a high-level conclave of the NDA chief ministers and deputy chief ministers with Prime Minister Modi and senior cabinet leaders in attendance. And the NDA meeting has just concluded. And the pictures coming in, we'll put those out in a short while from now, where they are leaving after the meeting. Just leaving after the meeting. And Riyanka, I'm coming back to you right now. Very important meeting organized by the BJP. Day-long meeting focusing on Operation Sindoor, good governance, upcoming national milestones, other topics as well were discussed. If you could take our viewers through these pictures we're getting for our viewers.
Well, absolutely. The day-long brainstorming, which was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and attended by nearly 20 chief ministers and 18 deputy chief ministers. This meeting was held in the national capital and it has now concluded. And we are showing these visuals of all the leaders now leaving the particular location where the meeting took place. Now, good governance being one of the major agendas of this particular meeting has seen one of the resolutions also which was passed. This resolution was passed for praising the army, the military, as well as our Prime Minister Modi's befitting response, and under his leadership how Operation Sindoor had gained in success. So a resolution praising all these has been passed in that particular conclave which took place. And we also saw that several chief ministers had put forward their good governance module, the strategic schemes that they have put forward in their particular states and how it is working for their states. Those presentations were also put in front of the Prime Minister. On the other hand, we also understand how the centre and the state together can work towards Viksit Bharat by 2047, all the measures that can be taken forward. In fact, resolution on completion of nearly 1 year of Prime Minister's third term in our country, all of this were the key agenda of this particular conclave, which is now concluded, and all the leaders are slowly dispersing from the venue.
Yes, that is right. And also, before I let you go, Riyanka, we also know the meeting is talking about some key upcoming events. Talking about the first anniversary of Modi 3.0 government, the decade of International Yoga Day. So there are a couple of other important events which are coming up, and this meeting was called to prepare for those events. If you could just throw some light on this as well, Riyanka.
Absolutely, as you mentioned, the future events which were part of discussions and deliberation in this particular conclave, starting with Prime Minister's insight as well as the Prime Minister's leadership towards building a caste census in our country. Major talks have happened on that sense. Also, completion of 1 year anniversary of Prime Minister's third term as the leader of the country. That is also one of the deliberations which have been made. There will be more events coming forward to celebrate that as well amongst the BJP as well as the NDA leaders. And also, as you rightly mentioned, the 10th International Yoga Day was also discussed, how the leaders are going to be moving forward, how there is going to be a coordination between the states and the centre in order to, given more expose to yoga and its importance. We know how Prime Minister has been putting forward the importance of yoga, and every yoga day he comes out with a very important message of its benefits. So all of that has been discussed in this very, very crucial conclave, which was attended by several chief ministers, several deputy chief ministers, as well as the top brass of the BJP.
That is right. Okay, thank you for joining us, Riyanka, with all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story as the NDA CM's conclave in New Delhi concludes. But viewers, breaking news coming in. Scuffle breaks out between the coordinating committee on Manipur integrity members and security forces while protesting against President's rule in Manipur. Now, this is the COCOM calling for a wide protest against the Governor, Chief Secretary, Security Advisor and DGP for removing the word Manipur from the Manipur State Transport bus that was ferrying media personnel to attend a festival, and the protesters demand explanation for removal of the word Manipur and term it as a direct assault on Manipur's integrity. This picture is coming in as well, viewers. You can see that there is a protest between the police and the protesters. Already we have seen there has been a lot of disruptions as a 48-hour statewide general strike called by the Meitei organization coordinating committee on Manipur integrity has been going on for a while now. I want to go back to my colleague who will get us a sense of what's happening on the ground. Aniruddha, take our viewers to these pictures coming in. Scuffle breaks up between the protesters and the police.
Hi, yes, Shivangi. Today afternoon, when the protesters tried to march towards the Raj Bhavan, at that point in time, security forces stopped the protesters from moving ahead towards the Raj Bhavan, and it was at that point in time that the scuffle broke out between the security forces and protesters. The protesters on the call of the COCOMI, that is Coordinating Committee on Manipur's Integrity, are demanding an explanation from the governor. They have to say that the removal of the word Manipur from the Manipur State Transport bus that was ferrying media personnel to Ukhrul is a direct attack on the integrity of Manipur, and they are demanding an explanation from the governor, the chief secretary, the security advisor, as well as the DGP. The protesters and the COCOMI have to say that if the governor and the concerned official fails to come up with an explanation which can douse the fire among the people, if they fail to do so, then they should resign. So technically, they are demanding stepping down of Governor Ajay Valla, as well as the security advisor and the chief secretary and the DGP. And though the protesters couldn't make it to the Raj Bhavan as they were stopped by the security forces en route to Raj Bhavan, security forces also had to fire several rounds of tear gas cells to disperse the mob. The situation right now is being maintained. The protesters have been dispersed, and we are getting to know that the situation right now is calm. Swali.
All right. Thank you for getting those details coming in, Aniruddha, for us as scuffle breaks up between protesters and police there in Imphal. And we have been seeing these similar protests in the past few days as well. Okay, now we move ahead. India has officially become the world's fourth largest economy, viewers, overtaking Japan in the nominal GDP ranking. So this remarkable milestone, viewers, highlights India's rapid economic growth, strong domestic demand, and expanding global influence as the nation continues to invest in technology, infrastructure, and in innovation. This achievement marks it in a new era of opportunity and leadership on the global stage. Take a look.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China and Germany. Niti Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the third largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the third largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the fourth largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati, and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025. and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
All right, viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. Rain and severe thunderstorm triggered severe waterlogging. It also affected Terminal 1 of Delhi IGI Airport. And those pictures coming in for you right now, where you see heavy rain resulting in water getting collected at a tin shed of the pickup area at the airport, resulting in it collapsing. Fortunately, there were no injuries that were reported as per airport officials. This is not the part of airport structure and is outside. Also, the makeup of the tin shed is makeshift that had led to it collapsing. So this is Terminal 1, Delhi Airport, where due to the thunderstorm and severe waterlogging, which has been seen since last night, specifically it's affected the Terminal 1 area of the Delhi IGI Airport. Heavy rain resulted in water getting collected at a tin shed of the pickup area. All right, getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. Lalu Yadav expels Tej Pratap Yadav from the party. This is huge coming in right now. Says he will not have any say in party and family in the future. This is a huge update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, and we'll try to get you more updates on the story. But this is a latest development update. Latest update coming in right now, viewers, and this is huge, a huge update coming in right now, viewers, and this is coming in as we just see that Lalu Yadav, I repeat, Lalu Yadav has expelled his own son from RJD for 6 whole years, and this is the big update coming in right now. Tej Pratap Yadav, who is, by the way, the elder son of RJD President Lalu Prasad, has been expelled from the RJD, and we're coming to know that this is going to happen for 6 years. This will stay for 6 years, according to the update that we have on Republic TV. So we'll also try to get our viewers more update as to what the latest is and what has led to this move, which has been made, a very tough move being made by Lalu Yadav against his own son, Tej Pratap Yadav. He has expelled Tej Pratap from the party, and we have seen some controversial updates which had come in. I just want to go to Prakash, editor special projects, who will help us understand what happened. There was already some controversy surrounding Tej Pratap, Prakash, and now we see that Lalu Yadav has expelled Tej Pratap Yadav from the party. Yes, over to you.
Well, this news coming in from a social media post of Lalu Yadav saying that in politics, my family and my party have always adhered to the socialist values and family values, and keeping in mind the recent behavioral pattern of my eldest son, Tej Pratap Yadav, has defied all
गोलीबारी हो रही है। इस मुद्दे को हम लोग भी उठा रहे हैं और पीड़ित परिवारों से भी जा करके मिल रहे हैं। जहां भी हत्या हो रहा है या बलात्कार हो रहा है, तो सरकार तो अचेत अवस्था में है। अब ये दर्शाता है, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी 2 दिवसीय दिल्ली दौरे पे गए हुए हैं, 2 दिवसीय दिल्ली दौरे पर, और कल नीति आयोग की बैठक में हर जगह के सीएम मौजूद थे, लेकिन बिहार के सीएम जो थे वो नीति आयोग के बैठक में नहीं गए, लेकिन आज
All right, let's go back to Prakash. Prakash, yes, go ahead. Okay, we'll go back to Prakash, editor special projects. He'll join us in a short while from now. And the decision has been taken after there was a viral picture which was posted by Tej Pratap and of him having a relationship with a girl. And just after this, we have got this big news. I repeat, a huge news which has come in that Lalu Yadav expelled Tej Pratap Yadav from the party for 6 years. I repeat, for 6 years. Big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And we're getting some more updates coming in. So let's just go through what we know so far. Lalu Yadav expels Tej Pratap Yadav from party, saying he will not have any sane party and family in the future. And like we told you, this decision has been taken just after a social media post went viral of Tej Pratap claiming to have a relationship with a girl. And just after this, we have seen Lalu Yadav expelling Tej Pratap Yadav from RJD. We are still trying to connect to our reporters and our editors on this to understand what has happened so far. But this is a huge update coming in right now on Republic TV. We'll also try to get into exactly what has happened because definitely this has not gone too well.
उनको अधिकार है, वो अपना निर्णय क्या उनका सही होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा, ये अपना निर्णय वो खुद लें। और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दल के नेता हैं, उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जो उनकी भावनाएं थी उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। तो अब जो है राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है और हमने अपनी भावनाओं को भी आप लोगों के सामने रखा है, वो निर्णय ले क्या उनके लिए सही है क्या गलत है, लेकिन हम ऐसी चीज़ों को पसंद नहीं करते हैं और ना बर्दाश्त हम कर सकते हैं। ये बात जो है लोगों को समझाना चाहिए। अब वो क्या अपने निजी जीवन में कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये किसी से पूछ के तो नहीं करता है लोग, तो आप लोगों के ही माध्यम से भाई हमको जो है मीडिया में जानकारी मिली।
All right, getting this big update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. We just heard Tejasvi Yadav speak there on this same issue, saying that he does not take permission to do what he wants to do, referring to Tej Pratap Yadav. And now we see the big update coming in. Rashtriya Janata Dal RJD patron Lalu Yadav has expelled his elder son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party for 6 years. Like we got a hint about what has happened, it has to do something with his irresponsible conduct and deviation from the family's values and public decorum. So it can be attributed to that. We'll of course try to go ahead and connect once again to our editors to understand the repercussions of this. But Tejasvi Yadav is speaking there and saying that he can do what he wants. Tej Pratap Yadav can do what he wants, but it does not go well with the family dynamics and family's values. So that is the big update coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. We'll try to, of course, understand more on the story in a short while from now. But we have to take a short break. Much more coming up, viewers. We put our focus on the other big story. Congress leader Alka Lamba's shocking gaffe calls Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star. Stay tuned, viewers.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लल जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line.
And viewers, top headlines tracking right now. A day after Niti Aayog meeting, PM Modi chairs a key meeting with chief ministers and deputy chief ministers of states led by the NDA.
सिंदूर के दौरान हमारी सेनाओं ने जो पराक्रम दिखाया है उसने हर हिंदुस्तानी का सिर ऊंचा कर दिया है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his first Mann Ki Baat address post-Operation Sindoor lauded our security forces for destroying Pakistan's terror bases. Congress leader Alka Lamba's shocking gaffe calls Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. Will not be silenced by terrorism. All party delegations take forward India's message of zero tolerance against terrorism. And viewers, big update coming in right now. We told you the big story. Lalu Yadav expelled Tej Pratap Yadav from party, says he will not have any say in party and family in future. Lalu Yadav expels Tej Pratap Yadav from party, says he will not have any say in party and family in the future. And taking to the social media platform X, Lalu Yadav has posted, I'll just read it out for our viewers, translated from Hindi to English. Ignoring moral values in personal life weakens our collective struggle for social justice. The activities, public conduct and irresponsible behavior of the eldest son are not in accordance with our family values and traditions. Therefore, due to above circumstances, I remove him from the party and family. From now on, he will not have any role of any kind in the party and family. He is expelled. I repeat, Lalu Yadav says he's expelled from the party for 6 years. A short while back, Tejasvi Yadav spoke as well. Let's go ahead and play out that reaction.
नेता विरोधी दल है। जहाँ तक मेरे बड़े भाई की बात है, राजनीतिक जीवन में निजी जीवन भी अलग होता है। तो निजी जीवन के फैसले और निर्णय, क्योंकि वो अडल्ट हैं, बड़े हैं, उनको अधिकार है, वो अपना निर्णय क्या उनका सही होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा, ये अपना निर्णय वो खुद लें। और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दल के नेता हैं, उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है। जो उनकी भावनाएं थी उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। तो अब जो है राष्ट्राध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है और हमने अपनी भावनाओं को भी आप लोगों के सामने रखा है। वो निर्णय लें, क्या उनके लिए सही है, क्या गलत है, लेकिन हम ऐसी चीज़ों को पसंद नहीं करते हैं, अन्ना बर्दाश्त हम कर सकते हैं। ये बात जो है लोगों को समझाना चाहिए। अब वो क्या अपने निजी जीवन में कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये किसी से पूछ के तो नहीं करता है। लोग आना चाहिए था नीति आयोग की बैठक में, क्यों नहीं गए?
Yes. Okay, so we just heard Tejasvi Yadav speak there, and like I was telling our viewers that RJD chief, as the RJD patron, has expelled his eldest son for 6 years now. And I was just reading out the reaction and what Lalu Yadav has said. I'll just continue saying what he has written on X. He is capable of seeing the good and bad and merits and demerits of his personal life. All those who will have relations with him should take their own decisions. I have always been an advocate of keeping the private life shielded. The obedient members of the family have adopted this and followed this idea in public life. Thank you. So this is, I was reading out what Lalu Yadav has posted on X, and this is the big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where RJD Chief Lalu has removed the elder son, Tej Pratap Yadav, from the party and from family's affairs after the love confession post. So that picture you can see as well. We saw that Tej Pratap Yadav posted this picture with his long-time partner Anushka Yadav, and after that we see that this update has come in, viewers. When we see that Lalu Yadav has gone ahead and expelled his eldest son after the love confession post that had also gone viral. So these are some big updates coming in right now on Republic TV. We'll try to connect to Prakash, our editor, as well in a short while from now. But like we told our viewers that Tej Pratap Yadav had posted that picture. You can see this picture coming in, which he later said that his account has been hacked. But this picture was posted from Tej Pratap Yadav's account. And after the love confession post went viral, we see that Lalu Yadav has expelled his son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party for 6 whole years and from the family affairs. This is a huge fallout which has happened between the father and son. We'll of course try to get our viewers more updates on the story, but this is a huge fallout and a huge update and a huge decision which has been made by RJD Chief Lalu Yadav, expelling his own son from the party for 6 years, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. We'll try to of course get you more updates on the story. But this is a big update coming in right now, where RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav expelled son Tej Pratap from the party for 6 years. It's a big political and a big personal development. It's not just a political development because he has been expelled from the party. It's also a personal development because the RJD founder and veteran leader Lalu Yadav has announced his decision to expel his elder son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party for 6 years. And I want to go ahead and play out some more reactions we're getting.
जहाँ तक मेरे बड़े भाई की बात है, राजनीतिक जीवन में निजी जीवन भी अलग होता है। तो निजी जीवन के फैसले और निर्णय, क्योंकि वो अडल्ट हैं, बड़े हैं, उनको अधिकार है, वो अपना निर्णय क्या उनका सही होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा, ये अपना निर्णय वो खुद लें। और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दल के नेता हैं, उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जो उनकी भावनाएं थी उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। तो अब जो है राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है और हमने अपनी भावनाओं को भी आप लोगों के सामने रखा है, वो निर्णय लें, क्या उनके लिए सही है, क्या गलत है, लेकिन हम ऐसी चीज़ों को पसंद नहीं करते हैं, अन्ना बर्दाश्त हम कर सकते हैं। ये बात जो है लोगों को समझाना चाहिए। अब वो क्या अपने निजी जीवन में कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये किसी से पूछ के तो नहीं करता है लोग।
All right, viewers, so we just heard that reaction coming in from Tejasvi Yadav, and like I was telling you, that decision has been taken by Lalu Yadav, and Lalu Yadav says the decision was taken after Tej Pratap's continued disregard for moral values and irresponsible behavior, which he said were in conflict with the party's principles and the family traditions. It's a public statement which has come out. Lalu Yadav writes, a disregard for moral values in personal life weakens a collective struggle for social justice. The activities, public behavior and irresponsible conduct of my eldest son are not in accordance with our family's values and cultural ethos. Therefore, under these circumstances, I am distancing him from both the party and the family. So these are some big updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And this is, he added that Tej Pratap Yadav will have no role in either the RJD or the family henceforth. He's expelled from the party for 6 years. And Lalu also says he is capable of managing his personal life independently. Okay, we have to move ahead right now, viewers. We have to move ahead right now. Breaking news coming in. BJP President JP Nadda hails Operation Sindoor taken. And this is coming in, viewers, as BJP President JP Nadda hails Operation Sindoor. We also are getting the reaction of JP Nadda. So let's go ahead, viewers, and play it out for you.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जहां कहा कि ये सेना का शौर्य है, वहीं उन्होंने इस बात का भी बल दिया कि भारत को हमें तीव्र गति से विकसित भी बनाना है, सशक्त रखना है, सामर्थ्यवान बनाना है और इसके साथ साथ हमको आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है। इस पर हमको ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर नक्सलाइट्स के खिलाफ जो मुहिम चल रही है उस पर भी चर्चा हुई और उस चर्चा में हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री ने कैसे नक्सलिज्म पर हम लोगों ने लड़ाई लड़ी है और किस तरीके से हम सफलता पा रहे हैं और हमें सफलता मिल रही है, उसके बारे में विष्णुदेव साय जी ने, जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं छत्तीसगढ़ के, उन्होंने सबके सामने उस विषय को रखा। वहाँ के गृह मंत्री विजय शर्मा जी ने किस तरीके से हम नक्सल प्रभावित इलाकों में पुनर्वासन कर रहे हैं, उनको हम किस तरीके से मुख्य धारा में ला रहे हैं, इस पर बल दिया, इस पर जोर दिया और इसके बारे में जो जो स्कीमें चल रही हैं उसकी चर्चा की। भारत के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने जो रणनीति रही है उस पर भी चर्चा की और उन्होंने हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया और सभी चीफ मिनिस्टर्स और डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को अवगत कराया कि किस तरीके से इसको हमने परास्त करने में अपनी ताकत लगाई है। जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पारित हुआ उसको राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री श्री भजनलाल शर्मा ने प्रस्तावक के रूप में रखा था और एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र, इन्होंने उसका अनुमोदन किया और सभी ने उसको सर्वसम्मति से पारित किया।
And viewers, in a powerful conversation that's turning heads, Smita Parekh highlights India's silent crisis. Men's mental health. Why do men silently suffer? What are the cultural barriers that prevent them from opening up? And how can we begin to break the stigma surrounding men's mental health in India?
There's a silent crisis in our society, the mental issues of men. Republic Positive influencer Smita Parekh highlights the causes of stress, anxiety and depression in men.
नमस्कार, मैं स्मिता पारेख आपके सामने लेकर आई हूं अपना नया पॉडकास्ट और इस पॉडकास्ट में एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट लेकर आई हूं जिसके बारे में हम आमतौर पर अखबार की सुर्खियों में, मीडिया में अपने दोस्तों या रिश्तेदारों से सुनते तो हैं और कई बार हम इसका सामना खुद भी करते हैं। यकीन मानिएगा, हम कई बार खुद भी विटनेस करते हैं। थोड़ी देर चर्चा होती है लेकिन उसे इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया जाता। और देखिए ना, आज इस सब्जेक्ट के बारे में बात करने के लिए मैं एक महिला ही तो सामने आई हूँ, किसी पुरुष ने इस सब्जेक्ट का आगाह नहीं किया। आप सोच रहे होंगे ऐसा क्या सब्जेक्ट है कि पुरुषों की इसके बारे में बात करनी चाहिए, लेकिन पुरुष बात कहाँ करते हैं? या तो हमारा सामाजिक ढर्रा ही ऐसा है कि पुरुष अपने इश्यूज के बारे में खुलकर बात नहीं करते, अपने मेंटल और इमोशनल और पर्सनल इश्यूज के बारे में तो बिल्कुल भी बात नहीं करते। आखिर क्या वजह है इसकी? क्या आपको पता है कि पुरुषों की मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर भारत में एक साइलेंट क्राइसिस चल रहा है? जी हाँ, आमतौर पर वैवाहिक जीवन के कलेश से या परिवार की जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से पुरुष इतना ज्यादा भाव विभोर हो जाते हैं और फिर उन जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से बहुत सारी मानसिक परिस्थितियों से उन्हें गुजरना पड़ता है और ऐसे हालात में वो किसी प्रोफेशनल काउंसलर की भी मदद नहीं लेते और यही वजह होती है कि बहुत सारे पुरुष डिप्रेशन, मानसिक तनाव, एंजाइटी इत्यादि का सामना करते हैं। आज के हालात में 76% मेन मेंटल स्ट्रेस की वजह से सुसाइडल फील करते हैं। क्या वजह है इसकी? मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता, पुरुष रोते नहीं है, आदमी कमजोर नहीं होते। ये सारे जुमले फिल्मों ने जरूर हमें सिखाए, लेकिन इसकी वजह से क्या हमारा पुरुष कुछ ज्यादा ही भार ढो रहा है, या फिर वैवाहिक जिंदगी से दूर जाना चाहता है, वैवाहिक जीवन को एक कलेश या बर्डन समझने लगा है, या फिर बढ़ते हुए डिवोर्स केसेस। जी हाँ, शादी करो, 1 साल के बाद या कुछ महीनों के बाद डिवोर्स लो और एक तगड़ा एलिमनी लो और मेंटेनेंस लेकर अपनी बाकी की जिंदगी आराम से गुजारो। ये कुछ महिलाएं कर रही हैं, जो कि बिल्कुल ही गलत है। और यही वजह है शायद कि एक युवा पुरुष आमतौर पर विवाह के बंधन से दूर जाना चाहता है। अतुल सुभाष का केस हम सबसे छुपा हुआ नहीं है, और ऐसे कितने ही सारे विक्टिम्स हैं और उनके परिवार, उनके दोस्त हैं जिन्होंने देखा, जिन्होंने विटनेस किया है कि किस हालात में पुरुष आज जी रहा है। क्या आपको लगता है कि हमारी कानून व्यवस्था भी कुछ हद तक जिम्मेदार है, या वो अर्बन महिलाएं जिन्होंने इस कानून को ट्वीक कर लिया, वो जानती है कि कानून चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए महिलाओं के हक में ही बात करेगा। तो आइए ना एक ऐसा सेफ एनवायरनमेंट तैयार करते हैं, एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करते हैं कि पुरुष भी बात करेंगे, पुरुष भी ट्रस्ट करेंगे अपनी बहुत ही इंटरनल इमोशंस और भावनाओं को व्यक्त करने के लिए, क्योंकि भावनाओं को व्यक्त करना और भावुक होना कमजोरी की निशानी नहीं है, बल्कि इंसानियत की निशानी है। एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी वेरी स्ट्रांगली बिलीव men have emotions too.
And viewers, India has officially become the world's 4th largest economy. That is right, overtaking Japan in nominal GDP rankings. This remarkable milestone highlights India's rapid economic growth, strong domestic demand, and expanding global influence as the nation continues to invest in technology, infrastructure, and innovation. This achievement marks a new era of opportunity and leadership on the global stage.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's 4th largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China and Germany. Niti Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the 4th largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the 3rd largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the 3rd largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the 4th largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati, and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025 and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
And viewers, Indian Coast Guard's daring rescue operation after a foreign ship capsized in middle of the sea rescues crew members of Liberian-flagged container ship. Have a look at this report as we get you the top updates.
Disaster struck off the Kochi coast as a Liberian-flagged container ship MSC Elsa III tilted dangerously, spilling containers into the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy and Coast Guard launched a high-stakes rescue mission. 9 crew members were rescued by the Singapore-based vessel Hanye, while 12 others were recovered by the Coast Guard ship Anvesh. The remaining 3 were later rescued under hazardous conditions by the Indian Navy vessel INS Sujata. The 184-meter vessel operated by the Mediterranean Shipping Company was en route Winningham Port to Kochi. In the early hours of May 25th, the vessel capsized rapidly, reportedly due to flooding in one of the holds. The Liberian-flagged container ship began listing sharply on May 24th due to inclement weather. The situation deteriorated rapidly, forcing 21 of the 24 crew members to abandon the ship. All crew members now remain safe, and ICG is conducting an assessment of the situation and issuing an advisory to state authorities accordingly.
All right, getting on some of it's coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Starting off with in less than a month, by-polls in 4 states will take place. Election Commission has announced that by-elections to 5 assembly seats in Gujarat, Kerala, Punjab and West Bengal will be held on June 19th. Prime Minister Modi will visit Gujarat on 26th and 27th May, where he will inaugurate multiple development projects worth thousands of crores. He will visit a couple of areas like Bhuj, Gandhinagar during his 2-day visit. Union Minister Jitendra Singh met with BSF and Army Jawans at the military hospital in Jammu who were injured during Operation Sindoor to inquire about their recovery. Union Minister also checked their health reports and gifted them fruit baskets. Prime Minister Modi hailed their recent CBSE mandate for schools across the country affiliated under the board to install sugar boards to educate students on the risks of high sugar intake. During his 122nd Mann Ki Baat, PM Modi emphasized that fit and healthy India is the foundation of a strong India. US President Donald Trump has defended his administration's move to block the prestigious university from enrolling international students. Trump said that his administration's request to demand specific details about violent activities by non-immigrant students from Harvard is reasonable, with the monsoon gaining strength. The Indian Met Department has issued a red alert for 5 districts in Kerala. The alert is issued for Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad, Kannur, Kasaragod districts. IMD has also warned of heavy rain across Kerala for the next 4 days now. In more news coming in, we see that the red alert has been sounded in Kerala. Liberian container vessel sank off the Kochi coast due to flooding. All 24 crew members were on board. They were rescued, 21 by Coast Guard and 3 by the Indian Navy's INS Sujata. The vessel went down with 640 containers, including 13 with hazardous cargo and 12 containing calcium carbide. Given a sensitive marine ecosystem along the Kerala's coast, Coast Guard activated full pollution response and preparedness. In more news coming in the wake of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms that struck the national capital today, the Delhi airport has issued a passenger advisory for the passengers. Some flights have been impacted and hence passengers are advised to check the flight status regarding and regularly stay in touch with airline staff for updates.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with Republic TV this Sunday evening. You're watching live and breaking at 4 p.m. with me, Oyana Mitra. Let's get you the top headlines. Day after Niti Aayog meeting, Prime Minister Modi chairs key meeting with Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers of states led by the NDA.
सिंदूर के दौरान हमारी सेनाओं ने जो पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसने हर हिंदुस्तानी का सिर ऊंचा कर दिया है.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his first Mann Ki Baat address post-Operation Sindoor lauds security forces for destroying Pakistan's terror bases. RJD chief Lalu Yadav expels his son Tej Pratap Yadav from party and family. Congress leader Alka Lamba's shocking gaffe calls Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star.
The fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. Won't be silenced by terrorism. That's the roar at the all-party delegation as they take forward India's message of zero tolerance against terrorism. All right, we start this bulletin with some breaking news coming in. Congress leader Alka Lamba has a bizarre gaffe on Operation Sindoor. She has equated Operation Sindoor to Operation Blue Star. This is during a press conference of the All India Congress Committee. And Alka Lamba mistakenly has called Operation Sindoor, has referred to it as Operation Blue Star, as we understand, and then asked for a parliamentary session on the same. And Alka Lamba, who happens to be the All India Mahila Congress president, faced heat from the BJP after she mistakenly called Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star during a press briefing at the AICC headquarters in the national capital. Let's listen in to that statement by the Congress leader.
सर्वदलीय बैठक से प्रधानमंत्री जी आप लगातार भाग रहे हैं. हम वापस मांग कर रहे हैं, एक सर्वदलीय बैठक बुलाइए और उसकी अध्यक्षता आप करिए. हम मांग करते हैं कि ये समय की मांग है, जरूरत है कि संसद के दोनों सत्रों को शीघ्र बुलाकर ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार पर पूरी व्यापक देश को जानकारी सरकार के द्वारा दी जाए.
All right, and now meanwhile, the BJP has issued a sharp response to Alka Lamba over her slip-up while at the press conference, getting in the reaction from national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla. Here's what he had to say.
सेना का अपमान, यही तो कांग्रेस की पहचान. करो पाकिस्तान का गुणगान, दो शरीर एक जान, कांग्रेस और पाकिस्तान. देखिए, आज फिर से सेना का अपमान किया. अलका लांबा ऑफिशियल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते वक्त ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार बता रही है। मतलब कि उन्हें बेसिक जानकारी नहीं है या जानबूझकर लगातार सेना पर यह हमला किया जा रहा है। कल हमने देखा कि राहुल गांधी ने पूंछ में पाकिस्तान के द्वारा जो नागरिकों को मारा गया, शेलिंग करके, गोलीबारी करके, उसको ट्रेजेडी बोला। टेरर को ट्रेजेडी बोलना, व्हाइट वॉशिंग करना, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ब्लू स्टार बोलना, ये कांग्रेस ने अपना असली चरित्र दिखा दिया है। ये सेना विरोधी है। ये सेना के प्रमुख को सड़क का गुंडा भी बोलते हैं। ये इनकी मानसिकता है।
And getting in some more breaking news on the same. Now, after a shocking statement, Congress leader Alka Lamba has remained defiant over the matter. In fact, she's not issued an apology on her latest remark on Operation Sindoor. Rather, she has shifted the blame on the BJP. She has said that the BJP is making excuses to divert the people from real issues, while also going on to accuse the party of showing disregard for the victims of the Pahalgam attack, while trying to claim credit for Operation Sindoor. That is the breaking news. Those are the statements that we are getting in from the women's wing of the Congress, which has now decided to shift blame on the BJP. All right, shifting focus, the Indian Coast Guard's daring rescue operation after a foreign ship capsized in the middle of the Arabian Sea. Rescue missions are currently underway, and 3 crew members of the Liberian-flagged container ship, that is the MSC Elsa 3, have now been rescued. Getting you all the details in this report.
Disaster struck off the Kochi coast as a Liberian-flagged container ship MSC Elsa 3 tilted dangerously, spilling containers into the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy and Coast Guard launched a high-stakes rescue mission. 9 crew members were rescued by the Singapore-based vessel Hanye, while 12 others were recovered by the Coast Guard ship Anvesh. The remaining 3 were later rescued under hazardous conditions by the Indian Navy vessel INS Sujata. The 184-meter vessel, operated by the Mediterranean Shipping Company, was en route Winningham Port to Kochi. In the early hours of May 25th, the vessel capsized rapidly, reportedly due to flooding in one of the holds. The Liberian-flagged container ship began listing sharply on May 24th due to inclement weather. The situation deteriorated rapidly, forcing 21 of the 24 crew members to abandon the ship. All crew members now remain safe, and ICG is conducting an assessment of the situation and issuing an advisory to state authorities accordingly.
And these are stories in brief in Bharat in 5 minutes. In less than a month, by-polls in 4 states will take place. The Election Commission has announced that by-elections to 5 assembly seats in Gujarat, Kerala, Punjab and West Bengal will be held on June 19th. The counting of votes is scheduled for June 23rd. These seats were vacated following resignations or the demise of leaders. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Gujarat on 26th and 27th of May, where he will inaugurate multiple development projects worth thousands of crores. He will visit Dahod, Bhuj and Gandhinagar during his 2-day visit. Union Minister Jitendra Singh met with the Border Security Force and Army Jawans at the military hospital in Jammu who were injured during Operation Sindoor to inquire about their recovery. The Union Minister also checked their health reports and gifted them fruit baskets. Prime Minister Modi hailed the recent CBSE mandate for schools across the country affiliated under the board to install sugar boards to educate students on the risks of high sugar intake. During his 122nd Mann Ki Baat, Prime Minister Modi emphasized that fit and healthy India is the foundation of a strong India. With the monsoon gaining strength, the Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for 5 districts in Kerala. The alert is issued for Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad, Kannur and Kasaragod districts. The IMD has warned of heavy rainfall across Kerala over the next 4 days. In the wake of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms that struck the national capital today, the Delhi airport has issued a passenger advisory for the passengers. Some flights have been impacted and hence passengers are advised to check their flight status regularly and stay in touch with airline staff for updates. A Liberian container vessel sank off the Kochi coast due to flooding. All 24 crew members on board were rescued, 21 by the Coast Guard and 3 by the Indian Navy's INS Sujata. The vessel went down with 640 containers, including 13 with hazardous cargo and 12 containing calcium carbide. Given the sensitive marine ecosystem along the Kerala's coast, Coast Guard activated full pollution response preparedness. Aircrafts equipped with advanced oil spill detection systems conducted air surveillance. So far, no oil spill has been reported.
The present status, today morning, the Indian Navy ship Sujata rescued 3 of the crew, which is the captain, the master, the chief engineer and the assistant engineer. They were on board the ship since yesterday. So today it was felt that if they stay put more, it was a danger for them. So they had to abandon the ship and the crew was rescued by the crew of INS Sujata.
2 died and 4 were injured after a fire broke out in an e-rickshaw charging station in Shadara in the national capital. Injured and the dead bodies have been taken to GTP hospital. 19-year-old Brijesh and 18-year-old Maniram died on the spot. The in charge of the station, Vinod Rathore, has been apprehended and legal action is being taken. All right, viewers, more breaking news coming in. Rain and severe thunderstorm has triggered severe waterlogging in the national capital and has also affected the Terminal 1 of the Delhi Indira Gandhi International Airport. Now, heavy rains have resulted in water getting collected at a tin shed of the pickup area at the airport, resulting in its collapsing. Fortunately, so far no injuries have been reported, but as per the airport officials, this is not part of the airport structure and is on the outside. Also, the makeup of the tin shed is a makeshift that led to its collapsing. Those are the visuals on your screen from Terminal 1 of the Delhi IGI Airport. Delhi, the national capital region and parts of Noida witnessed heavy rains last evening, and the visuals on your screen describe the aftermath. So far, no injuries have been reported, but all airlines have issued advisory and passengers are requested to keep checking in with the airport about the latest details. All right, now in more breaking news about the Pakistan spy network, there's a big revelation that has now come in the alleged Pakistani spy network case as far as YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra is concerned. Now we're learning that YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra was in constant touch with Pakistan's famous YouTuber who goes by the name of Zishan Hussain. She was working with him for a long time, and we're also learning that she was in touch with other Pakistani YouTubers. Now both of them have praised the country on their YouTube pages reportedly. This is the latest that we're picking up in the Jyoti Malhotra case. Remember, viewers, she has been named as one of the key Pakistani spies. Stunning revelations that have come to light as far as her interrogation is concerned and her links with Pakistani ISI handlers. Riyanka, my colleague, joins me live from the national capital for more details. Riyanka, so far a lot of revelations have come to light as far as Jyoti's interrogation is concerned, and now we're also learning that she was in touch with somebody called Zishan. This added to the fact that she was very closely linked with Pakistani diplomats as well. Riyanka, tell us more.
Well, what we understand at this point in time, there's a case which is moving with a lot of momentum has come out with the forensic report, and this forensic report is basically of the data that has been accessed by the police and by the investigating agencies from her phone and as well as the laptop. Now, from the data which has been retrieved from Jyoti Malhotra's phone, very clearly states as per sources that she was in a very close touch with one of the very famous Pakistani YouTubers called named as Zishan Hussain. Now, Zishan and Jyoti came in contact, especially when Jyoti had visited Pakistan on her religious visa. This was 2 months ago, and that is when she messaged Zishan, is what we understand, and they went ahead and promoted a very positive narrative about Pakistan, how the Pakistanis care for Hindu temples as well as ancient temples that are in Pakistan. But what we know that there are several scenes and motions of atrocities amongst I beg your pardon, atrocities against the Hindus in Pakistan. There is also the investigation that is on whether or not Jyoti has given out any sensitive information to YouTuber Zishan regarding Atari border and any other border areas where she had particularly visited and shot her influential videos, which is why the connection between Jyoti Malhotra as well as this particular new name Zishan Hussain, who happens to be another famous YouTuber from Pakistan, is being ascertained, and the police are building up their investigation, trying to understand the link between the two and the information shared between the two during their meetup in Pakistan, and the constant touch both of them maintained.
Yes. Riyanka, stay on with me because I'd like to take our viewers through more details about this link that Jyoti Malhotra had with Zishan, because we're learning that in his videos, allegedly, Zishan would claim that Jyoti is not only an ambassador for India but also for Pakistan, who's giving good information about Pakistan and Islamabad through her videos. So obviously there's some kind of notorious propaganda at play wherein both Jyoti Malhotra and this fellow called Zishan were running an agenda to promote Pakistan and to show Islamabad in good light. Riyanka.
See, we already know from the content of Jyoti Malhotra already that she was, of course, spreading some sort of a propaganda, or rather the people she was in touch with from the Pakistani side took her to be as a soft target so that she could spread a particular narrative against Pakistan through her travel vlogs. Now, what we understand, Zishan had called Jyoti that she is rather an ambassador of India, and she is in fact talking talking things that build up a better image of Pakistan. Now, but it is very important to ascertain whether there were genuine reasons to build a better image of Pakistan, or whether Jyoti was being made a very, very soft target for any future references to build in a different propaganda that that the people from the side of Pakistan who were trying to get in touch with Jyoti, and rather Jyoti also being in touch with them, building this particular spy network, whether or not they were trying to spread a particular propaganda through Jyoti Malhotra. That is something which is being ascertained at this point in time by the police.
Yes. Okay, Riyanka, thank you so much for giving us those details. Of course, viewers, this is a story that we are tracking very, very closely as we pick up more details about this spy network that Pakistan has been running. And now, shifting focus, we all know about Pakistan's fake propaganda and misinformation campaign in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. And now squadron leader Varleen Panwar exposes that very fake propaganda and Islamabad's attempt at psychological warfare. Take a look.
Can a nation project defeat as victory? Well, if it comes to Pakistan, yes it can. In our next video, squadron leader Varleen Panwar exposes Pakistan's nefarious design.
Jai Hind everyone. Recently, Operation Sindoor में इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बीच हुई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में आपने एक बहुत ही peculiar चीज नोटिस की होगी, और वो है पाकिस्तानी गवर्नमेंट का कॉन्स्टेंटली एक फेक प्रोपेगेंडा को प्रमोट करना कि वो वॉर जीत रहे हैं. अब देखिए, हमने इस पे मीम्स वगैरह तो बहुत बनाया और हमने इसको ऐसे भी दिखाया है कि ये कुछ ऐसा है जो हमें जिसको मजाकिया तौर पे लेना चाहिए. But actually, if I tell you, this is a type of psychological warfare. Will you believe it? hear me out. ये साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर एक गवर्नमेंट या एक आर्म्ड फोर्स तब फॉलो करती है जब वो लिटरली वॉर हार रहे होते हैं, बट उनको ये फेक प्रोपेगेंडा प्रमोट करना होता है कि हम लोग देखो वॉर जीत रहे हैं। अब इसको 2 रीजन से किया जाता है। नंबर 1 कि एडवर्सरी जब इसको देखें तो उनको लगे कि अरे हम तो वॉर हार रहे हैं और ये हमारे मोरल, हमारे मोटिवेशन को इफेक्ट करे। और यही न्यूज इसको जब उनके देश के लोग देखें तो उनको ये लगता है कि अरे देखिए हमारी फौज कितना अच्छा कर रही है और हम तो जीत रहे हैं। इसकी वजह से, हार की वजह से जो उनकी कंट्री में अनरेस्ट हो सकता है उसको वो कंट्रोल करते हैं एंड दूसरे नेशन को डिमोटिवेट करते हैं। सो देखिए ऐसी सिचुएशन को कभी भी अगर आपकी लाइफ में आता है, सबसे पहले तो इसको आइडेंटिफाई करिए कि ये साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर है एंड इसको अवॉइड करने के लिए आपको क्या करना चाहिए। नंबर 1, किसी भी फेक सोर्स की इंफॉर्मेशन को आप शेयर मत करिए आगे, और उस पर बिलीव करने से पहले क्वेश्चन करिए कि क्या इसके साथ कोई प्रूफ दिए गए हैं, क्या इसके साथ कुछ ऐसा एविडेंस दिया गया है जिससे आप उस पर बिलीव कर सकते हैं। अगर ऐसा कुछ नहीं है तो प्लीज डोंट बिलीव इट एंड डोंट प्रमोट इट, बिकॉज अगर आप उसको शेयर करते हैं अपनी स्टोरीज में, आप उसको व्हाट्सएप पे कॉन्स्टेंटली शेयर कर रहे हैं, फॉरवर्ड कर रहे हैं, दैट मीन्स यू आर सपोर्टिंग देयर साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर। ओके, एंड अगर आप उससे पूछे कि कितना लीथल हो सकता है, सो जैसे मिसाइल लोगों जैसे मिसाइल हमारे एयर बेसिस को अटैक करती है, वैसे ही साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर हमारे माइंडसेट को अटैक करता है। तो माइंडसेट पे अटैक एंड बेसिस पे अटैक दोनों इक्वली डेंजरस हो सकते हैं वॉर टाइम में। सो आई होप दिस इंफॉर्मेशन विल हेल्प यू एंड यू विल स्टॉप स्प्रेडिंग फेक न्यूज आफ्टर लिसनिंग टू दिस वीडियो। जय हिंद।
All right, on the other side of a very quick break, RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav has expelled his son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party and family. Getting you the details on that and a lot more just after a short commercial. Stay tuned.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of
Viewers,
Viewers, top headlines. A day after Niti Aayog meeting, PM Modi chairs a key meeting with chief ministers and deputy chief ministers of states led by the NDA.
हमारी सेनाओं ने जो पराक्रम दिखाया है उसने हर हिंदुस्तानी का सिर ऊंचा कर दिया है.
Prime Minister Modi in his first Mann Ki Baat address post-Operation Sindoor lauded our security forces for destroying Pakistan's terror bases. RJD Chief Lalu Yadav expelled his son Tej Pratap Yadav from party and family. Congress leader Alka Lamba shocking gaffe calls Operation Sindoor as Operation Blue Star.
Are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. And will not be silenced by terrorism. All party delegations take forward India's message of zero tolerance against terrorism. Viewers, a very, very good evening. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you latest coming in this Sunday. But the big story, Lalu Yadav expels Tej Pratap Yadav from party, says he will not have any say in party and family in future. Lalu Yadav expels Tej Pratap Yadav from party, says he will not have any say in party and family in the future. That is right, viewers. And I want to take our viewers through what exactly is happening so far. We're talking about the RJD patron Lalu Prasad Yadav expelling his son, I repeat, his son, that too his elder son, Tej Pratap Yadav from the party for 6 years, citing his irresponsible conduct and deviation from the family's values in public decorum. And this comes after the post that you see on your screens. This comes a day after a purported post by Tej Pratap on Facebook, which he spoke about his long-standing relationship with a woman, saying that they have been in love. Just after that, viewers, we see that the RJD patron and chief Lalu Prasad Yadav has expelled his elder son Tej Pratap Yadav. We're getting some reactions coming in, especially from Tejasvi Yadav, who spoke a short while back. Let's go ahead and play it out.
जहाँ तक मेरे बड़े भाई की बात है, राजनीतिक जीवन में निजी जीवन भी अलग होता है, तो निजी जीवन के फैसले और निर्णय, क्योंकि वो अडल्ट हैं, बड़े हैं, उनको अधिकार है, वो अपना निर्णय क्या उनका सही होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा, ये अपना निर्णय वो खुद लें. और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दल के नेता हैं, उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जो उनकी भावनाएं थी उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है. तो अब जो है राष्ट्राध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है और हमने अपनी भावनाओं को भी आप लोगों के सामने रखा है, वो निर्णय लें, क्या उनके लिए सही है, क्या गलत है. लेकिन हम ऐसी चीज़ों को पसंद नहीं करते हैं, अन्ना बर्दाश्त हम कर सकते हैं. ये बात जो है लोगों को समझाना चाहिए. अब वो क्या अपने निजी जीवन में कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये किसी से पूछ के तो नहीं करता है लोग.
And let's go straight across to my colleague joining us, editor special projects, Prakash joining us. Prakash, thank you for joining us here on Republic. And this is a huge update. This is not just a political development, but also a personal development when it comes to the Lalu Yadav family. Prakash, just take our viewers through what has happened.
Well, after yesterday's social media post in which Tej Pratap Yadav apparently had posted a picture with a girl called Anushka Yadav, claiming that he's been in a relationship with this girl for 12 years. And after that, the post was deleted. and Tej Pratap Yadav releases a press release saying that his social media account has been hacked. But it is a verified account, and the content of the social media post raises a few questions. He claims that for the last 12 years he's been in relationship with this girl. But as a matter of fact, Tej Pratap Yadav got married with Aishwarya Rai in 2018. His estranged wife, with whom he is fighting a divorce petition in the Patna court that has yet to be settled. And though he claims that since 12 years he's been in relationship with this girl called Anushka Yadav, and that tantamounts to cheating. And if the family was in the know-how, that raises certain question against everybody in the family, including Tej Pratap Yadav. But Lalu Yadav taking a big decision by expelling Tej Pratap Yadav from the party, keeping in mind the fact that this is election year in Bihar. In 2025, October, November, the elections would be held, and that could put the party into jeopardy. Lalu Yadav releasing a statement saying that it is against the socialist norms and the family values which they adhere to, and that is why he is expelling Tej Pratap Yadav from the party for the next 6 years, and also he will have no contacts with the family. But we all know that Tej Pratap Yadav is extremely close to Lalu Yadav as well as Rabri Devi, being the eldest son. Tejasvi Yadav also making a brave statement. But we'll have to wait and watch whether this decision is merely political or to gain political mileage out of it, and we'll await reactions from Tej Pratap Yadav as to what kind of reaction he gives, and also we'll try getting a statement from Aishwarya Rai, the daughter of former Bihar Minister Chandrika Rai, with whom Tej Pratap was married and with whom he is fighting a divorce petition, as to how the other family reacts to Tej Pratap's statement and Lalu Yadav's decision. Back to you.
That is right. That is right. Prakash is getting us top updates coming in right now. And Prakash, before I let you go, I also want to ask you that Tejasvi Yadav shared his thoughts on the development, and he said that one should keep their political and personal lives separate. And Prakash, before we let you go, we know there has been so much, I repeat, so much of distance being created between Tej Pratap and Lalu Yadav. We have seen, this is the first time we have seen very bizarre posts coming in from Tej Pratap in the past as well. How do you really see this restructuring in the party now, in the RJD? Do you see some significant restructuring or any big repercussions of this move made by Lalu Yadav?
Well, it is certainly a loss of face for Lalu Yadav, because eldest son of Lalu Yadav. As far as the case is concerned, Pratap have had no decision making so far, and we are all aware about his abnormal behavior for the past 15-20 years or so. And now that Tejasvi Yadav has taken over the reins of the party and is led by Lalu Yadav, keeping in mind Lalu Yadav's fragile health. So Tejasvi Yadav is the leader of RJD. He is the future of RJD. So ousting Tej Pratap Yadav will have no bearings on the results of the party, but it is a political decision that has been taken by Lalu Yadav to send a message to the party cadres as well as the people of Bihar that he has been ousted. But we'll have to wait and watch how long this ouster will last, because we all know that Rabri Devi is extremely close to Tej Pratap Yadav as well as Lalu Yadav. And is this a mere political posturing, or is it a brave decision taken by Lalu Yadav? Only time can say. Back to you.
All right, thank you for getting us those details coming in. Prakash, yes, huge loss of face for the Yadav family, and also some political repercussions can be felt, like Prakash, editor Special Projects, is telling us. But we're getting some breaking news coming in. BJP President JP Nadda hails Operation Sindoor. Viewers, and this is coming in just after the key NDA conclave, where we saw some very, very key resolutions which have been made. And amidst all this, viewers, amidst all this, we're getting you back-to-back updates, where we see after PM Modi chaired the key NDA CM's conclave, we have seen that there has been a lot of discussion on Operation Sindoor. Amidst all this, we see that BJP President JP Nadda has hailed Operation Sindoor. We also have the entire statement. Let's go ahead, viewers, and play it out for you.
एक प्रस्ताव तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ और जो हमारे फौज के, हमारे आर्मी के जवान्स ने जो देश की सेवा की है उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा की गई। और जो हमारी आर्मी है जिसने अपना पराक्रम दिखाया है उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा हुई है। तो ये प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मति से पारित हुआ, जिसमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नेतृत्व क्षमता, सशक्त भारत, समर्थवान भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत कैसे बन रहा है, इसकी उस प्रस्ताव में चर्चा है। और एक तरीके से कहा जाए तो जिस प्रिसिशन के साथ हमारी आर्मी ने पाकिस्तान के में टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज़ को और टेररिज्म को जो आघात पहुंचाया, जो वहाँ अटैक किया, उसकी मारक क्षमता और मारक क्षमता के साथ साथ एग्जैक्टनेस, प्रिसिशन, इस बात की भी चर्चा हुई है। आपको प्रस्ताव की कॉपी मिल जाएगी। साथ ही साथ
All right, viewers, getting some back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, and we're also coming to know, viewers, that breaking news coming in. Union Minister JP Nadda informs that second resolution was passed on caste census in the NDA CM's meeting. He further says that NDA government does not believe in caste politics. That is right. Okay, NDA CM's back caste census and Operation Sindoor, viewers, and we also have that statement coming out from Minister JP Nadda. Let's go ahead and play it out, viewers, for you.
दो प्रस्ताव पारित हुए। एक प्रस्ताव तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ और जो हमारे फौज के, हमारे आर्मी के जवान्स ने जो देश की सेवा की है उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा की गई। और जो हमारी आर्मी है जिसने अपना पराक्रम दिखाया है उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा हुई है। तो ये प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मति से पारित हुआ, जिसमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नेतृत्व क्षमता, सशक्त भारत, समर्थवान भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत कैसे बन रहा है, इसकी उस प्रस्ताव में चर्चा है। और एक तरीके से कहा जाए तो जिस प्रिसिशन के साथ हमारी आर्मी ने पाकिस्तान के में टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज़ को और टेररिज्म को जो आघात पहुंचाया, जो वहाँ अटैक किया, उसकी मारक क्षमता और मारक क्षमता के साथ साथ एग्जैक्टनेस, प्रिसिशन, इस बात की भी चर्चा हुई है। आपको प्रस्ताव की कॉपी मिल जाएगी। साथ ही साथ जातिगत जनगणना, इस जातिगत जनगणना के विषय पर जिसको भारत की कैबिनेट ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में स्वीकृति दी है, और ये हमारी कल्पना शुरू से थी। और हमारे बिहार की सरकार, नीतीश कुमार जी की सरकार, जिसने सबसे पहले इसका प्रस्ताव लाया था, उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए और यह जातिगत जनगणना पर भी प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ। और सभी लोगों ने इसको, जहां इसके सहमति के साथ साथ जो मोदी जी का निर्णय हुआ है उसकी प्रशंसा के साथ साथ साधुवाद देने का काम इस प्रस्ताव में हुआ है।
And viewers, viewers, India has officially become the world's fourth largest economy, overtaking Japan in nominal GDP rankings. This remarkable milestone highlights India's rapid economic growth, strong domestic demand, and expanding global influence. As the nation continues to invest in technology, infrastructure, and innovation, this achievement marks a new era of opportunity and leadership on the global stage. Take a look.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China and Germany. Niti Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the third largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the third largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the fourth largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025 and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
All right, viewers, getting some more updates coming in. Let's start with the top story. In less than a month, by-polls in 4 states will take place. Election Commission has announced that by-elections to 5 assembly seats in Gujarat, Kerala, Punjab will take place on June 19. Counting of votes will also happen on 23rd of June. These seats were vacated following resignations or demise of leaders. Prime Minister Modi will visit Gujarat on 26th and 27th May, where he will inaugurate multiple development projects worth thousands of crores. He will visit Bhuj and Gandhinagar during his 2-day visit. Minister Jitendra Singh met with BSF and Army jawans at the military hospital in Jammu who were injured during Operation Sindoor to inquire about their recovery. The Union Minister also checked their health reports and gifted them fruit baskets. Prime Minister Modi hailed the recent CBSE mandate for schools across the country affiliated under the board to install sugar boards to educate students on the risks of high sugar intake. During his 122nd Mann Ki Baat, PM Modi emphasized that fit and healthy India is the foundation of a strong India. With the monsoon gaining strength, the Indian Met Department has issued a red alert for 5 districts in Kerala. The alert is issued for Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad, Kannur, Kasaragod district. IMD has warned of heavy rainfall across Kerala over the next 4 days. In the wake of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms that struck the national capital today, the Delhi airport has issued a passenger advisory for the passengers. Some flights have been impacted and hence passengers are advised to check their flight status regularly and stay in touch with airline staff for updates. Liberian container vessel sank off the Kochi coast due to flooding, and all 24 crew members on board were rescued, 21 by Coast Guard and 3 by the Indian Navy's INS Sujata. The vessel went down with 640 containers, including 13 with hazardous cargo and 12 containing calcium carbide. Given the sensitive marine ecosystem along the Kerala's coast, Coast Guard activated full pollution response preparedness. Aircraft equipped with advanced oil spill detection systems conducted area surveillance. So far, no oil spill has been reported.
The present status, today morning, the Indian Navy ship Sujata rescued 3 of the crew, which is the captain, the master, the chief engineer and the assistant engineer. They were on board the ship since yesterday. So today it was felt that if they stay put more, it was a danger for them. So they had to abandon the ship, and the crew was rescued by the crew of INS Sujata.
And 2 died after 4 were injured after a fire broke out in an e-rickshaw charging station in Shahadara. Injured and the dead bodies have been taken to GTB hospital. 19-year-old British and 18-year-old Mani Ram died on the spot. The in charge of the station, Vinod Bator, has been apprehended and legal action has been taken. And viewers, a Liberian cargo ship MSC Elsa 3 sank off the Kerala coast. The ship carried 640 containers, including very hazardous materials. The Indian Coast Guard rescued the crew. There are fears of potential oil spills. Authorities are monitoring the situation very closely. The Kerala State Disaster Management Authority warned the public about possible debris washing ashore. Take a look at this report.
Disaster struck off the Kochi coast as a Liberian-flagged container ship MSC Elsa 3 tilted dangerously, spilling containers into the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy and Coast Guard launched a high-stakes rescue mission. 9 crew members were rescued by the Singapore-based vessel Hanyi, while 12 others were recovered by the Coast Guard ship Anvesh. The remaining 3 were later rescued under hazardous conditions by the Indian Navy vessel INS Sujata. The 184-meter vessel, operated by the Mediterranean Shipping Company, was en route Vinnyham Port to Kochi. In the early hours of May 25th, the vessel capsized rapidly, reportedly due to flooding in one of the holds. The Liberian-flagged container ship began listing sharply on May 24th due to inclement weather. The situation deteriorated rapidly, forcing 21 of the 24 crew members to abandon the ship. All crew members now remain safe, and ICG is conducting an assessment of the situation and issuing an advisory to state authorities accordingly.
Among the best ways to serve the country is by being a journalist, by using the news media and being part of the news media to make a positive change in the country. I'm so excited about the Republic School of Journalism. I truly believe that all those who will be with us at the Republic School of Journalism will get tremendous hands-on experience with me here in the campus of the Republic Media Network. They will meet the best journalists, those who are practicing the profession. They will be seeing and be part of a very, very active and very energetic newsroom. And I believe the best education for a journalist is at work. So if you want to be a journalist, if you want to sharpen your journalistic skills, if you want to pick up real skills on digital, on text, and on video, in a live breaking news environment, then the most exciting place to learn journalism, to practice journalism, is the Republic Media Campus.
and you can join the Republic School of Journalism and be part of this great movement that we are pushing forward here at the Republic Media Network. Entries are open for the Republic School of Journalism. I look forward to meeting some of the successful candidates very soon.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first.
From Operation Sindoor to Operation Black Forest, we decode how Indian forces are wiping out terror. The first visit since Operation Sindoor. Why Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, is heading to Moscow. Also, we help you understand the star performer of Operation Sindoor, India's indigenous air defense system, the Akash Tir. And also ground reports from the LOC and border. All that and more on Forces First with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Summer is
here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to this Sunday edition of 5 p.m. Live and Breaking. India has officially joined the $4 trillion economy club and in fact has become the fourth largest economy with the United States, China, Japan, the only three ahead of us. That's the official announcement now, which happened earlier in the day at the Niti Aayog meeting, which had Prime Minister along with Chief Ministers listening as the Niti CEO BVR Subramaniam made that announcement. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. A day after Niti Aayog meeting, Prime Minister Modi chairs a key one with Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers of States led by the NDA.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ और जो हमारे फौज के, हमारे आर्मी के जवान ने देश की सेवा की है, उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा की गई।
JP Nadda lauds security forces for the success of Operation Sindoor. RJD Chief Lalu Yadav expels his son Tej Pratap from party and family. Congress leader Alka Lamba's shocking gaffe calls Operation Sindoor Operation Blue Star.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. Won't be silenced by terrorism. All party delegations take forward India's message of zero tolerance against terror to world capitals. All right, let's look at this development which should be embarrassing for the Congress party. Its leader Alka Lamba's bizarre gaffe on Operation Sindoor. She equated Operation Sindoor with Operation Blue Star in a press conference and then asked for a parliamentary session on it. She made this gaffe while addressing a press conference. Let's listen to her.
सर्वदलीय बैठक से प्रधानमंत्री जी आप लगातार भाग रहे हैं। हम वापस मांग कर रहे हैं, एक सर्वदलीय बैठक बुलाइए और उसकी अध्यक्षता आप करिए। हम मांग करते हैं कि ये समय की मांग है, जरूरत है कि संसद के दोनों सत्रों को शीघ्र बुलाकर ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार पर पूरी व्यापक देश को जानकारी सरकार के द्वारा दी जाए।
All right, obviously this had to get some political reactions going, and we have one from the BJP which has slammed the Congress and Alka Lamba for her shocking comments. Listen in.
सेना का अपमान यही तो कांग्रेस की पहचान, करो पाकिस्तान का गुणगान, दो शरीर एक जान, कांग्रेस और पाकिस्तान। देखिए आज फिर से सेना का अपमान किया। अलका लांबा ऑफिशियल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते वक्त ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ऑपरेशन ब्लू स्टार बता रही है। मतलब कि उन्हें बेसिक जानकारी नहीं है या जानबूझकर लगातार सेना पर यह हमला किया जा रहा है। कल हमने देखा कि राहुल गांधी ने पूंछ में पाकिस्तान के द्वारा जो नागरिकों को मारा गया, शेलिंग करके, गोलीबारी करके, उसको ट्रेजेडी बोला। टेरर को ट्रेजेडी बोलना, व्हाइट वॉशिंग करना, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को ब्लू स्टार बोलना, ये कांग्रेस ने अपना असली चरित्र दिखा दिया है। ये सेना विरोधी है। ये सेना के प्रमुख को सड़क का गुंडा भी बोलते हैं। ये इनकी मानसिकता है।
Not that this had any impact on Alka Lamba because she seems to be brazening it out. In fact, she has reacted or responded to the BJP attack on her and she remains defiant. She says that the BJP is making excuses to divert public from more relevant issues. Listen in. Seems like there is no soundbite yet. We are trying to get it, but she has responded in some manner and in her reactions, she seems to be in a brazening it out mode and says that the BJP is distracting from real issues and instead focusing on these kind of comments, which perhaps is a suggestion that Alka Lamba believes that she made a slip of tongue. Moving on for now. And to Bihar politics, where Jan Suraj chief Prashant Kishore has slammed Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family after Sant Tej Pratap's controversy. Lalu Yadav has expelled his son for 6 years from the party. This happened just a while back. And the decision came after Tej Pratap posted a picture of himself with a girl claiming a 12-year-long relationship. Remember, Tej Pratap is in divorce proceedings with his wife from 2018, Aishwarya Rai. And in that midst, the release of picture puts the family in a bit of a quandary and perhaps Lalu Prasad Yadav trying to distance himself from and the family from the son who perhaps could land them in legal trouble as well. Listen in to Prashant Kishore first.
ऐसा है, लालू यादव किसको परिवार से निकाल रहे हैं, किसको परिवार में रख रहे हैं, इससे बिहार का क्या लेना देना है। लालू यादव ने क्या कहा है कि कोई यादव समाज का काबिल आदमी है उसको हम नेता बना देंगे। लालू यादव तो आज भी यही चाहते हैं कि तेजस्वी यादव ही बिहार के नेता बने। हम लोग तो जनसुराज में हमने ओपन कहा है कि राजद की ओर से लालू जी ये कह दें कि अगर वो जात की बात करते हैं, छोड़िए पूरा बिहार का बात, अगर उनको यादवों की चिंता है तो यादव समाज से किसी आदमी को मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा घोषित कर दे, जनसुराज उनके समर्थन में खड़ा हो जाएगा। खड़ा होकर दिखाइए। अरे ये जात की बात करने वाले जो नेता हैं, ये जात की राजनीति नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये अपने परिवार की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, अपने बच्चों की राजनीति कर रहे हैं। इनको किसी की चिंता नहीं है।
जहाँ तक मेरे बड़े भाई की बात है, राजनीतिक जीवन में निजी जीवन भी अलग होता है, तो निजी जीवन के फैसले और निर्णय, क्योंकि वो अडल्ट हैं, बड़े हैं, उनको अधिकार है, वो अपना निर्णय क्या उनका सही होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा, ये अपना निर्णय वो खुद लें। और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दल के नेता हैं, उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जो उनकी भावनाएं थी उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। तो अब जो है राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है और हमने अपनी भावनाओं को भी आप लोगों के सामने रखा है, वो निर्णय ले, क्या उनके लिए सही है, क्या गलत है, लेकिन हम ऐसी चीज़ों को पसंद नहीं करते हैं, अन्ना बर्दाश्त हम कर सकते हैं। ये बात जो है लोगों को समझाना चाहिए। अब वो क्या अपने निजी जीवन में कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये किसी से पूछ के तो नहीं करता है लोग।
Right, family politics is spilling over to Bihar politics there in Patna. Moving on, India has officially become the world's 4th largest economy, overtaking Japan in nominal GDP rankings. This remarkable milestone highlights India's rapid economic growth, strong domestic demand, and expanding global influence. As the nation continues to invest in technology, infrastructure, and innovation, this achievement marks a new era of opportunity and leadership
on the global stage. Here are the details.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China and Germany. Niti Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the third largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the third largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the fourth largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati, and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025 and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
Earlier today, the NDA chief ministers and the deputy chief ministers met under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and deliberated on how their development projects were moving ahead. This comes a day after the Niti Aayog Governing Council meeting, in which all the chief ministers from across the country had participated. And after the NDA chief ministers meeting was over, BJP President JP Nadda came to brief about the resolutions that were passed during the meet. Let's listen into Nadda briefing on NDA meet.
हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर नक्सलाइट्स के खिलाफ जो मुहिम चल रही है उस पर भी चर्चा हुई, और उस चर्चा में हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री ने कैसे नक्सलिज्म पर हम लोगों ने लड़ाई लड़ी है और किस तरीके से हम सफलता पा रहे हैं और हमें सफलता मिल रही है, उसके बारे में विष्णुदेव साय जी ने, जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं छत्तीसगढ़ के, उन्होंने सबके सामने उस विषय को रखा। वहाँ के गृह मंत्री विजय शर्मा जी ने किस तरीके से हम नक्सल प्रभावित इलाकों में पुनर्वासन कर रहे हैं, उनको हम किस तरीके से मुख्य धारा में ला रहे हैं, इस पर बल दिया, इस पर जोर दिया, और इसके बारे में जो जो स्कीमें चल रही हैं उसकी चर्चा की। भारत के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने जो रणनीति रही है उस पर भी चर्चा की, और उन्होंने हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया और सभी चीफ मिनिस्टर्स और डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को अवगत कराया कि किस तरीके से इसको हमने परास्त करने में अपनी ताकत लगाई है।
All right, in the same briefing, Union Minister and BJP President JP Nadda also informed about the second resolution that was passed during the NDA Chief Ministers meeting, and which was on the caste census to be part of the larger census which has been decided to be carried by the Modi government. Listen to Nadda again.
इस कॉन्क्लेव में दो प्रस्ताव पारित हुए। एक प्रस्ताव तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ, और जो हमारे फौज के, हमारे आर्मी के जवान्स ने जो देश की सेवा की है उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा की गई, और जो हमारी आर्मी है जिसने अपना पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा हुई है। तो ये प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मति से पारित हुआ, जिसमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नेतृत्व क्षमता, सशक्त भारत, समर्थवान भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत कैसे बन रहा है, इसकी उस प्रस्ताव में चर्चा है। और एक तरीके से कहा जाए तो जिस प्रिसिशन के साथ हमारी आर्मी ने पाकिस्तान के में टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज़ को और टेररिज्म को जो आघात पहुंचाया, जो वहाँ अटैक किया, उसकी मारक क्षमता और मारक क्षमता के साथ साथ एग्जैक्टनेस, प्रिसिशन, इस बात की भी चर्चा हुई है।
Moving on, in a powerful conversation that's turning heads, Smita Parikh highlights India's silent crisis. Men's mental health. Why do men silently suffer? What are the cultural barriers that prevent them from opening up? And how can we begin to break the stigma surrounding men's mental health in India? This is Republic's Positive Influencers program. Take a look.
There's a silent crisis in our society, the mental issues of men. Republic Positive Influencer Smita Parikh highlights the causes of stress, anxiety and depression in men.
नमस्कार, मैं स्मिता पारिक आपके सामने लेकर आई हूं अपना नया पॉडकास्ट। और इस पॉडकास्ट में एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट लेकर आई हूं जिसके बारे में हम आमतौर पर अखबार की सुर्खियों में, मीडिया में, अपने दोस्तों या रिश्तेदारों से सुनते तो हैं, और कई बार हम इसका सामना खुद भी करते हैं। यकीन मानिएगा, हम कई बार खुद भी विटनेस करते हैं। थोड़ी देर चर्चा होती है लेकिन उसे इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया जाता। और देखिए ना, आज इस सब्जेक्ट के बारे में बात करने के लिए मैं एक महिला ही तो सामने आई हूँ, किसी पुरुष ने इस सब्जेक्ट का आगाह नहीं किया। आप सोच रहे होंगे ऐसा क्या सब्जेक्ट है कि पुरुषों की इसके बारे में बात करनी चाहिए, लेकिन पुरुष बात कहाँ करते हैं? या तो हमारा सामाजिक ढर्रा ही ऐसा है कि पुरुष अपने इश्यूज के बारे में खुलकर बात नहीं करते, अपने मेंटल और इमोशनल और पर्सनल इश्यूज के बारे में तो बिल्कुल भी बात नहीं करते। आखिर क्या वजह है इसकी? क्या आपको पता है कि पुरुषों की मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर भारत में एक साइलेंट क्राइसिस चल रहा है? जी हाँ, आमतौर पर वैवाहिक जीवन के कलेश से या परिवार की जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से पुरुष इतना ज्यादा भाव विभोर हो जाते हैं और फिर उन जिम्मेदारियों की वजह से बहुत सारी मानसिक परिस्थितियों से उन्हें गुजरना पड़ता है। और ऐसे हालात में वो किसी प्रोफेशनल काउंसलर की भी मदद नहीं लेते। और यही वजह होती है कि बहुत सारे पुरुष डिप्रेशन, मानसिक तनाव, एंजाइटी इत्यादि का सामना करते हैं। आज के हालात में 76% मेन मेंटल स्ट्रेस की वजह से सुसाइडल फील करते हैं। क्या वजह है इसकी? मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता, पुरुष रोते नहीं है, आदमी कमजोर नहीं होते। ये सारे जुमले फिल्मों ने जरूर हमें सिखाए, लेकिन इसकी वजह से क्या हमारा पुरुष कुछ ज्यादा ही भार ढो रहा है, या फिर वैवाहिक जिंदगी से दूर जाना चाहता है, वैवाहिक जीवन को एक कलेश या बर्डन समझने लगा है, या फिर बढ़ते हुए डिवोर्स केसेस? जी हाँ, शादी करो, 1 साल के बाद या कुछ महीनों के बाद डिवोर्स लो और एक तगड़ा एलिमनी लो और मेंटेनेंस लेकर अपनी बाकी की जिंदगी आराम से गुजारो। ये कुछ महिलाएं कर रही हैं, जो कि बिल्कुल ही गलत है। और यही वजह है शायद कि एक युवा पुरुष आमतौर पर विवाह के बंधन से दूर जाना चाहता है। अतुल सुभाष का केस हम सब से छुपा हुआ नहीं है, और ऐसे कितने ही सारे विक्टिम्स हैं और उनके परिवार, उनके दोस्त हैं जिन्होंने देखा है, जिन्होंने विटनेस किया है कि किस हालात में पुरुष आज जी रहा है। क्या आपको लगता है कि हमारी कानून व्यवस्था भी कुछ हद तक जिम्मेदार है, या वो अर्बन महिलाएं जिन्होंने इस कानून को ट्वीक कर लिया, वो जानती हैं कि कानून चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए महिलाओं के हक में ही बात करेगा? तो आइए ना, एक ऐसा सेफ एनवायरनमेंट तैयार करते हैं, एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करते हैं कि पुरुष भी बात करेंगे, पुरुष भी ट्रस्ट करेंगे अपनी बहुत ही इंटरनल इमोशंस और भावनाओं को व्यक्त करने के लिए। क्योंकि भावनाओं को व्यक्त करना और भावुक होना कमजोरी की निशानी नहीं है, बल्कि इंसानियत की निशानी है। एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी वेरी स्ट्रांगली बिलीव men have emotions too.
All right, moving on. Indian Coast Guard's daring rescue operation after a foreign ship capsized in the middle of Arabian Sea. And we rescued 3 crew members of the Liberian-flagged container ship MSC Elsa 3. And we are still in the process of salvaging the situation there in the high seas. Take a look at this report.
Disaster struck off the Kochi coast as a Liberian-flagged container ship MSC Elsa 3 tilted dangerously, spilling containers into the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy and Coast Guard launched a high-stakes rescue mission. 9 crew members were rescued by the Singapore-based vessel Hanye, while 12 others were recovered by the Coast Guard ship Anvesh.
The remaining 3 were later rescued under hazardous conditions by the Indian Navy vessel INS Sujata. The 184-meter vessel operated by the Mediterranean Shipping Company was en route Winningham Port to Kochi. In the early hours of May 25th, the vessel capsized rapidly, reportedly due to flooding in one of the holds. The Liberian-flagged container ship began listing sharply on May 24th due to inclement weather. The situation deteriorated rapidly, forcing 21 of the 24 crew members to abandon the ship. All crew members now remain safe, and ICG is conducting an assessment of the situation and issuing an advisory to state authorities accordingly.
And let's look at some other stories from across the country in a wrap of Bharat in 5 minutes. In less than a month, by-polls in 4 states will take place. Election Commission has announced that by-elections to 5 assembly seats in Gujarat, Kerala, Punjab and West Bengal will be held on June 19th. Counting of votes is scheduled for June 23. These seats were vacated following resignations or demise of the respective incumbents. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Gujarat on 26th and 27th of May, where he will inaugurate multiple development projects worth thousands of crores. He will be visiting Dahod, Bhuj and Gandhinagar during his 2-day visit. Union Minister Jitendra Singh met with BSF and Army Jawans at a military hospital in Jammu who were injured during Operation Sindoor to inquire about their recovery. The Union Minister also checked their health reports and gifted them fruit baskets. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the recent CBSE mandate for schools across the country affiliated under the board to install sugar boards to educate students on the risks of higher sugar intake. During his 122nd Mann Ki Baat, PM emphasized that fit and healthy India is the foundation of a strong India. Rain and severe thunderstorm has triggered severe waterlogging in the national capital. It also affected Terminal 1 of Delhi IGI Airport. Heavy rains resulted in water getting collected at a tin shed of the pickup area of the airport, resulting in it collapsing. Fortunately, there were no injuries that were reported. As per airport officials, this is not a part of the airport structure and is outside. Also, the makeup of the tin shed is makeshift that had led to the collapse. With monsoon gaining strength, the Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for 5 districts in Kerala. The alert is issued for Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad, Kannur and Kasaragod districts. IMD has warned of heavy rainfall across Kerala over the next 4 days. In the wake of heavy rain and thunderstorms that struck the national capital today, the Delhi airport has issued a passenger advisory. Some flights have been impacted and hence passengers are advised to check their flight status regularly and stay in touch with the airline staff for updates.
The present status, today morning the Indian Navy ship Sujata rescued 3 of the crew, which is the captain, the master, the chief engineer and the assistant engineer. They were on board the ship since yesterday. So today it was felt that if they stay put more, it was a danger for them. So they had to abandon the ship, and the crew was rescued by the crew of INS Sujata.
A labyrinth container vessel sank off the Kochi coast due to flooding. All 24 crew members on board were rescued, 21 by Coast Guard and 3 by the Indian Navy's INS Sujata. The vessel went down with 640 containers, including 13 with hazardous cargo and 12 containing calcium carbide. Given the sensitive marine ecosystem along the Kerala coast, Coast Guard activated full pollution response preparedness. Aircraft equipped with advanced oil spill detection systems conducted aerial surveillance. So far, no oil spill has been reported. All right, on to some breaking news development coming in from the NDA meet that took place a while back, chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is believed that Prime Minister has asked motor-mouth leaders to keep shut and not to create problems, first for themselves and then, of course, for the party. This advice is aimed at motor-mouths, irresponsible leaders who keep speaking out of turn even if they are not supposed to or not allowed to. The Prime Minister there warning those recalcitrants that perhaps the party will take action. This was, of course, the NDA meet, and Prime Minister wanting to present a picture of unity, and Prime Minister there wanting motor mouths to not speak. All right, with this, we have to take a short break, and coming up on the other side, won't be silenced by terrorism. All party delegates or delegations take forward India's message of zero tolerance against terrorism, and they are traveling around the world. We'll get you some pictures on the other side.
Government's stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein.
टेरर और टॉप एक साथ नहीं हो सकते. पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता.
This week on Get Me Right, after India's military response by way of Operation Sindoor, a major diplomatic offensive targeting 33 countries, most of which are either present or future UN Security Council members. A lowdown on how the geopolitics panned out as India set the new normal of offensive defense post-Pahalgam. Also, in times of overall American decline, the Roman Catholic Church gets its first American Pope in history. Does that address American identity crisis in any manner? Join me on your favorite deep dive show this weekend, only on Republic TV.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की सुबह में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one.
Different theaters and two different kind of operations were launched by our security forces. One at the western border, Operation Sindoor, was launched. Here in the Karegutta Hills, Operation Black Forest was launched. Behind me you can see the visuals of Karegutta Hills. There you can see the tangled knot of those hills. There we'll have to reach to bring you the actual story, what actually took place during a 21-day long operation in which 31 deadly Maoists were neutralized. Let's go towards the side of Karegutta Hills. I've got some information from our tribal sources that for reaching over there, we'll have to cross such 15 to 16 such rivers, and then we'll be able to reach there so that we can bring you the actual story from ground zero, that how our security forces went deep inside the Maoist zone, the Red Terror zone, the Red Corridor zone, and from there we have won that decisive battle in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized. Let's go towards the Karegutta Hill.
बॉर्डर पे स्थित एक पहाड़ी है, हमें पहाड़ी पे चढ़ना है और उनके जितने भी हाइड आउट हैं उनको सर्च करते हुए आगे बढ़ना है। क्या आप लोग तैयार हैं?
Your team is ready. Where you are heading right now?
We are heading for Karegutta Hills, which is situated in Chhattisgarh-Telangana border. There has to be launched an operation which are already built by our senior officers.
Okay, so what is the purpose of this operation which you are going ahead with this?
Purpose of this operation is simply to weed out the Naxals who are present in Karegutta Hills, which is a safe haven for Naxals.
Commando, Sadhan, Bishram, are you ready? Yeah. Okay. Brave and true. Brave and true. Brave and true. Commandos, please fall in.
Republic is on ground as elite Cobra commandos mount a bold jungle offensive. Their mission is to hunt down Maoist terrorists hiding in the impenetrable forests. This is no routine patrol. This is a full-blown war against Red Terror.
As we can see, the Cobra commandos are battle ready. Behind me, you can see the visuals over here. They are ready on their bikes. I'm going to speak to the assistant commandant over here. Did you get some information regarding the operation?
Yes, we have got information regarding this operation, and as the command, we have got to move along with DRG and the STF, and right now we are going to move for this operation.
All the very best.
This is not a terrain for the weak. Steep, hostile, unforgiving. These hills test every skill of the commandos. As they push deeper, the threat intensifies. Every step is a gamble, every shadow hides danger. But the forces press on.
The Republic Media Networks team has arrived in Karugutta Hill Forest area. Behind me you can see this dense forest over here, and in this very forest area the CRPF unit along with the Chhattisgarh DRG unit, which is the District Reserve Guard, and the STF team is going to conduct this operation. Right now I'm joined by Assistant Commandant JK Mandal. Right now you have got the information from the headquarters, your commanding officers, that you need to conduct this operation. What are the plans? How you are going to move ahead?
अभी हम लोग जो है करीगुट्टा हिल की तरफ जो प्लान कर रहे हैं और इसमें जल्दी जा रहे हैं आगे, क्योंकि वी है प्लान की अभी कुछ इनपुट्स हैं हमारे पास कि नक्सली जो है इस पहाड़ी और जंगल के एरिया में गुफाओं में छिपे हुए हैं, और इस प्लान में हम लोग लगभग DRG, STF और कोबरा तीनों एक साथ ज्वाइंट ऑप्स कर रहे हैं, और करते हुए हम लोग इस ऑपरेशन के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
जैसा कि हम देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर जो है वो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो तैनात हैं। इनके हाथ में एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, वहाँ देखिए आप डॉग स्क्वाड भी है वहाँ पर दिख रहा है। तो क्या पर्पस क्या है इस डॉग स्क्वाड?
जैसा कि हम लोगों के पास इनपुट्स है कि नक्सलियों के द्वारा इस पूरे करीगुट्टा हिल को, जैसे कि बॉर्डर एरिया में माइंस बिछाए जाते हैं, उस तरह से इन्होंने आईडीज बिछा रखे हैं। उसके लिए आईडीज को डिटेक्ट करना, उसका उसको डिफ्यूज करना हमारा प्लान होगा, और फोर्स को आगे बढ़ा के इस पूरे करीगुट्टा हिल को जो है न्यूट्रल जो भी एरिया है उसको सैनिटाइज करना है, और नक्सलियों की कमर जो मजबूत उन्होंने कर रखी इसके ऊपर उसको बर्बाद करना है।
हम जो है वो तकरीबन जो आपका बेस कैंप है, बेस कैंप से 50 से 55 किलोमीटर दूर आ चुके हैं, और ये जो सामने हिली एरियाज दिख रहा है ये करीगुट्टा हिल का एरिया है, और यहाँ पर हमें बहुत सारे नाला जो है वो क्रॉस करके आगे आने पड़े हैं। इसके अलावा जो है बहुत सारे ऑब्स्टेकल्स आए हैं। किस तरीके से डिफिकल्ट होता है ये सीआरपीएफ के लिए?
सभी फोर्सेस के लिए ये जो बहुत अनटच्ड टेरेन टाइप का है, जो कि यहाँ पे अभी हम लोग जैसे यहाँ से नीचे से जंगल से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और इस तरह का आप टफ ट्रेन देख रहे हैं, इसको बढ़ते बढ़ते आगे जैसे जैसे जाएंगे ट्रेन और भी टफ आता जाएगा। अभी ये नीचे वाला एरिया है जंगल का, धीरे धीरे ऊपर की तरफ बढ़ेंगे हम। बढ़ने के बाद जैसे हम ऊपर की तरफ बढ़ेंगे तो हो सकता है कि नक्सल्स की परजेंस होगी, और हमें उम्मीद है कि ऊपर में नक्सल की परजेंस है और हम उन्हें नक्सलों को अच्छा जवाब देंगे और उनको न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे। तो ट्रेन के हिसाब से आप देखिए तो फोर्स के लिए ये टफ तो है, लेकिन हमारे हौसले बहुत मजबूत हैं और हम इसको अच्छे तरीके से कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे इसमें।
The Republic Media Networks team has arrived in Kuragutta dense hilly forest area. Here you can see, right now I'm joined by an officer. What is your name and designation, sir?
I'm Adarsh, Assistant Commandant 210 Cobra.
So the team has arrived. Here we can see the topography is very difficult. How difficult to sustain over here as a Cobra Commandos?
I just want to tell a brief about the Kuragutta Hills. As you can see, the Kuragutta Hills, it's actually 3-storied. Like in house we have the ground floor, the first and the second, right? It's a volcanic eruption which has caused a unique topography. The rock structures here, it's like a natural fort. As you can see, we are in the ground floor.
So we have to go on 3 different levels.
As you can see, we are in the around 200-meter contour. Right. You can go to the first floor, that's around 500 meters. Right. There you can get around 800-meter to 900-meter patch, which is a bit flat. Right. So, and it has the natural caves. Right. So that the CPI Maoist or the guerrillas can take position and attack the ascending troops. Right. So we need to be very careful. The structures, they forms a unique cave structure. So the cliffs here, you cannot scale through it. There are very limited approach routes. And as you can see, the area was not dominated for a long time by the forces. So they made sure that the complete ascending routes are completely mined. Right. So the demining process and the operation go hand in hand.
The commandos are trained for endurance, but this is a test of patience and resourcefulness. With limited supplies, including water, every decision is crucial. The duration of the operation remains uncertain.
We have already moved approximately 50 to 55 kilometers from the base camp, and we have crossed several different nalas over here. Here you can see this is one of the nalas over here. So how difficult it is for the CRPF unit to move forward and just enter into this dense terrain area, which is basically for a very long time has been occupied by the Maoists.
As you can see, this is the nala. It is coming from the hills. It is coming from the hills. The amount of water you see, it reduces drastically as you move up. So the force sustenance depends on the water availability. The force works in a cordoned way. There's a particular area given to the particular force. You need to cordon that area. If you are lucky enough, you can have the water source like this. It's a very lucky one. The force station here is a bit on luck. So it's got a natural water force, so you can sustain for another 2 days. No issue. The ones who doesn't, they need to rely on chopper, or they need to carry the water from here and then scale up.
There are no maps here, no marked paths, no GPS, only instincts. One misstep could mean death by an IED, a sniper, a booby trap. That's the reality, and yet the commandos move calm, calculated, and combat ready.
So here, why we have stopped? Why we have stopped? Did you get some information? What is the reason behind it?
I'm confirming it from. I'm getting an input. Let's follow.
Sir, are you getting some inputs? Why we have stopped over here?
There is no way that side. We are trying from this side and we'll forward move this side.
You need to be careful about the IEDs.
Right.
So just making sure the route is safe.
Right. For our audience, for as a common people, just wanted to understand that why in such hilly areas, why Maoists basically plant IEDs?
We cannot go from anywhere. There are only limited approach routes. So it makes the force movement very predictable. As you can see, the amount of force here, they need to scale. Then they cannot scale, which we have some area weapons. They're too heavy to scale on any hilly terrain.
Right.
So we need to make sure that route is appropriate and route is scalable. And predictable makes you susceptible to IEDs.
Right.
This is the main reason.
Right. So initially you must have got some inputs that there have been movements of Maoists, approximately 400 to 500 Maoists, which have been staying in this Kuraguta area, right, where the entire team is heading. So for that we'll have to wait and watch to get more information. Yes.
आगे आप थोड़ा सा पीछे होके आप करते रहिए, ठीक है. आगे इनपुट्स है आईडीज और उसके, तो हम लोग जब तक आगे क्लियर करते जाएंगे रास्ता, थोड़ा आपको उसको फॉलो करना है, ठीक है. जिस तरह के इनपुट्स हैं कि नाला क्रॉस करना और नाले से पहले दोनों तरफ नक्सलियों के आईडी लगाए हुए हो सकते हैं, तो हमारे पास मशीन्स हैं, DSMD है, उसके थ्रू हम उसको क्लियर करेंगे, फिर इस नाले को आगे क्रॉस करेंगे. क्योंकि ये ट्रेन आपको जितना आसान रास्ता जहाँ दिखेगा, नक्सली उसको टारगेट करते हैं कि उस ईजी रास्ते को हम पार आसानी से कर जाते हैं, तो इसलिए वो दोनों तरफ आईडी लगाएंगे. तो हमारा प्लान ये होता है कि उस रास्ते को नेगोशिएट करके हम टफ से टफ ट्रेन चुने और उस एरिया से अपने इस एरिया को क्लियर करके नाला या जो भी होता है उसको, जो भी हमारे पास बाधाएं आती है उसको पार करें फिर हम अच्छे से.
So it's not advisable to cross the nala at this point.
Right.
So we'll sanitize then after.
ऑब्वियसली इसको सैनिटाइज करेंगे या फिर हम जो टफ ट्रेन होगा उस एरिया को लेके आगे बढ़ेंगे. राइट. अभी हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं क्योंकि एरिया सैनिटाइज कर दिया गया है. थोड़ा सा आगे आइए आप इस तरफ से. ये आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ से बहुत मुश्किल होगा लोगों को क्रॉस करना, लेकिन हमें उस इजी रास्ते को छोड़ के ये टफ ट्रेन लेंगे ताकि हम अच्छे से अपने आप को मतलब सुरक्षित होते हुए आगे बढ़ पाएं.
Commandant, you start and then I will follow you.
Alongside the Jawans, a vital partner, the canine unit trained to sniff out explosives and detect hidden threats. These dogs are an indispensable part of the mission.
As you can see in the visuals, that dog squad team is also over here. The team is also moving forward. We will try to just follow the command given by the officers over here. Here you can see we are moving ahead. Could you please tell us how difficult for all of you, the CRPF team, the specialized unit of the Cobra Commandos, for to do intelligence, get intelligence inputs over here and execute the operation?
The intelligence is corroborated by multiple agencies. The SIBs of State Chhattisgarh and Telangana, they give the most actionable intelligence, and it's also assisted by the Intelligence Bureau and we have our own int setup called the unit int cell, which is functioning in every battalion. After we get the intelligence, we just make a probable plan so that we can act on that intelligence.
The team is going to move forward in the Kuragota hill right now, right? How prepared are you?
फौज का मनोबल बहुत अच्छा है। जिस तरीके की इनपुट्स मिली है उसके हिसाब से हमने बहुत डिटेल प्लानिंग की है। हर जवान को अपने काम का पता है। ट्रेन के बारे में डिटेल ब्रीफ किया गया है। ट्रेन टफ है, मुश्किल है, हालात हैं, लेकिन फिर भी आप जिस तरीके से देख रहे हैं जवान एकदम हौसले बुलंद लेकर चल रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, कोई रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है। जिस तरीके की बताया गया है कि इनपुट्स है, हमें उम्मीद है कि हम ऊपर जाके नक्सलियों का जो भी उनका मनोबल है उसको तोड़ेंगे और उनको बर्बाद करेंगे।
जैसा कि अभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज जा रही है अंदर, हमें जाना अलाउड नहीं है अभी अंदर की तरफ, और जब सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज अंदर की तरफ जाएंगी, वो जो ऑपरेशन वहाँ पर स्टार्ट करेंगे, उसमें मुझे एक चीज़ समझाइए थोड़ा सा। वो जो केव्स हैं अंदर में बताते हैं ऐसा कि 200 से 250 केव्स हैं, जिसके अंदर जो माओइस्ट हैं उन्होंने वहाँ पर जो एमिनेशंस हैं, वेपन्स बनाने की मशीनरी रखी हुई है, उसको किस तरीके से आप प्लान करते हैं, एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं कि उसको डिस्मेंटल किया जाए?
जिस तरीके का हम सर्च करते हुए जा रहे हैं, बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से डीआरजी, एसटीएफ और कोबरा ने इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को प्लान किया है, और प्लान करने के बाद सारे कमांडर, सारे जवान पूरे तरीके से तैयार हैं कि अगर इस तरीके कोई स्थिति आती है कि उनकी फैक्ट्रीज, वेपन बनाने का कारखाना या उनका डंप मिलता है, तो हम उसको या तो वहां से वापस लाएंगे, अगर लाने की स्थिति में नहीं आते हैं तो हम उसको वहीं पे बर्बाद करेंगे। और जो भी नक्सलियों का पूरा डंप है और चीज़ें अगर मिलती है हमें, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये नक्सलियों के लिए बहुत बड़ा नुकसान होगा, और वो शायद इतने बड़े ऑपरेशन की उम्मीद नहीं लगा कर बैठे थे जितना हमने अच्छे से प्लान किया है और आगे हम करने जा रहे हैं।
जय सर, कमांडोज आपकी ब्रीफिंग के लिए हाजिर शिमान। जय सर।
अब वो समय आ गया है कि हमें अपने देश के सामने जितनी भी विभिन्न प्रकार की आतंकवादी गतिविधियां हैं इनको समाप्त करना है।
After days of operating in these challenging terrain, Operation Black Forest culminated in the elimination of 31 Maoist terrorists across the Karegutta region.
How do you see the morale of those Maoists in that region declining? Because if you see Basava Raju, who is one of the senior most leaders of Maoists, has also been eliminated.
If you see last 15 months in Chhattisgarh or surrounding states also, there are two areas where Naxals they are hiding, and that is, one is Karegutta Hills where Black Forest operation was launched, and second was Abujmad where for Basava Raju we have launched one operation, and both areas we have successfully neutralized Maoist, and in one of them we neutralized the General Secretary Basava Raju. So it is just a moral defeat, psychological defeat, and actual defeat for Maoist, and we'll continue these operations continuously. And definitely these anti-Naxal operations are going on, and in future also aggressively we'll do these operations, and we'll try to neutralize every possible Naxals they are hiding.
In 21 days, 31 Maoist terrorists were taken down, one of the most decisive blows to Red Terror in the region. The operation was led by Additional SP Mayank Gurjar and CO Ashok of Cobra 210.
The most challenging part which we faced on the KGH ops was the number of caves. Secondly, the number of IDs which were planted by the Maoist. When we were coming down on a 200 to 300 meter patch which was 70-degree incline, it was totally filled with IDs. More than 80 IDs were placed by the Maoist so as to injure the security personnel, but the Jawans and we came safely from that patch by defusing all the IDs.
In a massive successful operation, what we have seen that 31 Maoists have been neutralized. This is a big blow to the Maoists in the Chhattisgarh and Telangana area. Right now I'm joined by an officer who is an assistant commandant. So how was the operation, and how happy you are after completing this operation that we are learning that 31 Maoists have been neutralized?
ऑपरेशन जो है हमारे फोर्स की दृष्टि से बहुत बड़ा सफलता हमें हासिल हुई है। जितना हमें पता चला है 21 दिन के बाद जो हम नीचे उतरे हैं, काफ़ी लंबा टाइम था ये। वहाँ पे हमें काफ़ी सारे चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़े, गर्मी, बारिश, द हीट वाज वेरी स्कॉचिंग, द सन वाज शाइनिंग ब्राइट एंड रेन वाज वेरी हैवी।
मुझे ये बताएं कि हम देख रहे थे कि 2 फेज़ में इस ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया गया, फेज़ 1 और फेज़ 2 है। फेज़ 1 कितना डिफरेंट था फेज़ 2 से?
फेज़ 1 में जो है जो हमें इंट मिला था बड़े लीडर्स की, उन लीडर्स को हमने चारों तरफ से घेरने की कोशिश की। फोर्स ने काफ़ी बढ़िया काम किया। कुछ लीडर्स जो हैं वो भागने में सक्सेसफुल रहे, लेकिन कुछ जो नक्सली हैं उनको हमारे फोर्स ने न्यूट्रलाइज़ किया है। और फेज़ 2 में जो है हमें उससे बड़ी सफलता हाथ लगी है। जैसा कि हम वहाँ पे जब ऑप्स कर रहे थे, जब हम अपने अपने कट ऑफ में थे, तो हमें चारों तरफ से जो है राइफ़ल के गोलियों की आवाज़ और जो हमारे पास रॉकेट लॉन्चर हैं, जो हमारे पास मोटर हैं, लगातार उन सब की फायरिंग चल रही थी। और जैसे जैसे ऑप्स ख़त्म हो रहा था, हमारे आखिरी दिन आ रहे थे, वैसे वैसे जो नक्सलियों के मरने की संख्या वो बढ़ती जा रही थी। तो हमारे जो जवान हैं उनके भी जो मनोबल है उनका काफ़ी बढ़ रहा था। हम बेशक थके हुए थे, बेशक हमें पानी की कमी हो रही थी, और कुछ जो हमारे जवान हैं वो डिहाइड्रेट हो रहे थे, थक रहे थे, बीमार पड़ रहे थे, लेकिन फिर भी जो है हमारे हौसलों में कभी कमी नहीं आई।
सोर्सेस के हवाले से ये भी खबर है कि उस इलाके के अंदर जो बसवा राजू है, बहुत ही जो क्रू जो माओइस्ट है, उसकी भी प्रेजेंस थी। एक सीनियर लेवल का जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी लेवल का माओइस्ट है और वो उस जगह से फरार हो गया। तो उस ऑपरेशन के दौरान उसको कुछ इनपुट्स मिल गई थी कि वहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज ने चारों तरफ से उस एरिया को ऑपरेशन ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट के अंदर घेर लिया है।
ये जो ऑपरेशन है इसमें आप ये कह सकते हैं कि हमने उनके घर में घुस के उनकी छाती पे चढ़ के हमने उनकी कमर तोड़ दी है। तो आप ऐसा मान सकते हैं कि जब इस लेवल का ऑपरेशन हो रहा होता है, जब 10,000 12,000 की फोर्सेज ऐसे ऑपरेशंस में इन्वॉल्व होती हैं, तो ये इन्फॉर्मेशन जो है कहीं ना कहीं से उनको लीक हो जाती है, क्योंकि ये उनका एरिया है। तो हमारा मूवमेंट होता है, कहीं ना कहीं से उनको इन्फॉर्मेशन पता चल जाता है कि फोर्स जो है उनकी तरफ बढ़ रही है। तो कई बड़े लीडर्स के होने के आसार थे वहाँ पे, जैसा कि हमें इनपुट इंटेलिजेंस मिला था। जो PLJ नंबर बटालियन 1 है, बटालियन नंबर 1 है, उनके लीडर, इंचार्ज, उनके कमांडर, बारसे, हिडमा, इन सब के होने की भी खबर मिली थी, लच्छू। तो हमने अपनी ओर से भरपूर कोशिश की है, पूरी कोशिश की है कि ये जो बड़े कमांडर हम उनको न्यूट्रलाइज़ कर पाएँ। और भविष्य में जिस तरह से हमने ये ऑप्स किया है, तो ये हमारे लिए काफ़ी प्रेरणादायक है। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि जल्द से जल्द भविष्य में जब भी हमें मौका मिले, उनकी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलते ही हम ऑप्स लॉन्च करें। जैसा कि हमारे सीनियर जो ऑफिसर उन्होंने बताया कि बहुत टाइम नहीं लगने वाला है, हम जल्दी जो नक्सलियों को
सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैज कंप्लीटेड दिस सक्सेसफुल ऑपरेशन। नाउ दे आर हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स देयर बेस कैंप एंड वी आर मूविंग इन दैट डायरेक्शन एंड विल जस्ट गो एंड टॉक टू दोज सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल ओवर देयर दैट हाउ इट वाज, एंड वी विल हैव 1-to-1 conversation with our commandos and our jawans also, that how successfully they have done this operation.
With the mission accomplished, the Cobra Commandos begin their journey back to base. Another chapter closed in India's long fight against Maoist terrorism.
कि क्या-क्या एडवांटेजेस रहते हैं आपको, क्या-क्या डिसएडवांटेजेस रहते हैं वहाँ पर?
हमें डिसएडवांटेजेस में टेरेन का रहता है, जंगल है, और मतलब जो पानी वगैरह जो ऐसे मौसम में नहीं मिलता, ये डिसएडवांटेज में आते हैं। एडवांटेज हमें सिर्फ यही है कि हमें जो ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, तो ऐसे माहौल का और ऐसी चीज़ का हमें पहले से ही तैयारी दी जाती है।
अच्छा, हम जैसा कि देख सकते हो और भी जवान हैं यहाँ पर, जरा उनसे ही बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए कि 21 दिन का सफर था, आपके साथ जो है वो डॉग भी है, ये जो डॉग है वो ट्रेन डॉग है, क्या कुछ करते हैं, कैसे मदद करते हैं ये डॉग्स?
जी सर, ये एक मल्टीपर्पज डॉग है सर। इसका IP इन्फेंट्री पेट्रोल के तौर पे यूज करते हैं सर। इसका
सबसे पहले तो हमने सीक्रेटली मूवमेंट किया, उधर बिल्कुल साइलेंसली अपना सर्च वर्च किया। उसके बाद फेज 2 में तो थोड़ा डिफिकल्टी बढ़ा, लेकिन फेज 1 में कमांडो ने जो बढ़िया हौसले से काम किया।
अच्छा, ये आपके हाथ में जो वेपन है, इस तरह के बहुत सारे वेपन लेके आप लोग चलते हैं, वहाँ बारिश होती है, 21 दिन का लंबा सफर था, पानी खत्म हो जाता है, टेरेन टफ होता है, वहाँ पर किन किन मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ता है आप लोगों को?
यही सर, पानी का दिक्कत होता है, धूप है, बरसात है, उसी का बीच में रहना पड़ता है सर हमको, और हम मतलब वही करके खुश है सर।
कि देश के नाम, देशवासियों के नाम, भारतवासियों के नाम क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आप?
इतना बड़ा ऑपरेशन किया ना हम लोग, नक्सल का घर में जाके इतना हम सेफ्टी वापस आ गए, उसका सारे सामान नाश कर दिया। ये हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी अचीवमेंट है। आगे आने वाले समय में हम पूरा इसको बर्बाद करने के सारे कोशिश कर लूँगा।
तो जैसा कि हमें एक कमांडो जवान ने बताया कि नक्सल के घर में घुस करके इन लोगों ने, तो जो नक्सल का जो अड्डा है जिसको बोलते हैं केव्स, जो भी बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी है, क्योंकि वो जो एरिया है कुरागुटा के एरिया, वहाँ पर सक्सेस पाना अब तक जो है तकरीबन 40 साल से उस एरिया के अंदर जा पाना बहुत मुश्किल हुआ करता था।
After completing a successful operation, our security forces are going back to their bases, and we are also heading towards the base. And we have got the information earlier that not only in this very region where 31 Maoists have been neutralized, apart from that, there have been several operations which have been going on. One more operation which basically took place in the region of Bastar recently, in which what we have seen that 26 Maoists have been neutralized. And in another operation, what we have seen that in the region of Narayanpur, there was a big blow to the Maoist. Basava Raju has also been neutralized by our security forces. This is a very massive victory for our security forces. So what we have been seeing that not only in the Bijapur and Bastar region, Sukma region, but apart from that, if you see in the Narayanpur region as well, our security forces have been dominating the entire area. And with a mission with which what we have been seeing that the security forces has been working, that by the end of March 26, they will precisely going to eliminate Maoism from India, and it's going to be a massive success for our security forces and for our government as well.